Hey, what's going on, everybody? Oh man, catching me in an early morning stream today. Do not blame me. I blame my friend here who we have today with us, Jai Apologetics, man. And I cannot wait. Guys, if you guys are wondering where it is that I get a lot of my stuff from, this dude right here is one of the main guys when it comes to, especially when it comes to uh, Quran preservation, the differences in the Qurans, the different words that have different meanings, and things of this nature. This dude, Jai Apologetics, is, for those of you guys who do not know, man. Everyone should know who this brother is for real, and he's so humble, so gentle, so honest. Like, you guys think that I'm cool. This man is chill, okay? And he's one of my favorite people to invade a Muslim panel with. Like, if I am picking somebody who matches me perfectly, I mean perfectly, there's a few people I can list. You got Black Doctor and you got Jai Apologetics. These two are my brothers who match me to a T when it talks about energy and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So, man, I am excited to have him back on here. It's been a long time since I had him here, but man, this dude here is no joke. He's no joke. Jai Apologetics, what's up, man?
Hey man, thanks so much, bro, for that intro. Never had an intro like that before.
Yeah.
So today, I wanted to go over this topic with you because this is a topic that you and I both love to discuss: preservation of Quran.
Yeah.
And like when I first learned about this topic and when I first started using it, it was mainly in a defense, and I'd only bring it up when a Muslim would talk about criticism of the New Testament, textual tradition, and you guys have these textual variants here and there, and I brought it up in that context, say, well, don't you guys have variants here and variants there, variant readings with this and that? And I started to realize very, very soon, just like you did, that is not just a good defense, but it's also something to lead with.
Yeah.
Because that's a topic that I learned really, really fast that Muslims do not know about. They keep them real hush about this topic, and they're misled. The worst part is that they're misled on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's even worse. So I have a presentation. I understand that we have guests, so Muslims who want to come in. So definitely want to interact with the Muslims. But I do have a presentation, and I was thinking what we could do is go over some slides, and then if Muslims want to come up, interact with this material. That way we can share with the people. This is the information, and this is how you use it, and battlefield tested kind of thing.
Amen.
So
let's get it. All right. So you ready to bring up that? I see.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. Here we go.
All right. So can you see that?
Yep.
That I know you know who that is.
Musa.
Yes.
My new
All
friend.
right. So I'm pretty sure you should be able to hear this. Let me know if you can hear this. But this audio here.
And I'm going to end on this. Bruce Metzger, who is a Christian scholar, who is actually one of the members of one of the communities which constructed the Greek New Testament. He's an authority in his field. What does he say? He says, in his book, A Textual Commentary on the Greek New Testament, the second edition, page 11, he mentions, of the approximately 5,000 manuscripts we have today, no two agree exactly in all particulars. A mass of conflicting readings. Editors must decide which variants deserve to be included in the text and which should be relegated to the apparatus. Please don't ever speak to us again about the preservation of the Quran. Thank you very much. Assalamu
alaikum. Hey, bro, you know how they say, like the new generation, they say, yo, he thought he cooked. He thought he cooked, bro.
He had that up in a high set, boy.
He thought he had something there. And so I wanted to lead with this because I wanted to ask the Christian brothers and sisters, just think about this. How would you respond to this? Now, he made a mistake about Bruce Metzger. He said he constructed the New Testament. He meant to say reconstructed, but we're going to pass on that.
Yeah, we'll just let that go.
Yeah, we'll let that one slide. Okay, but here's the question, though. How would you respond to this? So here you go. You have a Muslim presenting a New Testament scholar saying, hey, look, if you compare any two manuscripts of the New Testament, they're not going to agree with each other 100%. You might just be hearing that for the first time, and especially if you're in the context of hearing that from a Muslim, you might be overwhelmed. Like, okay, I haven't heard that before. That sounds pretty bad. Now, what is he not telling you? This is what he didn't tell you. He didn't tell you that the same scholar, Bruce Metzger, when talking about reconstructing the New Testament, meaning from all the evidences that we have, manuscript, church fathers, everything that we have in terms of evidences of, translations of the New Testament, et cetera, that he says that all of the material that we have would be sufficient for reconstruction of partially the entire New Testament.
What?
Same scholar.
No,
Same
man.
Scholar.
No, that part's corrupted.
This part's corrupted, right? So the same scholar is saying this. Now, you might be thinking, all right, how do you jive those two together? Because on one hand, he sounds like he's saying, all right, no two manuscripts agree with each other 100%. And then on the other hand, he's saying we can be confident that we can reconstruct practically the entire New Testament from just citations of church fathers alone. That's what this quote is in the context of. He's saying even if we didn't have the New Testament text at all, if it was all destroyed, you know how Muslims always say, hey, you can destroy all the Qurans and we'll recite it and make it again in one night, right?
Yeah.
Look at what he says here. He says that if you were to destroy and just take away all the knowledge we have of the New Testament text, if that was all gone, we could reconstruct it based on the church fathers alone, from their commentaries, from their sermons, etc.
Wow.
Right? So this is what he didn't tell you. And Daniel Wallace, another textual critic, New Testament textual critic, said that we are certain about 99% of the original wording of the New Testament.
Wow.
99%. And you might be thinking, all right, well, what about that other 1%? Is that like, is that important? What's going on with that? So this is from the Gospel Coalition website. They kind of put out in a graph. And as you can see, like 70% of the variants are just spelling errors.
Wow.
So in other words, if you take two New
wild.
Testament manuscripts, right? New Testament manuscripts, and you compare them to each other, the reason why they're not going to be 100% identical is because, 70% of the time is because they're just going to have spelling differences. So it's not that one says Jesus is the Son of God and the other one says he's not the Son of God, because that's what Muslims want you to think.
Yeah.
That's what they want you to think when they bring up those quotes or these stats. So there wasn't actually a standardized spelling of the Greek language in the first century. So if you just think of today, if I were to say, hey, just everyone write out, how are you? But don't do it in like pretend we don't have a standardized way of spelling in English. You could spell it like on one way, A-R-E, how are you? You could, all these different ways. Technically, you could say none of these agree with each other. They're not virtually agreeing with each other. Just like you could say the New Testament manuscripts, they don't have that 100% agreement.
Yeah.
But no one would walk away thinking like, what does this say? Or what does this mean? You can understand every single one of these, but they're just spelled in different ways.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So Daniel Wallace, he gives us an analogy of like a jigsaw puzzle. And he says, look, imagine that we have 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. And you need all 1,000 pieces to make complete what this, what is this picture is, what this puzzle is. For the New Testament, he says it's like having 1,010 pieces. So it's not that we don't have the 1,000, it's just that we have a couple extras we need to sort through and say, does this one go here or does this one go here? So we have the original in the manuscript tradition. It's just a matter of, through textual criticism and other means, to figure out, is this exactly how Mark would have worded it, or is that how John would have worded it, inspired by the Holy Spirit? Is that how they would have worded it?
Yeah.
So it's not that there's a third option, it's in the tradition somewhere.
Yeah. Wow.
So check this out now. I'm going to play a Muslim scholar. Now, this is now we're going to get into our topic here. A Muslim scholar, Haytham Siddiqui, saying the same exact thing accept about the Quran. Check this out.
Wait, before you play that, Jai, I just want to like highlight this for a second before
Yes,
we
please
move on.
do, bro. Please step in when
We literally have a Dawa guy, right? YouTube channel, quote mining a Christian textual critic, right? And quote mining what he says, misrepresents what he says, and leaves out how the author clarifies what he means by what he's saying, right? And they purposely do that to mislead all of us and they do it convincingly. I got to give it to them.
Yeah,
they do it convincing. They're confident. They show the little text there. And if you're not familiar, like let's you don't know what this book is or even who the author is, it can seem intimidating. This is why you take what these guys say with a grain of salt and you go look at it yourself. Don't just even when they show something, like go to the book, go to the passage, or ask people about it, because these dudes will lie to your face in front of thousands of people and don't care. They don't care, So I just wanted to highlight that, man, because that's crazy. They do that with the Quran, they do it with the Bible, and they do it with not only their scholars but biblical and historians as well. It's crazy.
Exactly, man. Dawa is deception, and there's no two ways about it. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Wow. They don't actually strive to communicate the truth. They what they want to do is do anything possible to convert you to Islam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They could throw the truth out the window and just as long as they get you in.
Yeah.
So it's very demonic, man.
Wow.
So check this out. So we just heard what Musa Adnan said, right?
Yep.
Listen to what listen to what this Quran scholar says. Check this out. Haytham Sidki, check it out.
Essentially, if you start looking at the early manuscripts, and this is a very interesting area of research, there are dozens and dozens of different reading traditions that are documented in these manuscripts where no two are exactly alike.
What? Wait a second, huh? He ain't saying he talking about the Bible. He talking about the Bible.
Yeah, he must be talking about the Bible, right?
He talking about the Bible.
He must be. But those look like Qurans on his shelf, right?
That's tough. Ugh, I don't know. Wow. No two are alike? That sounds like
two. So you take any two Quran manuscripts up and no two are alike.
Wow.
So whatever conclusion Musa Adnan wants to come to based on what he said, he's going to have to come to that same conclusion based on what this scholar says. When it comes to the Bible, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, right?
Exactly, bro. What hypocrisy.
Yeah.
This is insane. Okay. Who is this guy? What's his name?
This is Haytham Sidki. Haytham Sidki. Sidkey. Sidki. Sidkey. Sorry.
Interesting. All right.
Cool. By the way, I'll send you this presentation. You can
Thank you. Thank you, Habib.
Yeah. So now Yasser Qadi, check this out. Now this is where we go into the deep dive right here.
The guy that helped start it all.
Yes. That was just kind of like a preliminary, like, let's get us started. Like, what kind of claims do we hear? Let's get into it now. This is where we're gonna get into a lot of information, but we're gonna pause and have Muslims interact, Lord willing, with the information that we present, and hopefully it will be useful and we can use it in our discussions with them. All right, so we're gonna get into this is our topic here, the variant Qurans. Right, this is what we're discussing. So we have in the back here our sister Hatun's Qurans. Sister Hatun Tosh, she's got some Qurans in the background. Check it out. These are all different. They're all numbered and different. I think she's up to 37. Last I checked, she's up to 37. This is not a current count, but this is just a bunch of them right here. So, I'm not going to go through all of these, but we've heard these claims. You could take it from a video or you could take it from a book. Either way, these guys are saying there's only one Quran. It hasn't been altered, edited. We've all heard that, right? This is like the thing that every Muslim is taught growing up. And even if you're not a Muslim, they're trying to convert you. This is what you're going to be taught. They say same throughout the world. You can go to any part of the world and you're going to hear the same Quran.
Exactly the same, word for word, letter for letter.
Exactly. That's what they say. Yeah. No matter where you go, you can go to Russia, you go to China, you go to America, you go to Canada, anywhere. It's all going to be the same. That's what they claim. They say not even a dot. Not even a dot.
Not even a dot is different, man.
Not even a dot is different.
Man, I'm telling you right now, when I found this out, Jai, like when you guys showed me this stuff, I was mind blown. Not really at the level of textual differences in the Quran, but at the lies. Like
exactly,
they lied for years, man.
Years.
Like it was a convincing one, you know, because nobody had access to this information yet.
Exactly.
So, you know, they can say this for a long time, you know, in an era of ignorance where no one can really combat what they're saying, or if they combat it, they can't really show it offhand like that, you know. So it's just when the lies was uncovered about this topic, my mind was blown. And I tell you, man, I was excited. I was excited, boy, I tell you.
and what's crazy is, and let's just play this clip real quick from Yasser Qadhi. We showed him earlier. Check this out.
There's only one Quran. There are no various versions or whatnot. It's one standard copy of the Quran across the Muslim world.
That's right. That's a standard claim, right? That's what they say.
Yeah.
Now, we all know that he lies and he actually tells the truth sometimes. So right now he's lying because he's got a Christian audience, non-Muslim audience. He's trying to convince them, look, there's only one Quran. There's no variants throughout the world. There never has been any differences, etc., etc. So let's get into the truth of the matter. The truth of the matter is that there are different Qurans. There's variant Qurans. And I kind of broke this up into like umbrellas. You can branch it out into different ways.
Yeah.
And there's even more that you can add on to here. But I just for the sake of this presentation, I wanted to get into these different kind of areas. Like, so variant Qurans, you have companions. Different companions of Muhammad had different Qurans. Okay. They had different wordings. Some of them had more chapters. Some had less chapters. They had different Qurans. You have the manuscript evidence. And the manuscript evidence is relatively, you know, it's close to the Islamic tradition, apart from one manuscript that they found in Yemen that really kind of destroyed a lot of what Muslims told us about the Quran, and it debunked a bunch of myths. And then you have this thing called Ahruf. What is that? Ahruf is it's an Arabic term. Literally, Ahruf means letters in Arabic, but that's not what it means in the Hadith. So because Muslims don't know what that means in Arabic, they don't translate it in English, because how are they going to translate it into English if they don't know what it means? So there was a Western scholar, what Muslims call an Orientalist, like someone who is outside of Islam, studying Islam in Western universities and specializes in it, but they're not a Muslim and they're critical of Islam. And you know, to the Muslims, they're critical of Islam. From their view, they're just trying to be truthful with the evidence.
Yeah.
Arthur Jeffrey came up with this term as a translation for Ahruf, and he said it means modes. Okay, so we can work with that modes. Okay. Like, you know, they say there's 7 Ahruf. He says there's 7 modes. Okay, we'll work with that. And then you have this last category here called qira'at, which is these modern readings of the Quran that I showed earlier on the screen. You had a bunch of different versions of it that you have access to today. So if I go to a bookstore that sells Qurans, I can get different versions of it based on the reading tradition.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, like I said, this can go into deeper categories too, because you have what's called a canonical reading and a non-canonical reading.
Life, you taking notes? You hear that? Canonical reading and non-canonical readings.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my only argument. That's all I got. That's where I stop. I just read one paragraph from Keep These Smalls and close it. Is Jai lying?
Hey, I'm gonna need to make that my intro, man. You got a good
voice. Yeah. Oh shoot, that's good.
So we're gonna try to keep it interesting and exciting, but a lot of this stuff is kind of like you got to dig into it. But trust me, if you get this stuff down, you can use this in your witness and you can debunk the claims that Muslims make about the Quran. So real quick, a canonical reading is just something that's been instituted by an Islamic government in some period of history. So they've taken a reading and they say, look, this is we sanction this, we institute it, and this is what you are allowed to read, and this is what you must read in your prayers. You can't divert from what this text is.
Yeah.
And they've done that with a number of different readings of the Quran. Non-canonical are readings of the Quran that Muslims can utilize, they can use, but they can't pray with them. They can't do ritual prayers and things like that with them. And so they're not considered, in some way, they're not as authoritative in some regards. But
imagine that, guys. A Quran that is not as authoritative as another.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Wow.
Exactly. And even when it comes to the topic of Ahruf, you have, is there one? Are there three? Are there seven? And that is a huge mystery because Muslims don't even know what the term means. So to give a number to it, it's like that even adds more confusion.
Yeah. Wow.
All right. So I have I don't know how long this clip is. I hope it's not too long, but let me just play this and see if this is the one that we want to use. If not, I can skip it. But check this out now. Yasser Khali, let's check what he says here.
Every single student of knowledge knows, who studies Ulum al-Quran, that the most difficult topics are Ahruf and Qira'at. And the concept of Ahruf and the reality of Ahruf and the relationship of the Uthmanic Mus'haf with the Ahruf and the preservation of the Ahruf. Is it 1? Is it 3? Is it 7? And the relationship of the Qira'at to the Ahruf. This is a topic that when you're the beginning student of knowledge, you're like, what is all of this going on here? When you go a little bit more, you learn to simply memorize what your teachers say and regurgitate it out. You don't comprehend. When you do a deep dive, is when things get very, very awkward and difficult. And this isn't new. The Sahaba. In the Sahih or the Hasan Hadith of Ubay bin Ka'b,
we'll get into this hadith too.
Of the Ahruf, that when the Prophet mentioned the issue of Ahruf and that there are different Ahruf and whatnot, this is in the version of Muslim Imam Ahmad. Ubay bin Ka'b says, authentic hadith, فَدَخَلَ فِي نَفْسِي شَكٍّ. In my heart, a doubt came that I hadn't had about Islam since the days of Jahiliyyah. This is not a joke, brothers and sisters. The issue of Ahruf and Qira'at caused confusion to somebody whom the Prophet said, if you want to listen to the Quran directly, listen to Ubay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sahabi. He is the Qari of the Quran. He is the master. He is who he is. And he goes, فَدَخَلَ فِي نَفْسِي شَكٍّ. What is all of this stuff?
Yeah, so I couldn't have said it better. I couldn't have said it better. You want to unpack that a little bit, because
yes.
Right, he's saying like this is the most difficult topic.
Wow.
This topic that we're covering right now. Now, when they say difficult, what they mean is we want you to stay away from it. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna dive into it.
We're gonna get right into this thing. Guys,
what's your take on that? What you think?
Yeah, let's think about what Dr. Yasser Khadi, the scholar, Muslim scholar, just said. He said that one of the people that Muhammad knew, and not just knew, but that he pointed to and said, if you want to learn the Quran, learn it from him.
Yep.
There's 4 of these people that he pointed to, right, Jai?
That's right.
There's 4 people. So one of these people, is this Ka'b?
This is Ubay ibn Ka'b. Yeah.
Ubay ibn Ka'b. Ubay ibn Ka'b, one of the guys that Muhammad said, learn the Quran from this dude. He admitted when he saw these variants and these differences in the Qurans, he said, what is all of this? It sparked a doubt within him since his days of ignorance about Islam.
Wow.
So that it was a guy this deep in Islam, this close to Muhammad, had a doubt highlighted within him because of the differences in the Quran, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough.
That's tough.
I thought that there was all in unison, man. I thought it's so simple and easy, and come on now,
perfectly preserved, man.
That's what they say. That's what he said, right? He said. Yeah.
Not one letter, not one dot. Is here, man.
Wow.
And then you get the deep dive, and now you talking about some. Man, what we doing, bro?
What we doing here, man?
What we doing, bro?
Wow.
Yeah. And so what do you think about the different levels that he talked about? I mean, we've experienced those people, right? On all three of those levels.
Yeah, exactly.
He's
All
like,
three of them.
yeah, at the beginner level, you just don't know what is going on. You get more advanced, you still don't know what's going on, but you just regurgitate what's being said. Then when you get up there, you get advanced, you're like, nah, this is not.
What's crazy about it is, I'm glad you showed it. You showed the clip of Yasser Qadi when he was in front of a Christian audience.
Yep.
Telling, and guys, I don't know if you guys saw it, but it looked like maybe some type of conference that James White was at, and so there's an audience there. There's a live audience.
Actually, at a church. It was actually
at a church. So it's at a church. You got an audience there where Yasser Qadi is telling the Christian audience and James White that there's one standard Quran all across the world. It's exactly the same. There are no variants. There's no variant Qurans in front of the Christian audience.
Yep.
But then later on, we catch him saying, yes, there's different variants. Yes, this topic is difficult, that it will even cause doubt. It caused doubt to even one of the companions of Muhammad, who he said you should learn the Quran from. It's that dangerous of a subject.
Exactly.
That's deep, man.
That's deep. Right. And so this, and by the way, that interview was deleted. Muslims deleted that interview.
Yeah.
Because of the damage that was causing. So this is how it first started. Muhammad Hijab had him on his channel, Yasser Qadi on his channel. They did the interview. All of a sudden, comment section gets disabled. And then the video gets edited. That part of that video that where they did that specific part, like a half hour or so on this topic, that got edited out. Eventually, the whole thing just got deleted.
Yeah, that's crazy. Make sure you guys are taking notes on this, man, because this is rewatch value. Make sure that you're taking notes, because remember, we're not just here doing this just for the fun of it. We are here equipping. We're equipping and sharpening ourselves and you so that you can go out in the field and share this information, because too many people are going out having conversations with Muslims and are not equipped to engage them on such stuff and catch them in these little lies that they just regurgitate, from people they've heard and stuff like that. So make sure you got your notebooks out, you're writing notes, rewind if you have to, and make sure you're getting every word that Jai presents and the sources, scholar names, page numbers, get it all so that you're ready. When they say, where you got this from, you can quote. All right. So that's what we're doing. Let's get it, man.
100%. By the way, like I said, I'm gonna give these slides to God Logic and to Life as well. Anyone who wants to, you guys can take screenshots. You guys can use it. Whatever you do, just don't sell it. Just don't sell it.
Don't sell it for a small price, man.
Hey, man, this thing going like hotcakes, John.
Why are you talking like you from Texas or something?
Man, I just told you I just woke up, bro.
So when you wake up, you get more soul in you. I got it.
I got that deep voice, man.
I appreciate all the new subs coming in too. I see it is going up, like I think since I came on, it came up like 200 subs. Like
that's incredible.
So thank you all so much for the support. God bless you all.
You're over 1,000 already. That's dope.
Yeah,
everybody subscribe to Jai and DOC. The links are in the comment section. I forgot to put the link in the description in this video, but I'm gonna do that in a second. But yeah, go ahead, Jai. I'm actually handle that. Go ahead and continue.
All right, so I want to go into Muslim scholars, the classic scholars, and modern scholars, as well as the Western scholars. So this is a quote here from a Western scholar. Muslims will call these guys Orientalists, and what they're saying, they're using that term to try to discredit them or make it sound like that these guys are just out to, they're Islamophobes. They're just trying to attack the religion. They're not really into the truth. Whatever they want to do, these guys present scholarship and they come to their own conclusions. So they poke holes in the Islamic narrative. And that's what Yasser Qadi was actually talking about. He was saying that these Western academics, that these guys are poking holes and they're using Muslim sources doing so. So here's a scholar. His name is Marijn van Putten, and he's a Dutch scholar. And he writes in his book on the language of the Quran, before he gets into discussing what is this classical language of Arabic? What is this language of the Quran? What language? How do we classify this language? He says, well, when we discuss what language of the Quran, what is that language? He says he said, I'll quote here, we should in turn ask ourselves, which Quran? Which Quran? So if you want to talk about the language of the Quran, you need to ask which Quran are you talking about? So this is it. And this is what Muslims lie about. They try to deceive you about. But here we are. We're trying to give you guys the information to equip you, like Logic said, to give you guys these sources so you can show them, no, actually, you're saying this, but your scholars say this, and other scholars say this outside of your tradition, but these guys are using your sources.
Wow. And who is that guy again? What's his name?
That's it's a Dutch name, so I always mess it up, but I think you pronounce it Marjane van Putten. Got it in the book here. But yeah, so that's his book. His book's called Quranic Arabic. By the way, it's available for free. You can go to they have it on Braille. You just download it and you can get it there if you're interested in the language of the Quran for whatever reason. But I just happened to read this part of it when I was going through his book, and I was like, yeah, I gotta use that.
That's great.
Yeah, so here is the hadith here about the Ahruf, about these different modes of the Quran. Now, before we get into this, I want to say that whenever we talk about this topic with Muslims, whenever we bring this topic up, the first thing that they usually do is they usually deny it. They say, no, there's no such thing as another Quran. There's no variant readings, none of that. Then when you present them with evidence, they go back, they do some research, or they just Google it, whatever it is that they do, and they come back to you and say, actually, no. These were revealed to Muhammad because of this hadith right here. So actually, when you hear a Muslim doing that and they're trying to say that the readings that they have today are these Ahruf that the hadith mentions, their scholars say otherwise. Their scholars say that they're not the same thing. And I'm going to get into that in more detail, but that's just a side note, just so people, in case you've heard that before, you can call a Muslim out and say, actually, these modern variant readings that you have today, they're not the same thing as the Ahruf, not the same thing. So that's what Muslims try to say, but it's not true. Their scholars say that's not the case.
Hold on, John. We got a jizya payment right here by a Muslim.
You frozen. You frozen, Logic.
I'm frozen.
Yeah, your camera might have died or something.
No, we good. I'm right here. Well,
whatever.
Is that me?
Oh, okay. Never mind. No, that's me. I got something up. Never mind.
Yeah, it's you. Your camera corrupted. So you got Latif here who paid the jizya, ladies and gentlemen. He says, this is a joke. The Prophet revealed the Quran in 7 different qira'at.
Oh, and he made a mistake. That's the mistake. I was just talking about that mistake.
And then you have differences of vowels, John. Come on.
Wow.
Not the same as mistakes in the Bible. So this is what we're doing here, my friend. You can come up. The link is right there. It's pinned in the comment section.
Come teach us, Aki.
You can come and you can refute everything that Jai is saying and presenting here. If he is a liar, go ahead and come and cook him. Please come cook him. All right. So yeah, thanks for the jizya payment, though. We don't want to mislead anybody, so come on up and share the truth in front of 1,500 people. All right, continue. Go ahead, Jai.
All right. So let's interact with that comment that he made real quick, because it actually relates to this hadith right here. Actually, I didn't see this comment, but this is exactly what I was warning people against. That when Muslims say that these different readings of the Quran, the qira'at that we have today, that these are the same thing as the Ahruf, you can direct them to their scholars who say, and this is not me saying it, their scholars say it's only the ignorant masses who confuse those two things. So we're not calling you that, Latif, but that's what your scholars say. They say that, yeah. And we'll get into why Muslims make that mistake. And it's an easy mistake to make if you just have a couple basic things, but when you get a little deeper into it, you see, oh no, they're not the same thing, and here's why. But we'll get into it. So this is the hadith here, and there's about 20 different versions of this hadith, believe it or not. And sometimes you have different characters mentioned. Like this one, it has Omar and Hisham. Other ones you have like Ubay, like the one that Yasser Qadi referenced.
Yeah.
Well, Muslims accept them, and they say, oh no, these just happen at different times. But what, Western scholars will probably be like, just be like, or scholars outside of the Islamic tradition will probably say that maybe there was an event, something like this, but they didn't know who it was. So they attributed it to these people on this time and other people another time. But it wasn't like 50 different events or 20 different events, like how you have it presented in the sources, 20 different times. So here's how the story goes. You have Omar and Hisham reciting. He's hearing Hisham reciting Surah Al-Furqan. He's hearing him recite this chapter of the Quran, and it's different than how Omar learned it from Muhammad. So it says that he caught him by his cloak at the neck, like he grabbed him up, like he choked him, and he brought him to Muhammad. And he said to him, I heard this man, Hisham, I heard him reciting Surah Al-Furqan in a different manner from that which you taught me to recite it. So Muhammad said, all right, let's solve it then. So he said, okay, recite it. And then he recited it. Hisham recited it. And then he said to Omar, okay, now you recite it. And then he recited it. And then Muhammad said, that's how it was revealed. Both times, in both ways. And so then he ends it by saying that the Quran was revealed in 7 ahruf, 7 modes. Okay. So this is the hadith that Yasser Qali was talking about when Ubay heard this caused him doubt. This is it right here. I could only find it in Arabic, but I have the key translation part on the top. Yeah. It goes a little bit further in the Arabic. It doesn't just say he had doubt in his heart, but it also says he has denial as well. So when he heard about this, that there's different Qurans, it says that he had doubt and denial in his heart. Wow. And he said that this is so much worse than I ever had before I even was a Muslim.
Yeah.
Like we mentioned earlier, this is one of the guys. This is like the master of the Quran.
Yeah.
He's the go-to guy, right?
Wow.
And so then you have another hadith here saying it was revealed in 3 ahruf. Okay, so just more confusing. We won't get too deep into it. You go to different Muslim scholars and they explain this in different ways, but usually what you'll hear from Muslims is that this is just a tribal thing. There's different Arabic dialects, that different tribes have different dialects. And so that's why you have the Quran in these different ways, because they spoke a little differently. So a modern Islamic scholar, Yassin Dutton, he's quoting a more classical Islamic scholar, Ibn Jazari, and said that this tribal explanation doesn't work. Doesn't make sense. Why? Because Omar and Hisham disagreed about the same chapter, but they're both from Quraysh. So they disagreed about it, but they were both from the same tribe. Therefore, they spoke the same dialect. So whatever the difference between Ahruf was, it wasn't dialect differences. So there's something deeper into it. Because they're from the same tribe, they spoke the same dialect. And when you have Muslim scholars asking questions about this hadith, I have one scholar here from Saudi Arabia. His name is Abdul Aziz Al-Qari. And he said that he spent more than 10 years asking questions about this hadith. More than 10 years. And then he went to one of their master teachers. He's Sheikh Ash-Shankiti.
Yeah.
And he said to him, what conclusion did you come to based on this hadith? And he said, I quote here in the bottom, the conclusion I have reached is that I do not know what it means.
Wow. 10 years, huh?
10 years. And then he went to his master, his teacher. He doesn't know. He's like, I don't know. That's my conclusion. I don't know.
Wow.
And so, Islam Q&A addresses this, and they say that the scholars mentioned nearly 40 different opinions concerning this matter.
That's a consensus.
40 different opinions.
And this is 40 different opinions on the 7 different readings, right?
The 7 ahruf, yeah. Whatever ahruf means, that they have 4 different opinions on what that means. Yep.
So simple.
Now check this out. Check out this clip here from Yasser Qadi. Listen to this. Check this out.
What is the ahruf and what is the relationship of the qira'at with the ahruf? Yes. Now, this is one of the most complicated and dense questions that ulama have written about. As-Suyuti lists 40 opinions in Al-Itqan, right? Ash-Shawkani also lists them. The teacher of our teachers, Sheikh Shanqiti, the one who wrote Adwa al-Bayan, right? He was asked, what is your opinion about the ahruf? And he said, my opinion about the Ahruf is that I don't have an opinion. This is a Shanqiti. He's so confused.
So confused.
Smart man. Smart man. My opinion is I don't have an opinion. MashaAllah.
That's it, man. That's it.
Wow.
And so when it comes to Western scholarship on this topic, like when I say Western scholarship, I just mean scholars that are outside of the Islamic tradition. They're just kind of looking in from the outside and they're trying, or actually, you know what? You can have Western scholars that are Muslims as well, but they use different methods to critique or to accept Islamic things. So it says Western scholarship. This is Shadi Nasser here. In regards to this hadith about the 7 ahruf, they're trying to figure out what does it mean. It says that they didn't actually devote much attention to it, but one of the famous, Western scholars on this topic, Noldeke, said that he basically chalked it up to saying that Muhammad had a hard time remembering what he said, so he would just say it in different ways.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like that's how they take it. So Muslims will say that, okay, Gabriel came and Gabriel recited it to him in all these different ways. Looking at it from the outside, these scholars are saying, well, it looks like he just forgot what he said, and then he would just say it in a different way. And then he would say, okay, yeah, that's all the Quran. That's how it's revealed. He's just kind of being forgetful.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. See, because that was my initial issue with the claim of 7 different readings. So I'm like, did Muhammad recite the Quran 7 times over? Every verse over? Like, I'm confused. What do you mean 7 different readings? Like, it was revealed to him that many times? Like, what's going on?
Exactly.
Wow. So this guy right here, how do you say this? No deck?
Oh yeah. Noldeke is one. I think that's how you pronounce it. These are like German. A lot of these guys are like German or Dutch. They have like these. I'm not sure familiar with their names, but the guy who's writing about this, his Shadi Nasser. I'm not sure if he's a Muslim or not, but he's really good on these topics. I recommend his works.
And who is he academically?
He Shadi Nasser academically, he's a professor at Harvard, and he teaches Islamic studies. He teaches in the Near Eastern department, so he's got this topic of anything you want to know about preservation or canonization of the Quran. He's one of the go-to guys. So he's good.
And who made this statement here?
That's Shadi Nasser. Yeah, Shadi Nasser saying that.
Shadi, how do you spell that?
That is Shadi it's like shady, like SHADY, and then Nasser is NASSER. So now he has books on this topic, but they're like crazy expensive because it's like they're made for like libraries, and so they want to up the price so the libraries pay a lot for them. But you can access them through a library or something like that if you don't want to spend crazy money on them. But his book it's really good on these topics. And so he has this chart here that we're going to kind of go down, and then we're going to get into examples of these variants and differences. I kind of was, when I was creating these slides, I was thinking like, what's a systematic way to go about this? And I was like, well, I don't need to reinvent the wheel. I can just kind of use these things that people have done before, but then kind of mix them together with other information. And this is how I felt would be like a good kind of overview of the Quran, preservation, variants, and things like that. So it goes into these, by the way, if we have Muslims, are they like typing in the private chat or anything? Do they?
Yeah. They talking mess, man. They ready to get at you.
They ready to come? All right,
they piling in, man.
Yeah, why don't we take some Muslims then, and let's see what they have to say, and
all right,
then we'll come back.
For sure. So all right. So I'm gonna bring you up in your order that you've come in. Mu'awth ibn Jabal, you are first. I need you to show your camera so that I know that you're a real person and not a troll. So show your camera. Everybody that's gonna come up or try to come up, I need you to show your camera so I can see your face, so that I know that you're a real person and not a troll. So if you do not show your camera within the next 30 seconds, you'll be removed. All right, Tox, I see you. Thank you so much. Just waiting for you, Ibn Jabal. Doesn't take a minute. HD Movie Net, I need to see your camera as well. King Cobra, I need to see your camera.
Well, bro, I just want to say we're up to 1,400 right now on the subs.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Yeah, let's get to 2,000, man. Let's get Jai DOC to 2,000 subscribers, man. It's like literally should be easy.
Yeah, man, we got lots of people. So just in case you guys didn't hear the beginning, what happened was the channel that we were doing live streams on, we had all these videos on, like I think it's like 600 plus videos, maybe like thousands of hours of live streams. Unfortunately, Muslims did some false copyright strikes, so we think we might have a chance to get it back. But in case we don't, we have a backup channel, and we want to get it up, let people know where we're at. So if you guys want to subscribe, it's Jai and DOC. DOC is Daughter of Christ, and you might hear her come up on the stream. I don't know if Muslims want to come up and talk about Arabic, this or that. We might have to bring Daughter of Christ in too, but we can address them. But yeah, if you guys could subscribe, we really appreciate that. These are new channels, so we lost a lot of subscribers, of course, from the old channel. But yeah,
for sure. All right, so Ibn Jabal, can you put a thumbs up for me? Ibn Jabal, put a thumbs up for me in the camera. Do it again because I couldn't see. You had a glitch. Put a thumbs up for me in the camera. All right. All right, come on up. I'm gonna bring you on up. Welcome.
Hi. Well, first of all, a lot of lies have been said, and let me make it very clear. I have no intention to speak with Jay because he's a filth Arab. I have no.
Are you a clean Arab, or what are you?
No intention. So I will speak directly with you. First of all,
wait, hold on, bro. So this is how this is going to go. All right. Some points have been presented. Do you want to say anything towards the points that was said? And if so, the person that's going to respond to you is going to be the filthy Arab here, Jai.
Boom.
Right?
And can we remind him that his prophet was Arab? I mean,
I don't know. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he wasn't speaking Arabic.
Maybe not.
That's who you talking to, man.
So you don't want to respond. You don't want to respond yourself, right?
No. I relinquish.
Why is the one presenting all of this evidence?
I relinquished this time.
You still didn't memorize the lies, right?
Ibn Jabal, I relinquished. If you're saying that lies were presented, then address the person who was
just talking the most. Right. Like 90% of this stream has been Jai talking.
Yeah.
He's
the one who you're claiming is a liar. You need to address him.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. First of all, Assalamu alaikum min ittaba al-huda, and not every one of you. I have no intention to say salam for everyone.
Why not?
Why? Because you have made it very clear that you don't respect my religion, so I don't respect you. That's clear. Maybe I would have respect another one that's have nothing to do with Christians. I can respect other Christians or other non-Muslims.
No, you can't. Your God says not to. But I appreciate you for being a real Muslim. Like, I actually respect that. I respect the fact that you are.
I don't respect you because you don't respect me.
I do respect you. I just don't respect Muhammad or your Allah. That's all.
No, you don't. No, that's me. You don't respect me.
Your Allah and Muhammad.
That's the. When you don't respect my beliefs, and actually it's stupid. Because you are disrespecting your God, because God.
Yo, you see what this guy's doing, bro?
Yeah,
he's just
so anyway, let's go to the topic.
Divert,
insults, complaints, cries. Do you have a point that you need to make, or can I move on?
Yeah, absolutely. You are not letting me speak. For sure, I have.
Yeah, we're letting you speak. Go ahead and get it out, man. Refute this dirty Arab here that you call a dirty Arab. Refute him.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I will start with the Quran, then I will go to the Bible because there is like a million difference. So it would be.
We're gonna do one point at a time. So, what is the point that you want to address that Jai raised? That was a lie. What did he lie about?
Okay, let's start with this. When we Muslims say that the Quran is preserved letter for letter, word for word, and we mean it, and we will always say it, because it's from the start. When you say, for example, Mashaf of Warsh or Hafs, Warsh from the start was the same as now, so it's preserved 100%. When you say Hafs, it's the same thing. And there is 7 or 10 qira'at, and there is another shawad, which means that there are very few qira'at that have never been used as authentic, so those will never be in take. But the 10 qira'at, they are famous now, and all have been used. They are preserved from the start, and all of them was revealed to the Prophet. And why? How I can prove that? Okay, I will give you the hadith. I think you have already presented that hadith, but I will give it again, because you can present the same argument but be disingenuous about it. So let me bring the hadith of the Prophet Muhammad talking to the angel, talking about Jibreel giving him the 7 Ahruf.
Okay, so before you continue, while you look for that reference, do you think that the Ahruf are the qira'at? Do you think that?
The Ahruf and the qira'at, there is 2 arguments about it. There is who say that the qira'at and the Ahruf are the same thing, and this is most of them saying that.
Most of them are the same thing?
Yeah, most of them say that the qira'at and the Ahruf are the same. The other what they say that from the Ahruf, one harf have many qira'at, and it's about the dialect. So there is 2.
It is about dialect.
It's the most of the same, like most of the scholars say. And by the way, you never quoted one single scholar. Yasir Qadi is not scholar. Muhammad Hijab is not scholar. Yasir Qadi is not scholar. You have never quoted any scholar.
You didn't quote a single scholar, man. I agree.
Have you quoted Ibn al-Baz? Have you quoted al-Uthaymin? Have you quoted?
Did you see me quote Ashanqiti? Is he a scholar?
Shanqiti is not in the degree of those.
Did I quote Ibn Jazari?
Did I quote Ibn Jazari? Yasir Qadi, and you focused about Yasir Qadi, and he's not in any way or shape or form a scholar.
Did I quote Ibn Jazari?
Yasir Qadi, you focused 70% of your talk was.
Well, he asked you a very direct question.
He's not an Arab.
Hey, Jai, go ahead and ask him one more time. Maybe he'll answer it this time.
Yeah. Did I quote Ibn Jazari?
I didn't hear all your field, so
how are you coming up and you're saying?
I didn't watch all what you have.
Interesting.
So I quoted Ibn Jazari saying, refuting what you just said. Actually, Ibn Jazari, I can put it back up on the screen.
Yeah. If you want.
He refutes just what you just said now.
That
when you say that the Ahruf are just dialects.
No. Let me present my.
Hold on a second.
No. I will not hold on with you.
Yeah. You hold on.
You already.
Yeah, you're gonna hold on. You're gonna be muzzled. You're gonna hold on and know your place. You're the Demi on this channel, boy. So, go ahead, Jai. What did you say?
So, look,
so
when we go to his,
I'm gonna mute you because you're not gonna overtalk the dirty Arab. The dirty Arab has rights over you. Go ahead, Jai.
All right. By the way, I'm gonna refute everything that he said, but I'll let.
I didn't present my argument. How we can refute?
Okay, now you're going to be shutting up. We're gonna bring you up when I feel like bringing you up. I might put somebody else in front of you if I feel like it. Go ahead, Jai.
All right. So it sounds to me like he knows Arabic. So I want to put something on the screen here real quick. And maybe he can come back and read this. I don't know. I don't think he will. He doesn't sound like he's being cooperative. But I have a book here. Let me see. Okay, good. I have a book here, and this is from As-Suyuti. And what he quotes here, he quotes a scholar saying that people who confuse, I'm just going to tell you what he's saying here, that people who confuse the 7 qira'at with the hadith about the 7 ahruf, he says that this is the people of ignorance. These are for the ignoramuses. So what he just said, the 2 points that he just said, he said that they say either one of 2 things. He said that they say that it's dialects, or they also say that these are the same thing. Well, when we look at it, and we look at what his scholars say, they say no, these are the ignorant Muslims who say that these are the same thing. And we didn't get into the reasons for that yet, but we can get into it.
Yeah. Now, so I'm gonna let them back up, but I want everybody to know. No, keep that up, Jai.
Oh, you want that up? Okay,
yeah, because we're gonna have him read it, and we're gonna have him admit to what it says. We're gonna just gonna have him read it. So I just want everybody to notice what is happening. Notice Jai presented points, quoted scholars, brought quotes and sources, showed it on the screen for everyone to see. This Jahil, this ignoramus, came up on the stage. The first thing that he does is insult Jai by calling him a dirty Arab and saying, I will not speak to the dirty Arab. I'm only going to speak to you, host.
Wow.
That's what he did when he first came up. Full of emotions, full of anger, with no arguments, has yet to make an argument. So
and he doesn't want to speak with the person making the actual argument.
Doesn't want to speak with the person who quoted the stuff in Arabic, who can say the names, but he wants to talk to me. You know, look, Jai can pass it to me if he wants, but this ain't my time right now. My time has not yet come. Okay.
And I want to say this too. This popped up. I was gonna wait. Because I'm a mod here. It just popped straight up. But I was gonna say, hey man, you gotta put some respect on Yasser Qadhi's name, man. You can't just take scholarship from people when you guys feel like it. This man is a scholar, bro. You can't just come up here. Yasser Qadhi is not a scholar. Dude, all over the internet, he's quoted as a scholar. It's literally the first thing that pops up when you search up this man. So Muslims can't just come up here and just say people aren't a scholar. And then to see, like what Jai said earlier, all they are about is spreading doubt. That's it. I'm going to come up here, I'm going to say something, and I'm not going to fact check it. I'm going to just say it. So all of the Muslims that are in here listening that heard him say Yasser Qadhi is not a scholar, doesn't really care to fact check it. Now all of a sudden Yasser Qadhi is just thrown out. Nothing that he says matters anymore. Why? Because he's not a scholar. In fact, he is a scholar. So stop coming up here lying and not knowing what you're talking about. Muslims, you got to stop doing that. The first thing you come up here is denounce everything a person said, and then you don't even substantiate any of that.
All right.
Go ahead, Jai.
Yeah, so come on up, man. We're going to have you read this, and I want you to read it proud and loud, all right? Don't come up insulting. The only thing that you need to do is read this. Just read, man. That's what's all we do, Jai? What's the only thing we do here?
We just read. That's all we
just
do.
read. So we
remember his claim. Remember his claim.
That's all we do,
majority
man.
of them believe. The majority of them believe. The majority of scholars believe that the.
I mean, you are bringing me up, but he.
All right.
Did not speak, right?
So go ahead and read. Read.
You told me to present an argument. I'm gonna read my argument.
Go ahead and read this.
So basically, you want me to read what you want, and you want me to present
I want you to
my
read
argument.
it because you said he didn't quote scholars. You said he didn't quote scholars. So please read.
No, I'm going to quote scholars.
Yalla, go ahead, just read it.
No, I'm reading my argument.
No, you're a coward. You're a coward. You're a coward.
I just sent also the link. I just sent it.
You're a coward. You're a coward.
So you don't want me to speak my argument, right?
Read.
You want to lie to people.
Read. We need Jabril in here, bro. I think we need Jabril in here.
Ikra.
Gotta do the central. Hey, hit the central on him, Avery. Hit the central.
Ikra.
Ikra.
Ikra. Go. Aki, go. Ikra. Yalla. Ikra.
Okay. I sent the link. I sent the link.
Khalas Aki, Ikra.
I'm gonna read from my link that I sent. So
Aki, khalas. Aki, khalas. Ikra.
You want me to read your argument or my argument?
Read this. Read this first.
No. I read my argument.
No. Read this.
He gotta go. Yeah, he gotta go.
Dirt scum. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're a coward. And so this is what it is, guys. Because I don't really have time for this. Because I think that what you guys are doing, you guys have a plan to maybe halt and waste time so that we can't present as much facts as we can. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna waste any more time. When you come up here, when you guys come on the stage, you're going to come up, present the argument, and you're gonna deal with what is on the panel. You're gonna deal with what is on the stage. If not, you're out of here. You're not wasting my time, Jai's time, or life's time, or the time of 2,000 people. But I do appreciate I do appreciate you showing the real Islam. I do. This is the only reason why dogs like that get as much time on my panel as they do, because I get to display how real Muslims are. Not the cotton candy Skittle Muslims that are friends with Christians and Jews and buddy. And no, those are the bad apples. That what we just saw is an example of a good Muslim. That was a good Muslim.
That's right.
Yup.
Okay.
What you say, Dawa mean, Jai?
Yeah, exactly. Deception.
That's all he wanted to read. Let me read the deception, man. That's it. I don't want to read. I don't want to read my demise. I want to read the deception.
Exactly.
All right. So HD Movie Net, you're up next. So please come up, address an argument that was presented. Do not waste my time, or you're going to be gone. HD Movie Net, you're up.
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Oh, what you're doing? Hey, God Logic, you can hear me?
We can hear you just fine, bro.
Okay, nice. Give me a minute, please.
All right.
Okay, guys. Hey, just to be honest, Logic, you know, always watching you. I've seen you have debated many guys like I am the Warner, Sheikh Odman, all those guys, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're doing what you're doing, but I'm a Muslim, you know, and I got respect for you for sure. But I want to talk about you about some facts, real facts. Not only push me in the corner and start telling me judge this and judge that. You know, if you're really that smart, you have to do that first about the Bible, and you will know how many contradictions there are in there and things that doesn't make sense. So, you know, and the Quran is something very powerful. You have nothing against it, so you're always going to need the Hadith to break the Muslims to look bad. And some lot of people, they don't know what you're talking about, so they get scared, and they, you know. So, but I know what the reality is, and therefore I want to talk about you. If you give me 5 minutes, I think I'm good with what I got to say. So, in the end of the day,
5 more minutes.
Well, what you say, Jay?
You need 5 more minutes?
Yeah, just 5 minutes, and I want to talk. So you know, I want to hear your reply as well, especially you, Jay, because I think you're a Christian as well, and you're talking all the time down on Islam and about Quran. There are many Qurans, but let me tell you something. There is one Quran. If you choose one word in the Quran, if you say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, if you say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, we know that Kim is not right. And so we know all the Quran from Fatiha to last Surah Nas. So we cannot change that. The Quran in every like country we recite the same Quran. So you cannot mess with the Quran. Thus you can say Hatun have 37 Qurans and stuff, but there's not if she have said 37 Qurans, we can tell you which one is the real one, and all the other ones are not real. So you see,
one second, HD, 1 second, because I want to make sure everybody understands what you just said. So, guys, HD was pretty clear that there is one Quran, it cannot be changed, and you know the Quran has a set way of saying its words, and if there's any word that's different, it's wrong, right? Exactly. It's wrong. That would not be the real Quran. It would be wrong. So this is what we're here talking about. John, did you want to say something to that?
Yeah, man, I do. Actually, you know what? I got a friend here that actually wants to say something. Can we put him on the screen real quick?
Yeah, we can put him on the screen.
He wants to say something, man. He wants to talk. He wants to say something.
Well, let's let him hear, man. Let's hear him.
All right. So to be clear, he just said that the Quran is the same all over the world. There's no differences. Let's listen to what the Sheikh says. Check it out.
If you were to compare two printed Qurans, you're going to see differences between them.
Oh, he said what? You are going to see differences between them?
Wait, I didn't hear that. Play that back.
Let me play that back.
Yeah.
If you were to printed Qurans, you're going to see differences between them.
Wait, hold on. I got something. A little. It cuts a little deeper. Check this out. Listen to this. Haytham Siddiqui again. Another Muslim scholar. Check this out.
children.
Many people, maybe most, I don't know, many Muslims grow up not knowing anything outside of the Hafs tradition. And they don't get exposed to the idea that there are other reading traditions and that there are Quranic variants and that all sort of this whole system framework that I discussed. And it might be surprising to some people, but and unfortunately, actually, so I have heard some preachers that do say that there's only, you know, one reading or one Quran or something like that. And you know, if I were to be very generous, I would say that falls under the umbrella of like lies to children, if that makes sense. So lies to children, lies to children.
He's
Lies to children?
Those are Muslim scholars.
Wow.
Listen, bro, Jay.
He said what you just presented. What you just presented.
The sheikh, what he said, I don't know his full speech. What he say about those Quran? What does he mean? But I can guarantee you, and all Muslims know that there is one Quran and you cannot change it. Even if you try to change that, Jay, it's impossible because
listen to what your Muslim scholar just said.
They learn Quran, brother. They learn that from childhood. They always learn Quran in school. Yes.
HC, we're not disputing that that's what you learned from Quran school. But what we're saying is, like what this Muslim scholar Hatem Sidki just said, that what you're learning are lies to children. The thing that you really believe that there's only one Quran and there's no variants, this is a lie to children. Now, we'll get into examples. Let's get into examples of that.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're going to show you printed versions of the Quran where they differ from each other. Okay?
This is new. This is impossible. Like I said before, you cannot do that, brother. You cannot do that. If you try to change the Quran, we all Muslims can agree. If maybe the Sheikh said that he's gonna be wrong and gonna have to face that, we're gonna face him and say, Sheikh, what you're saying, there are many Qurans. There is one Quran, brother. There is one Quran, and maybe in different, they're translated in different languages. All right, but there is one Quran. You cannot change a word. It's not like the Bible. Bible, you got the Old Testament, New, the King James version, all these versions, you know. But and even the Bible is written in English, and therefore it was in Hebrew and Greek. But the real language of Jesus was Aramaic, so there is no Bible in Aramaic. And the guys who wrote the Bible lived 60 years after Jesus, right? John, Luke, and those guys. Yes, Jay. Let's go.
Let's focus.
Yeah, but I applied this argument. I tell you, brother, I'm a Muslim. I can tell you straight up, there is one Quran. They cannot change a word in it. If you change a word, we all know.
I'm going to show you different Qurans now. Are you okay? Okay.
You can try that, brother, but I'm telling you. Yes.
All right.
I'm telling you, brother.
Okay, you can keep telling me that, but let's give you examples now. Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to go to chat. I want to open up to you right now. Can you read Arabic?
No, brother. I speak Arabic, but I don't read Arabic, brother. I'm just a regular Muslim guy. I believe in one God. He's all powerful, almighty. He created the heavens and the earth, you know. He made the day and the night. So that's who God is. He's something very powerful. Give me 1 minute. So you see, that's how we believe. Even people who don't believe in God, they say sometimes.
HD, look. It was a simple question. If you speak Arabic, it's okay.
Yeah.
So
I told him I speak, but I don't read, brother. I'm from Belgium, by the way. I was born here, so yeah.
No worries.
Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
All right. So I'm gonna show you a difference. I'm gonna show you a difference now. I'm gonna go to chapter Quran. You can open up your Quran, chapter 12. Okay, go to chapter 12 of the Quran, Surah Yusuf, and verse 90. And I'm gonna show it on the screen here. Okay, I'm gonna show it on the screen here. All right. So chapter 12, verse 90. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let me know when you have it. Let me know when you had it open, and we'll read it together.
I don't read Quran, brother, but you can make your point. I'm listening to you. But give me something. You know what? Give me. You said there are different Qurans, so give me one surah, and that's got two meanings. You know, you say they're different. So bring that up. Bring the surah up that it's different from another surah. It's impossible. It's like music. We recognize it very fast.
Okay, so in this verse here, let's pull up an English translation too. Maybe God, you can pull up the English one. So 12 verse 90.
Yeah.
In this version here, this is the version that you probably have in your translation. in whatever language you read it in Dutch, or you read it in French, whatever translation you read it in. Chapter 12, verse 90. This word, there's a word here, a'innaka. So the brothers of Joseph are, you know the story of Joseph, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, when his brothers came to find out his position, his new position in Egypt, and who he is, they came to him, and it says that they came to him. And in this reading of the Quran, it says a'innaka. It says, are you Joseph? Are you sure? Are you really Joseph? Is that really you?
Yeah,
Are you really Joseph? And then we go down, and we read other versions of the Quran, like you can see here. If you go to the version of Ibn Kathir, the reading of Ibn Kathir, Al-Bazi, it says innaka. So it goes from saying, are you really Joseph? Is that really you? To now it's saying, you are really Joseph. For sure, that's really Joseph. So one of them is expressing doubt.
Right.
It's suspicion. It's saying,
Yes.
is that really him? Is that really you? But the
So
other
let
one
me
is
explain
saying,
you. Let me
hold on.
explain you, brother Jay. So you mentioned that there are two meanings in that verse about the story of Jacob. Let me tell you
Joseph.
something. There are many guys who know the Quran ulama, and as soon as if you read that verse and then there is another verse, they're gonna tell you exactly which is the real verse and which one is the corrupted verse. Very
Oh,
easy because they know that, brother. You see, it's not like in Saudi Arabia they're gonna read it in this verse, and then in Pakistan they're gonna read it in that verse. No,
Yes,
they know that if there is one, if there is a false in Pakistan, they will recognize it, and in Saudi Arabia they will recognize it. So there can never be two verses, brother. There's one mistake and one real in the end of the day.
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm telling you, if it was possible.
I like how honest you're being, HD. So, but let's break
Yeah,
down
brother.
what you said.
Because I care about you guys. I care about real. I'm just a human being. You see, brother, I'm not.
Of course. Just give me 1 second because I want to make sure we unpack what you just said. Okay, so Jai, you want to unpack what he just said because it was really important what he just said.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, what you said was, no matter where you go to Pakistan, you go there, that they're going to be reciting the same exact Quran, and he said they'll be able to tell you. The scholars are going to be able to tell you which one is real and which one is fake. So you think that one of these versions that I'm reading, whether innaka or innaka, you think that one of those is the real one and one of those is fake. That's what you think.
Exactly.
But your scholars don't say that though. Your scholars say that these are all revealed from Allah.
No, brother. We have a chain. We have the Quran that is more than 1,000 years of old. We have those Quran, and they are still exactly the same like we're reading today. You see, brother. So they try to.
They're not the same.
Even if we throw the Quran away, brother, we can bring it back because they know that from memory, word for word, letter for letter, harf for harf, like they say. You see, brother.
No.
They will always bring the exact. In the exact shape and form, everything they will bring it back because you cannot change it, brother. We know that from our heart. You can claim there are 40 Qurans and stuff, but that ain't gonna work. We will always tell you which one the Quran is exactly the real one. It's not like the Bible. In the Bible, you can change every year. But Quran, brother, no single letter.
HD, hold on.
Go ahead, bro.
You're not aware of what the scholars say. I played to you the scholars. I gave you their own voices, so you don't have to trust my word. Your scholars hold on, let me talk. You're the one saying that the scholars say something different. I'm giving you evidence of what the scholars say. I played their voices. The scholars said that what you just said is just what they say to children. These are lies to children. These are not true. It's not true that there's only one version.
Facts, bro. Those are facts. I'm studying religion, brother. Those are facts.
Relax.
Yeah,
the scholars said that. I didn't say that. The scholars said that. So these scholars, the ulama that you're talking about, are saying these points that I'm making and God Logic is making.
Maybe, but he's gonna have to take responsibility if that is really what he say and he mean. We go have. I don't think he's gonna do it. If he's real Muslim, real scholar, he knows that the Quran. He cannot change the letter.
Let me show you again. Let me show you again.
I heard him.
Yeah, well, let's play it for the people in the back. Maybe they didn't hear him. Let's play it one time for the people in the back. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Yeah, but it's very short. You know, it's out of context. We don't know the whole.
It's not out of context, brother. It's the whole discussion, and that's their whole thing on it, man. Listen to them. Listen.
Listen again. Listen
carefully.
Listen carefully.
Children. Many people, maybe most, I don't know, many Muslims grow up not knowing anything outside of the Hafs tradition. And they don't get exposed to the idea that there are other reading traditions and that there are Quranic variants and that all sort of this whole system framework that I discussed. And it might be surprising to some people, but, and unfortunately, actually, so I have heard some preachers that do say that there's only, you know, one reading or one Quran or something like that. And, you know, if I were to be very generous, I would say that that falls under the umbrella of like lies to children, if that makes sense. So lies to children.
Bro, that's him saying that. We didn't say that.
Yeah, but he said it's lies to children.
Yeah.
We don't know the full conversation where it went, bro.
HD, you heard him say. HD, you heard him say the idea that there's only one version of the Quran. He's talking about that idea. That's what you believe.
Yeah, he said it. He says something
That's
like
what
this.
You believe, right?
But the guy is wrong. We almost can prove that, bro. You see, we almost want to debate the guy. There is impossible. Like I said, we have many old Qurans. You can look it up. You can search it. It's the same like 1,000 years ago. We have still the same practicing the same Quran, brother. This is just like Surah Al-Fatiha. You cannot change it, bro.
Listen.
Surah Baqarah, you cannot change it. People, they know it. Even
dude,
yes.
What's wrong?
HD, hold on,
yes,
bro. Hold on.
Okay, it's just you have. Look, I know that you're excited. You want to go on and on, but you try to. Let's have a conversation.
I'm telling you facts. I'm telling you facts. You cannot let me keep going with what you're telling. I'm telling you real facts. You made your point. I'm telling you real facts.
AJ, your mic is like, it's really like blasting, you know, so you gotta like let Jai get in and talk to you as well. Okay,
guys.
So HD, look, man, you look like a nice guy. I mean, we're trying to you said some nice words to God Logic when you came in, and we appreciate that, but you had to be honest. You have to be honest. Listen to what the scholar said. Listen to what the scholar said. You said go to the ulama. The scholars, that's who we went to, and that's what they say. So the scholars are the ones who are saying this. Again, that's not a Christian. That's a Muslim.
The guy is not a scholar. He's just I don't know.
He is a scholar.
I don't know who it is. I never see that guy before.
Okay, who's a scholar that you know? Who's the scholar that you know?
Mufti Menk, for example.
Dude, Mufti Menk, bro. All right. So if I can show you Mufti Menk talking about this topic, will you say it's true?
If Mufti Menk says there are more than one Quran and with different words, different meanings, they're not the same, it will be a shock for every Muslim in this world, even for me, for all the Islam. It will be a shock for Sheikh Uthman. God Logic, no Sheikh Uthman, you know? So it will be a shock for him as well. It will be a shock for me. It will be a shock for all of us Muslims. So yeah, if there are more than, like I said, we know we have it's narrated from so many years, the same Quran like we're all practicing today. So if they try to bring up one letter, they change that. We know that because we sing it, and if we sing it, we can hear that something is not right. So you see, bro. So we can. It's too hard to fake the Quran, brother. You can make the claims and this and that, but
let's go to the basic. Let's go to the basics then. So,
but Jay, can I ask you one question, please?
HG, wait. Let's go to the basics. You mentioned Al-Fatiha. Are you Moroccan by any chance?
Yes, that's right.
So good. So can you? Okay, you said you don't read Arabic, but I'll pull it up on the screen. I'll show it on the screen. I'll put it up on the screen, and then we can discuss it together. So we're gonna go over the Quran, chapter 1, verse 4, and I'm gonna show you how they say it in Morocco, and then how they say it in other parts of the Muslim world. Okay?
You say it the same, bro.
No, you don't say it the same.
Exactly the same, bro.
No, you don't say it the same.
You do. Do you want me to recite Surah Al-Fatiha? We all recite it the same. Huh?
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me present the screen. So hold on. All right. So do you know the difference between Malik and Malik?
Yeah, Malik can mean God, king. Excuse me, king.
Okay. So no, so how you recite the Quran in Morocco, maybe you don't have this tradition because you said you didn't grow up there, but in Morocco, how they recite this verse, they say Malik Yawmiddin.
That's right. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now the other Muslims say Malik Yawmiddin.
It's wait. Like I would say Malik Yawmiddin.
Okay.
Just like
okay.
I would say.
Okay.
It's too low of a bounty, bro. It's too low.
No. This is an important point. This is an important
Yeah.
point because
Can you
these are
repeat
two
that?
different words. These are two
Yeah,
different words.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Malik Yawmiddin
Yes.
and Malik Yawmiddin.
This is exactly the same.
No, it's not the same.
Repeat
Listen,
yourself.
Maliki
Yes.
and Malik.
We say Maliki.
No.
We say Maliki Yawmiddin. Bismillah. Maliki Yawmiddin. Maliki. Yeah, we say Maliki. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. This is part of the problem because if you knew like your own tradition as a Moroccan, and
Yeah, but it's a little bit of
you read the
brother.
Warsh, you read the Warsh in Morocco, you guys read the Warsh version of the Quran, and you don't say the same exact words as someone else would say, let's say in Egypt or in Syria. You guys have different Qurans. Look at the screen. These are all different Qurans on this bookshelf. All different Qurans.
But it's not possible. This is on this is who the guy who claimed that is not right because he claimed something that there is not a strong point or argument or something.
I'm not sure what else we can show you. We show you the
Those are
Quran.
books of Hadith, bro. You know.
Hey, Jai, let me ask him a question really quick. So HD. So going back to 1290, right?
Yes.
The first one that Jai showed you, where it says where they're asking, is it indeed? Are you indeed Joseph? Versus the other reading that says you are indeed Joseph, right? So those are two differences, right?
For example,
my question is,
like I said, exactly.
Which one is correct?
Like I said, there is exactly if you claim that there are two meanings in two different Quran, I can guarantee you there is one fake Quran and one real Quran. If that is the case, what you bring up in your part,
HD, that's what I'm asking. Which one is the real one?
Bro, I don't know the Quran from my head. I don't know the Quran, but I can tell you that there is one Quran gonna be real and the other one gonna be gonna be fake Quran.
Here's my question with this, HD, because I understand what you're saying. There's gonna be a real one. There's gonna be a fake one. There's only one real one. I got you.
You cannot change the letter. If you change the letter in the recitation, we know that.
Then it's changed. I got you. So here's my question to you, HD. How do you know then? How do you know that you're reading the real Quran and not the fake one?
Like I said, we learn that from childhood in school. Those kids, they learn that, and they will definitely tell you which one is right, which one is wrong, bro. You see, you cannot fool them. Maybe you can fool them.
Listen. The kids that grow up in Morocco or other places are learning the Quran differently than you. That's the point. They're growing up thinking that their Quran is the real one, when you grow up in Quran school thinking that your Quran is the real one. So how do you determine which one is the right one?
Bro, I will tell you which one is the right one. Okay? I'll tell you which one is the right one. If I go, example, I go to Speaker's Corner, right? And I'm going to start there reciting Surah Al-Fatiha. I'm going to start recite it there on the park. We're going to all recite it the same. If the other guys, they know much more surahs, they're going to all recite it the same. If one guy will quote one word, he will be corrected on it, you know. They will tell him he made a mistake and he will make the harf. Because sometimes it happens that some kid have to correct the imam or something for one letter. And they say, okay, you got it right. Because they know it from their heart, all the Quran, bro. So there is no different Qurans. If I'm gonna say this surah, he gonna say something else from the same surah. You know, it's impossible.
All right. Well, HD, thank you for sharing, bro. We're gonna get some more Muslim opinions up here to see what they think. I appreciate you coming up, man. You were respectful. I appreciate. Oh, Paul, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, before he leaves, if you don't mind, HD, do you mind opening Surah Al-Zaghraf, verse 19, please?
Oh, you think okay? Maybe
Well,
maybe Paul has the magic touch, Josh.
Okay.
maybe, I don't know. Actually, no, it's Salam al-Masih to all of you brothers. But I do think that he's
I can hear you guys.
ill-informed.
I can hear you. A lot of strange noises.
Okay, can you hear me? Surah Al-Zaghraf.
A little bit, guys. Can hear you level. A lot of strange noises, guys.
I'm sorry.
What
Am
number?
I audible,
chapter?
guys?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. HD, can you not hear us?
Yeah, but God logic.
I don't think
Just
you
to
can
be honest, and Jay, to be honest, I would like to have another time a debate with you guys, and I would like to debate on Christianity itself, the fundamentals of it. How Jesus
But
is
before
God
you
and stuff,
go,
and
can
the
we
Trinity.
just get this through, please?
Yeah,
Surah
what
Al-Zaghraf
chapter number is that, Paul?
Okay,
is that
guys.
43?
Okay.
I think it's 43.
I will leave you guys. I will have great days, guys. And yeah, it was nice to talk with you. To be honest, and like I said, I wish to have another time a debate with you guys to debate on Jesus, who he really was. So we need to know, because there's the main difference in our Abrahamic religion. Guys.
Take care, brother. All right, yeah, Paul. I don't think he was able to hear us on the last part, but did you still want to bring it up?
I do, yeah. Hopefully he's watching.
All right, so 43.
19.
43:19. All right.
I like this one because this is not just one letter.
Yeah, I mean, I know where you're going with it. I have examples, but the problem is the guy didn't know how to read Arabic. So when I read him something earlier, he just said, "Oh, one of them might be correct, the other one's wrong."
Mm-hmm.
So he acknowledges that these are different, saying two different things, but he's not able to determine which one is the right one. Yeah, it's really sad, man, because it's like when they're at that. Like when they're at a certain level, like Yasser Qadhi said, like remember he said the beginning level, that's what we were just dealing with. So there's only so much we can do to present. I mean, we showed him scholars saying what we're saying. We showed him the Qurans. We read them to him, and he's not accepting any of these things. So there's only so much you can do. You present the information, and you just leave it with them and God. Honestly, that's what you do. And that's why God Logic said, "All right, let's move on," because he was disconnecting anyway, bad connection, so it kind of worked out. But that's how you have to deal with when they're at that level.
Yeah,
gotcha. I mean, I agree with you. It's almost like witnessing a child telling him there's no Santa Claus. So
yeah, exactly. But I have it up, Paul, if you wanted to touch on it. If not, we can pull up another Muslim and see what they have to say, and maybe we can present some stuff to them.
Well, let's just make sure that you bring another Muslim and let him affirm, is there one Quran and how is it one Quran?
Gotcha. All right, so Tox is next. Come on up, Tox. How are you?
Hello there. How you doing?
Pretty good. Thanks for coming.
All right, so I saw the name of the live stream. It says, it's like it asks us, the opinion. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not really here to refute because I want to give opinion on the whole thing. Yeah, and also I want to check the example Paul wanted to give earlier.
Okay, so just to confirm, you are a Muslim, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so what exactly is your view on Quran preservation? Do you believe it's been preserved in the sense that every word, every letter has been the same wherever you go, no matter what? There's only one Quran, or do you accept that there are textual variants, but the message maybe is just preserved and the meaning is preserved? What's your take?
Okay, so I believe that the Quran is preserved in the language of Arabic, the original one, the one that is sent down to the Prophet Muhammad, and I believe the guidance it gives, I believe the words it gives. I'm not sure about the harakat, if you know what that is. I don't know if that's the same, because back then the language didn't have harakat. So I don't know about that one. Okay, I haven't really got that deep into the whole preservation stuff. But to answer your question, yeah, I do believe it's preserved.
Like, so my question specifically was, how do you think it's preserved? Do you believe in this it's preserved word for word, letter for letter, no changes at all in wording? Or
yeah, I just told you.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so all right. So okay, good. So we know where you're coming from, Jai and Paul.
Can
Yeah,
I ask you before we go forward? Sorry, brother, but just quickly. So, do you believe in all the canonical readings, or do you hold to certain one and say this is the one Quran before we go anywhere?
I'm sorry. Can you define canonical? I don't. My English is not my first language.
Canonical. That means canonized or authorized readings. So, is Warsh an Nafi', for example, is that an authoritative or accredited Quran, or is that a Quran, or do you think only al-Hafs, for example, the Quran? We want to know how do you view other readings besides al-Hafs, or do you maybe hold on to al-Warsh? So which one do you hold on to, and which one do you think is correct, or do you think all of them are correct?
Well, I don't know, this is like a very hard question because it's not like I took both versions and just read letter by letter the whole 600-page book. It's really hard to do, you know. So, I believe that those two books, not just any Quran, any book of Quran that is sent down on this planet, I believe the words of the message, okay, other than the pages and the papers and the whatever the physical thing of the Quran, I think the words itself is uncreated. Okay, and I don't think there's like that difference. I don't know if there's like, I mean, I've seen the examples you've given. They're like overly specific. So before I give you the answer, I just want to know what you're about to, the example you're about to go with.
That's the problem. I don't want to do that unless I know where you're coming from and how you view a certain reading. So again, do you view al-Warsh, for example, the Northern Africa, or let's say Morocco mostly, uses that reading as a highly authoritative Quran, and they discredit, for example, Hafs. So not entirely, but either way, we need to know in which position are you in, or do you accredit both of them and say both of them are Quran, both of them are inspired, or both of them are the Kalam Allah, or the word of Allah? We need to know this affirmation before we go anywhere.
I'm just trying to be, I'm trying to be as honest as possible. I don't believe lying is a good thing, so I'm just trying to be as honest. I haven't, when it comes to different versions, you said that other than Hafs, do you think the other version is like, does it contradict it? The thing is, I would like to say that I don't believe that, okay? But I'm not going to say I 100%.
I'm not saying it's contradictory. Please understand. I'm not saying it's contradictory. I'm saying, is it accredited? Is it canonical? Is it canonized? Is it authoritative? Like I'm using these words. I'm not using contradiction.
Okay, I think it's it can be used. Yeah, it's authority. Yeah, the way you say it. Yeah.
Okay. So back to you, Jai, just so I can understand what's going on.
Okay. So before we get,
I hope I wasn't confusing.
Yeah. Before we get too specific, too much into the details, God Logic asked you the question of like how you believe that the Quran is preserved. Do you believe that it's preserved word for word exactly as Muhammad said it, or do you believe that it's just kind of like the message, like kind of like a general message, like Muhammad might have said this, something like this, but it's not exactly how he said it?
I'd say word for word. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so now with that, how do you deal when you have different companions of Muhammad who are arguing over what the correct verse is? Like one person says, I heard Muhammad say it like this, and the other one says, I heard him say it like that, and they are they're at odds now. Like they don't know, how do we get past this? How do you deal with those?
I think the hadith, this is the hadith exactly the same one you brought earlier, right? The one you brought to the, yeah.
No.
It's like a hadith, isn't it?
Yeah, it's related to that, but that's not the one that I was thinking of. So one that I'm thinking of is in chapter 92. Maybe you have your Quran on you. Chapter 92.
I would like to open a Quran, but I'm not on the state of purity, so I can't open a Quran. Sorry.
Okay.
I think I can use a website though.
If you come to Christ, you can open that Quran. You'll be in a state of purity all the time.
Amen.
I mean, I think it's like trying to be respectful. If anything, it's just it's the words of God. You have to be pure.
Come to Christ, you'll be washed clean. You can open whatever Quran you want at any time, bro.
Well,
anyway,
I don't know.
Go ahead.
All right. So amen. You could be cleansed in Christ, clean in Christ. You can touch it anytime. So chapter 92, verse 3. Chapter 92, verse 3. And this is going to hit at the point that God Logic was asking about, which is how exactly was this Quran preserved? Because this is an instance I'm going to show you where you have companions of Muhammad and the students of the companions arguing about.
Wait. So what does this verse say? Does it exactly say what you just said?
No, I didn't cite the verse yet, but I'm just letting you know what's going on behind the scenes with this verse. You have some people saying that it's read the way you probably have in the Quran right now. Other people say no, it's actually read the other way, and the other way is misleading.
Okay. I think the way this has been handled is the thing is with the book of the Quran is that one of the best ideas to have a book preserved is to have it be memorizable. Okay, you're able to memorize it. The idea of memorizing a book, in its entirety, which is honestly impossible for a man to do, write a book to be entirely memorizable, is what makes a book preserved. Not the number one way, but it is a huge, major, useful way to do that. So what happened basically is that when they memorized the whole verses, the whole chapters, and I'm answering the way they preserved it. The Hadith, I don't know, I think God Logic mentioned it. It was about the Quran being burnt. The idea of it being burned wasn't because of trying to corrupt the book. It was actually trying to make sure that any corrupted verse would be burnt. Make sure only the correct ones are the ones left. And the idea that no one can produce a verse like the Quran. You can't just memorize the verse that you just wrote down. It's just you can't. You have to memorize a whole chapter or something like that. So the way they burn it, make sure the whole thing is gone, and that's how I believe. To answer your question.
Let's go to the verse. So do you have it pulled up now? Do you have it pulled up yet?
You said chapter
92, verse 3.
Okay, hold on.
Yep. Okay, so as he's pulling it up, I have a hadith on the screen that's talking about. This is an account of the story that I was just referencing. So there's commentaries on this that get deeper into it, and they give you different versions and renditions of this to where it makes the language even more powerful. So we have an example here of companions of Muhammad and students of companions who are reciting the Quran differently than how it's recited today.
What number is that, Jai?
Chapter 92, verse 3.
No. I mean, what hadith?
Oh, my bad. Let me give you the link for it. It's 2939.
Got it.
Eternity.
Yeah, you don't got to send it. I got it. I'm gonna pull it up.
So okay, you pull it up. Yeah, pull it up. You'll see it. And yeah, so you'll see that you have companions and students of companions reciting this verse differently than how Muslims recite it today. And they're saying, I heard how Muslims recite it today, and I will not follow them. They say, Wallahi, they say, by God, I won't follow them. That's literally what they say. And then you get deeper into it. We'll go to the commentaries where they actually say that they tried to misguide me into reciting it that way. But that's how Muslims recite it today. Wow. So these are companions.
I don't get the point that you're trying to make. What? No, you just instantly jump at we Muslims do that. What?
No. Just read. I was just waiting for you to read the verse. I was just.
I brought it up like years ago.
Okay, can go ahead. Can you read it for us?
Oh, it's a good thing I speak Arabic. وَمَا خَلَقَ الذَّكَرُ وَالْأُنثَى. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. Okay. So now, and by the way, that's good. So I'll pull up the Arabic portion of this hadith as well. Okay. So now, so can you want to give us a translation of that, or you want me to translate it?
And by the one who created male and female.
Okay. All right. So now, here's the hadith. It says, narrated by Alqama, we arrived in Asham and we went to Abu Darda. So he said, is there any among you who can recite for me according to the recitation of Abdullah? The Qira'at Abdullah. He said, they pointed to me. So I said, yes, I can. He said, how did you hear Abdullah recite this ayah? What you just read. By the night and as it envelops. That's how they translate it here. And he said, I heard him recite it. Okay. He recites it not with, read it one more time how you have it.
The verse? وَمَا خَلَقَ الذَّكَرَ وَالْأُنثَى.
Yeah, ma khalaqa. He doesn't have that ma khalaqa in there. He says the ending part exactly how you said it, but then he says Abu Darda said, me too, by Allah, this is how I heard the Messenger of Allah reciting it, but these people want me to recite it with what? Can you read that? Wa ma khalaqa, the way you recite it today, but I will not follow them. Okay. So you have Abu Darda, a companion of Muhammad, who's asking a student of Abdullah ibn Masud, one of his best students, Alqama, and he's saying to him, can you recite this verse? They're both reading it the same way, without the beginning part, by him who created. And they're only reading the latter part. And they're saying that I heard them saying it the other way, but I'm not going to follow them. So how do you deal with that?
So let me understand the point that you just tried to make. So you're saying the verse that I have here says it talks about the male and female, and here it's talking about the night, so it has to be different. It can't be the same, right?
No, it's the same. It's the same. The night is that's. I think that's like the verse before the verse after.
No, you gave me the third one.
Yeah. So read like the second verse and the third verse. These are all the same thing.
Okay, so وَالنَّهَارُ إِذَا تَجَلَّى. All right, yeah, it says the day when it shines.
Yeah. Then the next verse.
Okay. And وَالذَّكَرُ وَالْأُنثَى وَمَا خَلَقَ الذَّكَرَ وَالْأُنثَى.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
I don't get you.
So what you just read is not how some of the companions of Muhammad read it. They don't have the وَمَا خَلَقَ before it.
Hold on. They don't have وَمَا خَلَقَ in the third verse, right? Just making sure.
Correct. Yeah, correct. In the third verse.
So, and you're saying this hadith, basically in a way confirms that it does actually change.
Exactly. Right? Because and they're saying that the way you recited it right now, that Abu Darda said that I will not follow them. They want me to recite it like you do, but I will not follow them.
I'm sorry, can you remind me who are they? Just remind me.
I mean, people. He doesn't give names, but he said these people want me to recite it, وَمَا خَلَقَ, but I won't follow them.
So you're giving me the verse about the first one, the Layl, كَوَلَيْلَ مَا يَخْشَى. You speak Arabic, right? And Layla مَا يَخْشَى. And now I don't know why you're questioning me about the third verse, which has nothing. There's no third verse in this hadith. It doesn't mention the third verse.
Oh Lord,
dude, you just read it.
Yeah. Okay. That's the first one. Why are you talking about the third one?
Yeah. No. Chapter 93, verse 2. It's 93. The 3 comes from 93. It's verse 2.
Oh, I'm at 92. Wait, did you say 92 or 93?
Okay. 90. It's 93, verse 2.
Wait, what surah is this? Is this Layl? Is this a Layl?
Yes.
Yeah, that's 92, not 93. Chapter 90.
Okay. 92 verse 3 then.
Okay, so let's just make this clear. Okay, let's just try to be clear in this explanation. So you said وَاللَّيْلِ إِذَا مَا يَخْشَى. They read it wrong. And now I just really want to understand, why did you bring up the third verse? What is the third verse here, have to do?
Because
Because
the
you
third
said,
verse, وَمَا خَلَقَ, that's how the Quran reads today.
yeah.
And
So
they're
you're saying
saying
the word ma khalaqa wasn't there at that time.
it wasn't in the he says that he said that the way they learned from Ibn Masud and the way that Abu Darda learned from Muhammad wasn't with وَمَا خَلَقَ.
Okay.
So
I know.
this is why we asked the question about preservation, because you have some companions who are saying it with this phrase in it, and some companions
Wait. Oh, okay. I get it. Okay, never. My bad. So it does mention. Okay, so you're saying they who forced them, which you said you don't give names because
he
they're
doesn't
anonymous.
give the names in the hadith. He doesn't say. He just
Yeah. Okay. So they tried to get him to say it in a different way where it does not say ma khalaqa, right?
no. Yeah,
Where it does
exactly.
say?
It does
Oh
say
yeah.
it. He's trying to say that they're trying to get me to say it, but I'm not going to say it.
All right. So they are right and we are wrong, basically.
Well,
No, they are wrong.
Yeah, we're asking. Well, this is what we're asking. We're asking, how do we know? Because you have some companions saying it like this, and some companions adding that phrase in it, and they're both claiming to get it from Muhammad.
No, but you're bringing me anonymous people. I asked you who are they, and you didn't give me names.
No. They, as in, he just says ha'ulai, like that's what he says in the hadith. So he's saying them, like these people. But
who are those people? How am I gonna defend something when I don't know who those people?
Well, that's the Quran you're reading.
Right.
That's the Quran you're reading. That's the Quran you're reading. The one that has وَمَا خَلَقَ, that's the Quran. That's what he's talking about. Those people who read it like that.
So it will render that the one that authorized this Quran are they, if that makes sense. So
now, go ahead, Paul.
According to understand, it would be Uthman.
Yeah, you could say Zayd, you could say Uthman. I mean, you could say there's different people who probably read it like that. But that's the question that God, Logic, and I want to know, and Paul and Life and everyone else, we want to know. When it comes to preservation, we have some companions adding phrases, some saying Muhammad didn't say it like that, and I'm not going to follow these people. And so how do we know how Muhammad actually said it? Because Muslims usually tell us we have a chain, and the chain goes from this person to a companion to Muhammad. But here we have two companions, like saying different things.
Okay, so you think the guy that did not want to listen to those people, he didn't include the word وَمَا خَلَقَ, right? Okay, so he contradicted them, basically, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, well, he's saying, I'm not going to follow these guys. Actually, I'm glad that you speak Arabic, because I want to pull up the if you go
okay, hold on, let's just continue with this one. So, the guy...
This is just same story, but just adds a little more detail.
Making sure that we don't go off subject, okay.
Yeah, just want to present it here. And actually, it's better if we have you read it, actually. So that way there's no misunderstandings.
All right.
So,
why is it so cropped?
I'm just trying to make it just exactly to where I want you to read. So that way you don't need to. Yeah, basically, if you just want to start here, you start reading and read and translate as you know.
This is the one. So this is the one where it starts. حدثنا ابن المثني قال ثنا هشام بن عبد الملك قال ثنا شعبة قال أخبرني سنة إبراهيم. Where does it actually start? It's just listing names. من أنت فقلت من أهل الكوفة فقال كيف كان عبد الله يقرأ هذه الآية والليل إذا يغشى والنهار إذا تجلى فقلت والذكر والأنثى قال فما زال هؤلاء حتى كادوا يستظلونني وقد سمعتها من رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you see, they're trying to get them to read it in different ways. And the reason why I want you to read this is because, he's saying here specifically that they're trying to misguide him, take him outside of the fold of Islam, basically.
Okay, let's try not to put assumption. How did we know that the guy himself even was correct about the whole thing? Like, what if he actually did miss the word وَمَا خَلَقَ ذَكَرَ وَأُنْثَى?
Oh, look, he says that this is how he heard it from Muhammad. He heard it just like that from Rasulullah.
Yeah, that's a testimony. That's like a claim.
This is the companion, though. This is Abu Darda, and you have
just one. yeah, it's
Okay,
just it's
here's
one
the
guy.
people. Here's the people. You have Ibn Masud, Abdullah ibn Masud's student Alqama. He's one guy, a student of a companion, and then you have Abu Darda, who is a companion, and they're
Okay, can I
agreeing on.
interrupt just to say, when people memorize the whole Quran, they don't instantly memorize the whole thing correctly, because we're talking about almost a whole village, if not more than that. So of course, some of them are gonna get it wrong. Okay, get some
But
words
these are
wrong.
two companions.
Yeah, but we're talking about the whole Quran. Okay, the whole Quran. They're
Okay,
getting
so
it
two
different.
companions got it wrong, like independently, because he's like fact check. He's like wants to know, how does Abdullah read this? Who's Abdullah's best student? Who can read like Abdullah? And this guy like, me, I can. And so he's like, okay,
Yeah.
I know how I read this verse because I learned it from Muhammad. How did Abdullah read this verse? How did he learn it from Muhammad? He's like, okay, that's exactly how I learned it, and I'm not going to let these people mislead me. Right?
I don't think he said I'm not gonna let them mislead me. I think he said they tried to mislead me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They tried to mislead me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
But basically-
he's like basically directly claiming that I'm 100% correct about this. He's saying that he heard it that way. Okay, I don't know the rest of the story. I don't know what the guy did after the whole thing. To be honest, I don't read the whole Bukhari. It's like what 7,000. I don't know, it's like thousands and thousands of pages. So, gonna be honest, I don't know the context of this whole story to answer too much.
Okay. So let's just take it at face value as we have it right here. And let's say that, yes, two companions read it this way, and they were stern and they really believed that that's how Muhammad said it, and they didn't want to go the other way to how you guys are reading it today. What would you make of that? If that's true, if that's true, what would you make of that?
Because there's an issue, there's an assumption you're putting. You're saying that the guy was 100% certain, 100% he doesn't want to back up or retract with his claim. Never, even in the end of the story of his death, he never wanted to retract this claim. I want to make sure that's true.
Okay, so like I said, if this is true, what do you make of this? Because we're not going to ask you to, commit to an answer right now, but we're just saying if
I don't want to. I have to be careful. When you're in a debate, you have to be careful. Don't answer like questions that are just forceful questions. So, again, I don't know if it was true. If he never wanted to retract his claim, then I would say it's one person over the whole village. Okay, there's a chance that the guy was probably wrong.
Okay, so don't forget, this is Abdullah as well. It represents Abdullah ibn Masud as well. So he's one of the people that Muhammad said to learn the Quran from. And this is his best student from Kufa.
Yeah.
And he's reading
Okay, again, I don't want to make assumptions that this is actually what happens, but even if it was, again, probably just a mistake or again, I don't know. Like I said, I'm just going to be honest. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair to say that you don't know. But what we're telling you is that when you look into this and you find out that this is true, this is it's not gonna jive with the word for word preservation, because it doesn't make sense if you have different companions saying different things, basically saying Muhammad didn't say it like that, and they're saying no, he did say it like that. So they couldn't even agree on what the Quran was.
And again, I tell you that the context, the whole story, whether or not he kept his words and whether or not he kept on, insisting that this was the words and the word وَمَا خَلَقَ, which I don't even know why it would be removed. It makes sense for it to be there. Okay, it wouldn't make sense for it to just be وَمَا الذَّكَرَ وَالْأُنْثَى,
Well, that's how they're reading it though. Abdullah read it like that too. So whatever your assessment of their readings are, that's how they learned from Muhammad, and they're saying that the way you're reading it is not the way Muhammad read it. So how come you guys have a different version than them? But you're saying you don't know. Okay, you don't know. But we're just letting you know that's the issue. Okay? Tax?
Talks, you there?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay. So the issue with these verses, the hadith that you guys bring, especially in hadith, I, in my opinion, I think this is overly specific. Okay, for you to ask random Muslims on the internet, what I think you guys should do, go ask. Let me just finish. Go ask and debate about this with actual, scholars and muftis. Okay, people that have researched the whole religion. You don't ask, people on the internet, random people like, like HD. The guy didn't even make an argument about the whole thing. Okay, I think.
Hey! Don't talk about HD.
I mean, I'm not lying. He did not really make an argument. He just said that's his opinion. He doesn't believe the Quran has changed. I respect the guy. Did he make an argument? Did I miss it?
He didn't. No. You're not lying, but you know.
Okay.
We're just trying to be respectful. Right, logic, but look, check this out. So we didn't. Our God logic. You want to respond to that, or is
nope?
Okay. Here's my take on this is: look, we didn't interview you before you came on. No one like asked you.
I'm not. No, see, this is just an opinion. I'm not saying you should do this.
Right. But what I'm saying is anyone can come up. If you have a scholar, they can come up. We didn't make you come up. We didn't make you interact with this. We welcome you. We want you to interact. But you can't fault us and say, don't ask Muslims this. Well,
no, I did not say that. I said it's best if you go to scholars and muftis to do this. I didn't say.
You said what we ought not to do. You said you should not be asking random Muslims about this topic. What we should do is go see. Yeah, you told us what we should and should not do, bro.
Right.
As well as he has no problems asking Christians about the Trinity, and he would support people that would attack philosophical arguments against the Trinity. I'm pretty sure, right? So we're just examining the same measure that you're actually given to the Christians. So in other words, you guys have asserted two particular beliefs. One of them perfectly preserved, and the other one is one Quran. And we expect you guys to at least defend one of these two.
Yeah.
There should be a person that, when they say it's one Quran, that be able to substantiate it is one Quran when we can actually verify it is not one Quran.
All right. So here's the thing.
Before you say something,
I'm just going to say this. I'm just going to say this one last thing. This is even for the layman, so it doesn't have to be a scholar anymore. They can easily deduce that there is one more than just one Quran. So why are you guys keep saying this? There is one Quran.
By the way, before you go, Tox, I'll just say this really quick too. Sorry, but we definitely have been showing what the scholars actually say on this. Like, this is how it all started, right? We started off by showing what the scholars themselves, who have studied this all their lives and have gone through this. What's that one guy for 10 years who was talking about the Ahruf and the differences?
You guys just brought like two scholars, not that many.
No, you're talking about videos.
And there might not even be scholars. You have to, in order to prove that you're a scholar, you have to like have it. I don't know, like some type of.
They might not even be scholars now, y'all. I mean, this bus gets bigger and bigger and bloodier the more you
imagine the Mufti of Saudi Arabia.
All right, so I feel like can I just give the opinion?
So it's just tough, man. So we're quoting the scholars. We've seen what the scholars say, and we're just presenting the information. There's no wrong in doing that, right? Right? Tox?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. There's nothing wrong in presenting the information that the scholars gave us, right?
Yeah, but you have to debate them.
Why do I have to debate them if they agree with us?
It would benefit you.
Why would I if Dr.
It would benefit you. If you argue with a scholar and he loses, it would benefit you.
Wait, hold on. If the sheikhs are already saying, hey, there are different variances of the Quran. Hey, this entire idea that the Quran has been preserved word for word, letter for letter, are lies to children. What do I have to debate? I don't got to debate nothing.
Brother, you just gave two scholars that I don't even know who those two people are. You got one guy from TikTok. I never seen him in my entire life. I never heard of his existence. And the second guy,
wait. What you're not gonna do, bro, is you're not gonna just do that, man. We didn't get nobody from TikTok. We went into your
Yeah,
sources.
you just did. You did. I see a clip on TikTok.
Scholars, excuse me, Tox.
Did you not?
Not just scholars, straight from their own books, straight from their own websites, straight from their own interviews, and they're the ones who are telling you that the Quran has variants. And if you
I'm saying you brought a clip. I'm saying you brought a clip. I'm saying you. Listen, I'm saying you brought a clip. I'm not saying you researched it on TikTok. Just don't get defensive that much. Anyways, listen.
He started his preservation showing you the scans in their books. What are you talking about?
All right, can I just respond? I probably forgot what I was about to say. Listen, when Muslims debate with Christians, you know what they debate about? They debate about the doctrine.
Dude, what's up with your mic, man? Do we got to go to someone else?
Okay, I'm just gonna stop closing my screen. The issue is when we debate with Christians. Okay, when we debate with Christians, we ask about the doctrine of the Trinity. Everyone should know. A 4-year-old should be able to defend the doctrine of Trinity. The fact that you limit.
You guys never asked about the Bible preservation?
Let me just continue. Okay.
Well, no, because you're starting off on a lie. You're lying, saying when we debate Christians, we only talk about the Trinity and the doctrine.
When the hell did I say only? You liar, you hypocrite.
Okay, so you're just
when did I say the word only?
In a way that you only talk about doctrine.
When did I say Jai? Did I say only?
Wait, so just answer the question. Do you guys ask Christians about biblical preservation?
No, you're not going to interrupt me and lie about what I just said. I did not use the word only. I said most of the time.
Do you guys debate Christians on biblical preservation? Yes or no?
Do we guys? Yeah, a lot of Muslims debate about preservation. Why not?
Do not come to us saying what you guys should debate is debate the theology of Islam, debate the oneness of Allah, debate the prophet of the. Don't do that. Because you guys aren't doing it. I know it doesn't seem fair.
Can I just finish?
I don't like when y'all do this. I know it probably doesn't seem fair. Excuse me. I know it probably doesn't seem fair when we're bringing facts and destroying Islam and exposing it. And so you want to limit what we talk about and say, it's not fair when you guys are talking about this particular topic. Don't do that. Don't talk about this.
I know you're interrupting. I know you're interrupting, Habit, especially
that is what's going to happen. So, Tox, this is where we're at because I told you we're not doing.
You have to interrupt. This is the only weapon. You only interrupt.
Either you refute what's been said and presented, or we can move on to the next person. Don't cry about what we're talking about.
Yeah, just cherry pick 30 from 1 out of 30,000 hadith. Go ahead.
Yeah, John, go ahead and cherry pick out of. Is that your argument? Is that your refutation? Your refutation is you're cherry picking out 1 out of 1,000 hadith. Do this for me. Find me a hadith that saves you. Find me one. Find me one hadith that saves you from this topic. Find it. Find one hadith. My goodness, you can't make this stuff up. All right, H. How you doing, H?
Hello.
Welcome.
What's up?
So you are a Muslim, is that correct?
Yes, I'm a layman Muslim. I'm not a scholar. I'm just a regular guy.
Okay, so we like to start off by asking your position first before we go any further, so we can understand.
Yeah, I see that you've been live for over 2 hours. I see in this StreamYard, but I haven't been.
You said that we've been lied to.
No, live. You've been online live for over 2 hours. That's what it's showing me. But I haven't been a part of this stream for that entire duration. So just wanted to let you know I haven't been here for very long.
No worries. So what is your position on Quran preservation? Do you believe that the Quran has been preserved word for word, every letter perfectly, not a dot changed, no textual differences? wherever you go, or do you hold the position that yes, there could be some textual variants, but the message is preserved, the meaning is preserved? What's your position?
So from my understanding, from the limited scope of my research, my understanding from that is that the Quran is an oral recitation as well as it being a book. Both the oral preservation from the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, till today has been preserved, as well as the book. And I believe there is a Quranic manuscript that's been carbon dated to within a range of the Prophet's life. The range is between his life till shortly after his death, because the carbon datation isn't like to a T exact year and date, right? It gives you a range. So that is the Birmingham manuscript, if I'm correct. And we have that one. And I mean, I haven't looked at it physically and compared every single letter on every page of it to what I have in my bedroom or like in my home. But I've been told it's the same.
Okay. So, Jai, you there? Jai, did you step away? Sounds like you probably stepped away.
I mean, are you familiar with the Birmingham manuscript of the
Yeah, the
Quran?
Birmingham manuscript is actually just 2 folios or 2 pages. It's not a full Quran.
It's only 2 pages. It's not an entire Quran.
Correct.
Wow, that's it. That's the first I've heard of that, if I'm being honest. I've
That's
heard
all right.
this Birmingham manuscript be spoken about so much, but this is the first time I've heard someone say it's only 2 pages.
Yeah, it's only 2 folios, bro. It's only 2 folios. It is not a full Quran.
Now, what do you mean by folio?
Like it's 2 pages. Like folios is like a page or something like that.
I thought a folio is like a binder, which could be comprised of many pages. That's my understanding of that word before you said it was that. But I could be wrong. I don't know what the dictionary says on it, but folio, what I understood that was like a folder.
Yeah, no, it's like like 2 sheets of paper.
So there's only 2 sheets of paper.
Yeah. And it really doesn't have like really Quranic material on it. Like it has biblical material. When I say biblical, I mean like the stories of Moses and stuff like that as regurgitated in the Quran, but not really Quranic material, outside of like Moses or Abraham and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I mean, so you do have the bank.
I really don't understand what you mean by that when you're saying like, because the Quranic material encompasses stories of Jesus, Moses, Abraham, Solomon, many prophets.
Well,
I mean, to me, that is Quranic material. When I read the Quran, I've read stories about those prophets from it.
Yeah.
Like, so are you trying to say that now, like, no, everything that's similar to a previous text, I'm not calling that the Quran, and just anything that's not from it, like, are you trying to like splice the splitting hairs or something? I'm not sure. I'm asking.
Well, no, I'm just highlighting that the Quranic material that you have on the Birmingham manuscript is not original to Islam. It's not originally Islamic. It's
that sounds like we're splitting hairs now.
It's like a regurgitation. Well, no, I'm not, because Islam is not original. You know what I'm saying? It takes a lot.
Islam claims to be the only religion that has been existed since the beginning of the time. It's just the Quran is and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, are the final revelation of the one religion.
I know that's the claim, but that's just not.
Well, what I'm saying is, if that's our claim, you saying that we're not like a new thing or something like that, like, well,
you are a new thing.
You're saying
no. What I'm saying is, you are a new thing. Islam is a new thing. Yes, it's a new thing that takes from a lot of older things to basically fill it up. Mm-hmm. But specifically on this right here, where I don't know where Jai is, but until he gets back, like,
I really don't. Well, hold on, bro. But I really don't get what that point you just made.
1 second, bro. 1 second. What I'm saying is, for this here, we're talking about this myth that every Quran that you pick up is exactly the same word for word. And so that's what this entire stream has been about, showing examples and showing the scholars of Islam that say otherwise, you know.
Okay, so like, are you trying to use the qira'ats as an argument? Like the differences in recitation?
Not differences in recitation, my friend. Differences
like Malik
in
versus
wording.
Malik, like the extended it to say Malik versus Malik when you
Malik
say it
versus
fast.
Malik.
Yeah, is like is that what you're saying? Like tomato.
That's an example of one. That's an example of one. You know, those would be two different words. One is king, one is owner. They're not.
Yeah, that's right. One is king and one means owner.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, so we're talking about stuff.
You know, Allah is both
stuff
of
like
those,
that,
right?
but even deeper ones.
But you know, Allah is both the owner and the king, right?
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that that these two like destroy the meaning of that context. What I'm saying is like because both can work there. You know, both words can work. So I wouldn't say that in that situation.
And they complement each other, don't they?
It destructs the no. Because you have some that contradict each other, like what we're going.
But this is not a contradiction. These complement each
No,
other.
I don't think this one is a contradiction, but we do have examples of ones that do contradict each other. You know, like so the one that was shown earlier was chapter 12, verse 90, Surah Yusuf, verse 90, where they're in the Hafs Quran, they're asking, "Are you indeed Joseph? Are you indeed Joseph?" But in the Ibn Kathir Quran, it's "You are indeed Joseph."
Ibn Kathir Quran? What do you mean Ibn Kathir Quran?
Yeah, so you have
that's the guy who does
is what you say Karas, right?
Wait, but Ibn Kathir is someone who does commentary on the Quran.
Well, not just that, bro. You actually have a reading of the Quran that's named Ibn Kathir.
You mean like his commentary, like his attempt to explain it?
No, it's not.
But that's what Ibn Kathir is. Ibn Kathir is someone who attempted to explain it.
Tafsir, my friend. It's not.
But can we not interrupt each other? Can we not interrupt?
But you're literally interrupting.
I will not interrupt you, but I also
so when you say don't interrupt,
no, I said let's not. I said let's not. I included myself.
You're literally still interrupting me by saying let's not interrupt.
Go ahead.
I appreciate it. So the Kathir that it's talking about, it's not the same guy that wrote the tafsir that gives the commentary. It's a different one. Okay. And so this one, it's a canonical reading of the Quran. One of the canonical, you got 7 canonical readings. This is one of them. And so in these Qurans, you have the readings that contradict each other. They're not the same. They don't complement each other. They're not, oh, it's a different perspective. No, this is a contradiction. One says, "Are you indeed Joseph?" Asking the question. They're not sure. Are you indeed Joseph? The other one has them saying, "You are indeed Joseph," with certainty. It's like, which one was it? You know?
Could you bring it up?
Yeah, sure. Christian Table Talk, Danny Davis, and the Abu Amir, if you guys are listening, or you guys can contact Jai. I don't know what happened to him. Like, he's here on the screen, but I don't know if he's connected or something happened to his stuff. Or Paul Bishop, if you're listening, if you guys can hit him up on WhatsApp or something like that. Life, are you here? So even Life is going on. I don't even know why this dude is here on stage occupying space.
It's just me and you, buddy.
Just me and you, man. Just me and you. All right, chapter 12, verse 90.
See, I have to rely on you to provide this Because if I were to, I'm on my phone. If I were to pull up my resources through my phone, it would ruin my mic and whatnot, right?
So don't worry. Yeah, I got the whole computer, and don't worry, man. I got us.
I can't multitask right now.
No worries, man. I take good care of us, man. I take good care of us. All right, so verse 90, and then I'll put it on the screen. All right, cool. All right, so make sure, guys, everybody's hitting the like button as well.
Hey, man, sorry about that, bro. I had to step away for a minute.
Oh, there you go. We're showing him chapter 12, verse 90. That exactly.
Oh, okay, perfect. By the way, I don't know if you have the British translation. That translation, maybe it's like PDF form or something. They removed it off of Quran.com, maybe because it's problematic, because it mentions these variants. But he actually lists it in his translation.
Yeah, I don't have Bridges. How do you get access to Bridges translation?
There should be a PDF version of it. Someone might be able to send that to us.
Okay.
Yeah.
But all right.
So is it H? H is the.
Yeah, H is the Muslim here.
All right.
All right. So you see, this is on the screen. H, can you see it? The verse. I got the verse in the English here, and over here I got it in the Arabic. You see it?
Yes.
So this is the part that we're talking about here. Is it indeed you who are Joseph? All right. Okay. So this is the Hafs. Hold on, let me put it in English so you can see.
You got Pixel.
This is just an English translation. Don't like we're really worried about the Arabic. We're worried about the Arabic. So right over here to the right, I have the Arabic on the screen. Okay.
Yeah.
So it says the same thing, as the English. Is it, they said, is it you who are indeed Joseph? Okay. But when we scroll down here to Ibn Kathir, right? Al-Bazi on authority of Ibn Kathir, his Quran, right here, it's different. And you can see how it color codes it. It color codes where the difference is. This is why I like this site. And it's, are you indeed, or I'm sorry, you are indeed Joseph. So
exactly.
The first one is the question, are you indeed Joseph? The one in Ibn Kathir is, you are indeed Joseph, with certainty. It's not a question.
Right. So in one reading, they don't know, is that him? There's uncertainty.
So
but
who's
the other
they?
one?
Like
the
this
other
is
one was
the 90th. I hear you, Jai. You're just reiterating what Avery just said.
Yeah, Joseph's brothers.
I heard him. I have a question.
That's good.
This is the 90th. This is the 90th verse of chapter 12, correct?
Yep.
I thought you heard Avery.
So
see, we could both be like that, but we don't need to be
bro,
like
are you? I asked. Hold on. I asked not to interrupt each other, right? I did ask that.
You interrupted Jai in the middle of him talking.
Yeah.
What he was just saying what you just said,
but
right?
But yet the point still stands that you interrupted him.
Okay, but was I not supposed to be able to speak after you finish?
You can speak after whoever is speaking.
I'm getting 2v1 right here, bro.
You can speak after whoever's. You can't complain about interruption when you just interrupted somebody.
Who's saying what you just said, right?
Who cares? You interrupted
I'm
them.
trying to respond.
Don't interrupt nobody. If you don't want to be interrupted, don't interrupt anybody. If you interrupt people, you open the door.
Wait. Hold on.
You just interrupted me again.
I came on here and I was speaking with you, right? Jai wasn't here when I came on initially.
Jai has been here the entire time.
He wasn't here when I came on initially. Remember when I said it's just me and you, buddy?
So let me tell you this. Let me just make it clear to you. Jai is here to speak. He's engaged in this conversation. Matter of fact, he's leading the conversation. So do you have a point to address here? Or are we going to continue with the Muslims on this day that cry about this conversation?
I'm not crying, bro. I tried to respond, and
okay, so
someone who I wasn't familiar. Okay, I came on here, and what was the first thing I told you? I said you've been on live for over 2 hours, but I have not been here for those 2 hours or whatever. Did I not say that? Was that not my first statement?
What does that have to do with this?
Oh God, you can't answer. I'm just asking for intellectual honesty right now.
No. Check your intellectual honesty by not interrupting when people interrupt.
What? Oh God, I just asked you a basic question.
Yes. So do you have something to say to this, or should we move on?
Oh my God.
Because you're wasting my time. Do you have something to say to this?
Yeah, I do. I do.
All right, go ahead.
I was
I'm hearing
literally in the process of it, and I didn't know it's a 2v1.
Yeah, it's a 2v1.
Okay, it's a 2v1. Great. This is the 90th verse of chapter 12, right? Can we read the whole verse, like the whole 90? Are you willing to read the whole 90?
Chapter 12, verse 90. They said,
can we read the whole 90?
Is it indeed you who are Joseph?
Not verse 90. All 90 verses up until this point, and the remainder afterwards until the completion.
Why?
Well, I'm someone, whether I'm reading the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, anything like this, I don't read one single verse. Like I read the whole chapter.
But what does that have to do?
So I can contextualize. So I can contextualize.
What does that have to do with the variant within the verse itself?
Okay, you presented me Al-Bazi on the authority of Ibn Kathir, yeah?
Yep.
All right, who's Al-Bazi?
Jai, who's Al-Bazi?
Can we put up can you put up the thing? There you go. Just so Muslims know, maybe you don't know Arabic, you think, oh, they're lying to me. This is a Muslim translation, and this is the footnote on it. They said, can it be that you really are Joseph? They don't know. And look at the footnote. Ibn Kathir and Abu Ja'far read it as, you really are Joseph. Exclamation, like, that's you. We know that's you. So just so people are clear. So the two readers, Ibn Kathir and Abu Ja'far, these are two of the readers that are Muslims consider to be canonical, authoritative readings of the Quran that you can recite in prayer and all that.
MashaAllah.
And in fact, we got their history because I got the slides. So actually, if you want, I can show you them. Hold up. Actually, let's keep this on the screen first, just so people can see that. Maybe they want to screenshot that.
Can you send that to me when you get a chance to?
Yep. Let me send it to you right now, actually. So can we get interaction on this rather than asking us to read all 90 verses?
I'm just respectfully listening. I'm not trying to interrupt.
Yeah, so his question is, can you interact directly with the variant within the verse instead of trying to read all 90 verses, which is irrelevant to what we're dealing with here?
Yeah, I don't think that's irrelevant. I think that's how to contextually read something, because we're doing a textual criticism.
Textual criticism, sure. How does reading the first 90 verses help you with the variant that is in the 90th verse?
Well, I don't know if there's a variant in the 90th verse. I want to read it all.
What are you talking about? It's right here. It's on the screen.
Read it all. You showed me a footnote.
Do you know what a variant is?
But you're showing me a footnote, right?
No, I showed you the actual verse.
You showed me a verse.
Okay,
then you showed me Al-Bazi on Ibn Kathir. Hey man, I wasn't interrupting. Can you not interrupt?
Yeah, do you see this?
Yeah, you're saying you showed me this.
That's the verse, not a footnote.
It says at the top, Al-Bazi on the authority of Ibn Kathir.
Yeah, that's the person.
I asked you who Al-Bazi is.
What does that have to do?
And then I was shown a footnote.
What does that have to do with the variant here?
What does it have to do with the variant? Is it not what you showed me to be a variant? You said, look, this is a variant based on Al-Bazi on the authority of Ibn Kathir in the Ibn Kathir Quran. So I'm trying to understand this Ibn Kathir Quran, who Al-Bazi is. I'm trying to get context, right? Because you guys are so certain on this, so I'm trying to understand. Because I already said I'm a layman. I'm not a scholar. So I'm just asking the thought-provoking questions that immediately come to mind when you present me this. And I'm asking, who's Al-Bazi? Why does he have authority from Ibn Kathir? These would be basic questions you should be able to answer, right? But you just showed me another screen with a footnote that's reiterating the same thing that you're trying to push. I'm just trying to understand it better.
Okay. So just to be clear, that footnote was documenting the different readings. It's just meant to be an English translation for people that maybe didn't trust the Arabic, or they're like, what, are we 100% sure? Now we have a Muslim source telling you that what we're saying is what's going on. So now you want to know who these people are, which is a good question. Who are these people? Who are all these different readers? So you should ask the same question about who is Hafs, who's Awesome, who are all these people? And it ultimately comes down to one guy in the 10th century, hundreds of years after Muhammad, who canonized these readings. And he chose, I want this one, this one, this one, this one. And that's it. That's who they are. They were just chosen by this guy, Ibn Mujahid.
So his name is what? Ibn Mujahid?
Yeah. Abu Bakr Ibn Mujahid.
So who's Al-Bazi?
Al-Bazi, he's one of the transmitters for this reading of Ibn Kathir. So they have different transmitters or different
Ibn
students.
Kathir is someone who does his commentary on the Quran.
No, this is a different Ibn Kathir. This is the Ibn Kathir, one of the scholars of the readings of the Quran.
He's a scholar of the reading of the Quran.
Yeah. He's from
and
Mecca.
you said he's from the 10th century.
No. The person who canonized him is Ibn Mujahid from the 10th century, but Ibn Kathir himself was from the 8th century.
Okay, Ibn Kathir is from the 8th century.
Right, from Mecca. Yes.
And then Mujahid is from the 10th century, who canonized it.
Correct. Yes.
Canonized what exactly?
So what he did was, in his day, there were over 70 different readings of the Quran. Some people say there were over 70 readings of the Quran. So what he did was, because he had this political power and he had this pull with the government, he chose 7 readings, and we didn't get to this in the slide yet, but maybe next stream that we do continuation, we'll get into this. He chose 7 readings that Muslim scholars don't admit that they don't know the reason why he chose those 7. They also don't know why he chose 7. But because he had this political power and this political pull, he would imprison people because of his position, like in the government with his connections. He would imprison people, torture them who rejected his readings. So that's what he did.
So this just sounds like politics.
Basically, yeah.
Exactly.
Basically.
You got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's the Quran, though. That's how we get the Quran.
But that's not how we got the Quran.
Yeah, because even Uthman, that's a politic. He's a Khalifa, like he's one of the leaders. So that's how these Qurans were all canonized. It was by government officials, by leaders, and things like that.
Yep.
And go ahead, bro.
No, yeah. So you got these variants, man, and this is one that we're looking at. So what do we do? What are your thoughts on this, bro?
So you show me Pickthall.
I'm just showing you the English translation of the.
Yeah. Hold on, please don't interrupt. I've been trying to wait and make sure you guys stop speaking before I start.
Yeah, I just don't want you to build a
Pickthall. Sorry, go ahead. Let me know when I speak.
Yeah. What are your thoughts? Because Pickthall is not the issue here. That's why I'm trying to cut you off and get you to the point. Forget about Pickthall. That's just
you doing the cutting off thing is not fair. When I tried doing that, and it was like, whoa, no interruptions. Now you're doing
that. Was you. You the only one who started all that crying, man.
I'm not crying. I want respectful discussion.
So what do you have to say about the variant in the verse?
The variant. Okay. The Pickthall translation is the English translation of the Quran. Right? It says one thing. It says, you've highlighted here. It is indeed thou who art Joseph, like in a question. Right? And now you're showing me something else that says Al-Bazi on the authority of Ibn Kathir has extra letters, is what you're trying to say, right? And that now changes the entire verse from saying, are you Joseph, to you are Joseph. That's what you're saying, right?
I didn't say extra letters, but go ahead, Jai.
I thought that's what was said. When they pointed out, look, it's even highlighted in the
Go
Arabic.
ahead, Jai's about to tell you what's the difference. Go ahead, Jai.
Yeah. So it's the point is that this particular word, depending on where you put the dottings and things like that, you can either make it into a question, like we're saying, or you can make it into an emphatic. So it's not about different words or letters. It's just about.
So can I see the Arabic on both? Because you're only showing me one Arabic, but you're saying I need to see two Arabics, right?
Here's the Arabic on this one. Right here.
Yeah.
You see how the
aleph is there.
Mark is on the top.
Yeah.
You might have to zoom in a little. Oh, actually, no, that's my bad. I can see it now. Okay.
If you see it, yeah. So yeah, it has the marking. Sorry, it has the.
So that one's a'ennaka. Okay.
And then we go to down to Ibn Kathir's. Right here.
Okay, and that's ennaka, without the without that little stop there. So
it has it on the bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so the letters are all the same. It's the pronunciation that's changed.
Well, it changes what it means, though. Like we showed you the translation of it.
The verse is in here, from what I can read, it says, "I am Joseph, and this is my brother." So you're saying one recitation says, "You are Joseph," which then he would later say, "Yeah, I am," and you're saying another recitation is saying, "Are you Joseph?" And then he says, "Yeah, I am." So like Quran is destroyed, false. It's just over now. Like that's your point.
That could be your conclusion. I mean, we're trying to show.
No, I'm wondering what your point is with that. Like, I don't see.
Let's tell you the point. Here's the point, my friend. Here's the point. As you said earlier, you said that how you were taught that all the Qurans are the same. There's only one. That's what you said.
No, I never said that. I said you asked me about the preservation.
Yeah.
No, bro. Let's be honest. Don't laugh. Well, I don't know why you're laughing.
I'm laughing.
It is on tape. You can go back and look at it. You asked me about preservation.
Yeah,
you said
I asked,
to me,
do you
what is your
believe that the
understanding
Quran
on the preservation of
word
the Quran?
For word,
I then responded and I said, the oral the Quran is a recitation. And
mute your mic, you crybaby. Stop lying on here. Like you guys act like you're not freaking recorded. You're recorded, dude. You're recorded. I asked you specifically, what is your view on preservation? Do you believe that the Quran has been preserved, word for word, letter for letter, no change? You say, oh, yeah, that's just what I was taught. That's exactly what you said. Why are you up here lying now and changing your opinion? You don't got to lie to change. If you want to change your position, just do that. Just say, yeah, you know what? I changed my view now. But don't lie and say you didn't say that.
Okay, you keep muting me. I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
But you interrupted me, right? You put words in my mouth. You lied on me, and then you
get out of here, crybaby. Get out of here. You're an embarrassment. You're a child, an absolute child. What's up with this subject, Jai? That's bringing out the crybabies in these grown men.
Exactly. Either they come up, this dirty Arab, or they come up and they start going up, bro. I'm telling you, it's something about this topic. It's like it's something about it, bro. Like because this is something that like that guy said, HD. That's exactly what they're taught. They're taught it since birth. He's like, this is what I taught. This is what I was taught in school.
Yeah,
and like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. They're so basically what we're doing is we're like stripping out something that they've been learning since they were kids. It's like, like Paul said, it's like finding that Santa's not real or something like that. Like that's how
like finding out Santa ain't real, man.
Yeah.
Santa ain't real, man. That's what this is like. It's crazy. Let me read the super chat real quick from Gene, who says, I don't know if a short bus is long enough for the number of scholars Muslims throw under it, but it's definitely a short bus. That's tough, man. All right, so let's bring up the next guest here. Man, a lot of people want to get in on this, but guys, be real, be honest. Don't start going into the victim mode and the crybaby mode, and like that's just gonna get you removed and just embarrass Islam even more. So just be cool, be respectful, and we can dialogue, man. I'm gonna go ahead and bring up Chad and then Kadeem.
Real quick though, bro. I just want to say another major thank you. We're at like 1,600 right now.
We're not at 2,000 yet.
Yeah, let's get to. Can we get to 2,000? You think?
Come on, guys. There's 2,000 people here. Like there's 2,300 people here, guys. Let's get Jai's channel up to 2,000 subscribers. If you want to see more of this material, more of these discussions, they shut down his old channel where he had a bunch of this material up already. They shut it down, gave him copyright strikes and stuff like that. So now we have the new channel. Everybody go ahead and subscribe. Moderators and everybody put the link, spam the link throughout that. Let's get him up to 2,000 subscribers, guys. This should be super easy, man. There's 2,300 people here. Should be easy. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, we already know what you secretly do. We know what you secretly do.
Thank you, man, and thanks everybody for because they've really been showing the love and support. Yeah, like God Logic said, we lost the channel. Hopefully, we're still trying to get it back because it was false copyright strike. But if they don't give it back, we got a backup. This is it. If you guys could, Jai and DOC, the mods have been posting it. We really appreciate the subscribers, and we want love to serve you all in the Lord. So thank you for your support.
Amen. All right, so let's go ahead and bring up Chad. How you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
Nothing much. How
you guys doing?
Welcome to the panel. All right,
we're doing good. Praise God.
Sorry, I'm pushing the wrong stuff here.
You're
My
good.
bad, Chad.
You're good.
But yeah, so we're asking what people's before we get started is what your view on preservation is. Do you believe that the Quran has been preserved word for word, letter for letter, no change ever, or of you the opinion that there could be some textual variants, but the message is preserved and that's what matters? What's your position?
What do you mean by textual variants? You mean like literally the words are different in the Quran?
Yeah.
No. The words are the same, the meaning's the same. You have different pronunciations, different qira'at, but it's all the same.
Okay. For sure.
Yeah. Quick question. Are you Christian? I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
What denomination?
I'm original Quran only Christian.
Original
Quran only Christian.
Original Quran only Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And Jay?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. Yep.
You're a Christian as well. Okay. Okay. Cool. Jay,
cool.
are you like of Arabic descent?
Let's just get into the passage that Paul was going to give us earlier, because I like what you said and I want to interact with the point that you made. So let me just give me 1 second. I'm just pulling up a reference.
First, I'm seeing in the chat they're calling me a layman. Obviously, I'm a layman, bro. I'm young.
We're all laymen here, man. I'm
not gonna be a scholar. I'm just entertaining it.
There's not anybody up here, unless Jai got a secret degree that I don't know of. Nobody up here has a degree, guys. Like we do our studies and we have this open conversation, man.
To preface it,
I got a degree at the University of Quran only Christians, baby.
What does that mean, Quran only Christian? What's that mean?
So it's a Christian that believes in the original Quran before it got tampered with. So these are Christians that believe that the Quran was actually a real book, that Muhammad was a disciple of Jesus that spread the gospel in Arabia, and that Uthman, during the time where they was having issues with recitations of the Quran, when he burned certain copies, that's when the original got corrupted, and now we have this issue of these different Qurans now.
Muhammad was a disciple of Jesus?
Yeah.
How?
Well, he was in Arabia actually preaching the gospel. So he wasn't directly a disciple, but a disciple is the one who follows Christ and studies Christ and Christianity. And so
he was different definitions of a disciple.
We could.
A disciple is someone that lived with the person, that learned from that person.
Not necessarily, because in Matthew 28, Jesus tells his disciples to go out and make more disciples. Okay. And so you don't have to be directly under Jesus to be considered a disciple of Jesus. He sent his apostles out to go out and make more disciples. And
so how did he learn from Jesus? In what language did he learn?
So basically, the gospel. Well, Paul was in Arabia at one point preaching the gospel. A few other
on the road to Damascus. Yeah, okay.
And so a few other people, were also in Arabia preaching the gospel. A few churches there and stuff like that. And Christianity was there in Arabia. And so Muhammad,
Christianity was in Arabia.
Yeah, it was
like around Mecca or Medina or like where?
Yeah.
Because from my knowledge, there was Jews in Medina.
Yeah, and also Christians.
There's Christians in Medina, and your claim is that they taught Muhammad his religion.
Yeah, Muhammad was born into a Christian household.
Who was his father?
I'm not sure.
Who's Muhammad's father? What's the name of his father or his mother?
Sure. I would say Abdul Yasul, but I'm not exactly sure.
Abdul. His name's Abdullah. Muhammad's full name is Muhammad ibn Abdullah.
No, it's not Abdullah. See, that's the interpolation. His real name is Abdul Yasul.
You're trying to say Yasua, but
yeah, Yasua.
Where are you getting that from?
From the original Quran.
Okay, so hold on a second. There was Christians in Mecca that taught Muhammad Christianity from Jesus, who lived how many years before him?
So Jesus lived obviously 600 years before Muhammad. What I'm saying is that Muhammad was a disciple in the sense that he was a devout Christian who was a serious servant of the Lord and spread the gospel message in Arabia. And he did that with
who
this
spread
Quran.
the message in Arabia?
Muhammad.
So then he would be preaching the gospels of Jesus, is your claim?
Correct, through the Quran, yes.
So why is there differences in the teachings of Muhammad, very specific differences when it comes to the Bible, for example, the Pharaoh being a king or the Pharaoh being a pharaoh, right, in certain time periods?
Yeah.
Why are there those corrections in the Quran
those are
in the Bible?
Yeah, so number one, in the Bible during during the time of Joseph, you do have Pharaoh being called the king of Egypt multiple times. So he was called both. From what
what I'm referring to, but like
I know.
Why are there differences in the two?
Got you. So the parts that are different from what you'll see in the Bible, those are the parts that Uthman corrupted and interpolated. So how we can see the truth, because there's some truth still remaining in the Quran today, and how we judge that is by the Bible. What agrees with the Bible, we know that was the original message of the Quran. What doesn't agree with the Bible, we see that's been corrupted for sure.
Okay, very interesting. What it sounds like is you've taken the Muslim standpoint on Christians and you flipped it and you said, this is what we're going to do to you. And we're going to try our best to prove the opposite.
Chad, I've only known you for maybe 5 minutes now, and I love you already. I love you, dude. You're sharp.
My Christian cousin.
That's right.
All right. So enough trolling.
That's exactly what this is.
Look, again, I'm a layman, right? Like, I can't argue a lot of the stuff you're saying. But like, come on, dude. You could do better than this.
And
that's why. Hold on.
No. Say my position is stupid. It's a stupid position, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
I agree. I agree that everything that I just told you and presented to you, and the way that I presented it to you, and my method of presenting it to you, was fallacious. It's I can't say a certain word, but it's absolutely ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Okay, but look, can we first accept that we're dealing with concepts that are above our pay grade?
No,
because you don't read Arabic. Jay does not read Arabic.
Yes, he does.
Okay, Jay, read verse 90 for me.
Jay, there?
Yeah, I'm going to give you another example. We can read it together. So what you said.
Before you do that, I want to let my plane on this. Okay, because Chad understood what I was doing, and he sees that what I was doing was is intellectually dishonest. The method is ridiculous. It's ahistorical, right? It just makes no sense. And so this is exactly what I did. I just flipped roles, Chad. And what you go through, that little process that you went through, that little confusion and that, what are you talking about? That's exactly what Christians go through every single day when they converse with Muslims. When they say, oh yeah, we believe in the original Bible, but the one you have has been corrupted. But there's some truth in it. Well, how do you know what the truth is? Oh, well, whatever agrees with the Quran, that's the part that's good. What disagrees with the Quran, that's corrupted. Oh, and by the way, Jesus was a Muslim. Paul was an antichrist.
That claim, that methodology of going about the Bible is simple, because what Muslim scholars do is they say, hey, we've authenticated the Quran to be preserved 100%, right? But we believe in the Injil. We believe in the Torah, right? For those people of those times, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, great. However, we know, or we claim, right? I don't want to insult you. We claim that the Injil has been corrupted, and we don't even know where the Injil is. It's gone.
Right.
Correct? Okay.
Same
I know you're flipping it, right? But it's like the methodology is not wrong if your claim is simple. This book has been authenticated, right?
Yeah.
And within this book, there's things that you'll find in another book. Right?
Okay, so watch this.
The opposite cannot be true, because we haven't authenticated the previous one.
Okay, watch what I do. Our scholars have authenticated the Bible. We've authenticated the Bible. We know the Bible is true. We have it.
You're setting
what
a premise that no one agrees with.
And that's my point. I can say the same thing to you, that you're building off of a premise that no one agrees with.
No, but look, I'm not going to argue this because I can't. I'm a layman. I can't argue this.
Okay.
Right? So it would just be intellectually dishonest. So I'm going to stop here. My point in coming into the stream was, I heard you reading verse 90.
Okay,
I have my Quran here. Okay.
I do appreciate you being. See, this is something I can respect, guys. Like, because this isn't he's not dodging, or this isn't I'm changing the topic or whatever. He's acknowledging, okay, you know what? There's a limit to how I can argue this, and I'm gonna be honest about that. So is it okay that we can talk about what I feel like I could talk about? I appreciate that. Absolutely.
That's exactly what I do.
Absolutely. Perfect. When people try to change the topic dishonestly, that's where I hold their tail to the mud. But him?
No, dude. I'm a layman. It is what it is. Like,
yeah.
Man,
I appreciate that,
man. Like, come on. I'm not 40 years old that studied in Medina and Mecca for 50 years. But look, my point is, you guys are arguing a very nuanced, highly intellectual discussion, right? Where it's like, I mean, come on, Jay, when I heard you reading verse 90, bro, I have it in front of me, okay? You said, let's see, you said, قالوا أنك. It's قالوا أئنك. قالوا أئنك.
Yes.
Right?
Now, what does Ibn Kathir say?
Like your pronunciation.
What does Ibn Kathir say?
I know you grew up in Dearborn. I know you didn't go to a proper Muslim school.
Chad, okay, now you're starting to Chad,
way above your pay grade.
Chad, listen, Chad. Now you're starting to lose the respect a little bit. Hold on. So what does Ibn Kathir say?
I was talking to God logic. I'm not
what
talking
what does Ibn Kathir say? How does he read this verse?
No.
Okay, because you just said it's not innaka, right? That's what you just said, right?
It's from literally what I'm reading right in front of me.
Okay.
قالوا أئنك أئنك.
Okay, now what does Ibn Kathir say? Because you said that I read it wrong, right?
This version
so it's not innaka, right? It's not innaka.
It's not annaka. Definitely
okay,
not.
now I want you to. I'm not going to read it. I want you to read it. What?
قالوا أئنك.
No, right there. Ibn Kathir. Do you read Arabic or no?
Yes.
Read the screen.
That's what I'm reading.
Okay, no, read the screen.
Right,
we're looking at the same thing, right?
Yeah, read it.
Okay, so at the end of قالوا في ألف.
Read it. Just read it.
إن.
No. That's innaka. You don't know how to read Arabic. You don't know how to read Arabic. قالوا إنك.
Habibi, what's after the wow? What's after the wow? On قالوا, Heidi, the wow. What's after it? Alif. So you say and then there's another alif.
Yeah.
In.
Alif sakun. So you don't. He doesn't know. He doesn't know Arabic.
He doesn't know that qalu has alif sukun at the end of it.
Bro,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go to any other qalu in the Quran.
Yeah, exactly. So read it. Read exactly how Ibn Kathir says it. Read how Ibn Kathir says it.
You want me to listen to it?
Yeah, no. Read it how Ibn Kathir. Yeah, you can listen to it too. Yeah, that's a good idea. Why don't you play it? So God logic. I'm saying that says innaka, and he's saying he's saying that it doesn't say that. So can you just play that for us, just so we're clear?
It does say innaka.
Just listen to the second
you're forgetting
word.
the first alif. It says.
Dude,
let's see.
Okay, go ahead.
I wish I could put my mouse over it.
So I'm gonna play it.
So qalu innaka. Okay, listen for that.
I can't hear it.
Yeah, the sound is kind of messed up.
Oh, you didn't hear it? I heard it clearly.
No, you gotta play it again. The sound's kind
of. Okay, sorry. Hold on. Let me.
Quran.com is really clear.
We can't hear it. God logic. We can't.
Are you serious? Oh wait, hold on. Never mind. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me do this real quick. Hold on. I know what the problem is. 1 second, fellas. I know what the problem is. They can't stop her. All right, let me turn this sound on, man.
So before you play it, I wanna give my pronunciation, then he gives his pronunciation. Okay.
Okay.
Qalu innaka. Now you say it your way.
Qalu innaka.
Okay. Go ahead, God logic. Which one is it?
All right.
قالوا إنك لأنت يوسف.
Did y'all hear
it? Did he say it the way I said it or the way he said it?
Now go to the reciter. Perfect.
This
now
is
go to the reciter. Pick Abdul Rahman al-Sudais.
That's the only option there.
Okay, go to Quran.com and pick Abdul Rahman al-Sudais.
This is a different qira'ah. See, before you try to correct Arabic, I recommend you learn the topic.
حبيبي يا حبيبي انت ما بتحكي عربي فما تقول لي بدك تعلمني انه عن شو
you don't know how to read Arabic.
حبيبي انت ما بتقرا عربي.
You don't know. You don't know that qalu has an alif at the end. Alif sukun. You don't know that. You don't know الفعل الماضي has an alif sukun at the end of it. Go to any qalu in the Quran. It has an alif at the end of it. Qalu, any qalu in the Quran has alif sukun at the end of it. He doesn't know.
Go to Abdul Rahman al-Sudais.
We don't need to go. You don't. You speak. Okay, look. You maybe you know a little Amiya. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
you don't know the Quran. You don't know the Quran.
Habibi, I'm a layman. I'm 23 years old.
Okay, that's
I'm
fine.
not claiming to be a scholar.
Yeah,
I'm asking you. Go to Abdul Rahman al-Sudais.
Stay a layman. And by the way, for the chat, that's part of
Listen
Christ.
to it.
Yeah,
So please,
I came upon Arabs that don't know that الفعل الماضي has alif when it's in plural. قالوا, look at the top of the alif. It has a little circle. That's is alif sukun.
Yeah.
You don't say unless it's a hamza. And
Apologetics,
you put
God logic. Do me a favor.
He doesn't
you don't know that the hamza has
a different recitation.
Yes,
exactly.
But you were saying that I was reading it wrong.
Which it wasn't. It was a different recitation.
It was a different recitation.
You thought it was wrong, which is
so
the point. A different Quran, and you thought it was wrong because you didn't recognize it as your own Quran. That's the difference.
We've gotten to a point
that we realize you don't know how to read Arabic.
Yeah, and you don't know that there's a different qira'ah which has a different meaning.
Yes, so we reached the point that you don't know how to read Arabic, which is fine, but don't pretend.
Yeah, be humble, man.
Yeah.
Be humble.
Can you pull up the different? It does actually.
We're sorry that your prophet was illiterate, man. We're sorry that your prophet was illiterate. You don't have to follow his sunnah and be illiterate, man.
What's with the ad hominem?
Obviously, one second, guys. So
why are you saying that in a negative connotation?
Yeah, hold on. Let's bring this all to so we all understand here. So, Chad,
mashallah, is illiterate.
So they're not saying. And look, Chad, listen. They're not saying that how you recited it the first time is incorrect based off what you were reading, because that's a particular reading. Okay. Exactly. So what we're doing is we're showing you a different reading, not the same one that you're looking at. You recited it correctly. This different reading is innaka. Okay.
Exactly.
So that's what he's showing
you.
And your claim, I understand, and your claim is saying that the different recitation is leading to different meanings.
Yes.
Yes.
As you're saying, innaka means you are, and annak, you're saying as it's in an affirmative versus in a question.
Yes. Exactly.
I understand that. I understand that claim. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not here to debate your claim, again, above my pay grade. I'm here to say you guys are arguing something that's above your pay grade. Like, bro, yani, these things 50, 70-year-old guys are debating in Mecca and Medina, and it's like, who are we? Why is this such a point of contention for you? When it's like, there's so many other things that you can debate. When, like, come on, Jay, Habibi, wallah, I don't want to insult you, bro.
I like
but
this, but hold
I
on.
know
Let's address that.
I know you're not an educated guy from Medina.
Yeah, but hold on, Chad. Let's address that, because I kind of actually like your question, or what you're saying is, there's other things that we could be debating or talking about, the oneness of Allah or the prophethood of Muhammad or whatever. Why are we so focused today?
No.
Why are we focused and hyper tunnel visioned on the textual variants of the Quran? And this is why, bro. This is why. Okay.
No.
The reason why.
That's not what I'm saying. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying.
But let me. You just said that though. Let me tell you why.
No, you misunderstood. Let me rephrase. Look.
Okay.
You guys are Christians. Okay.
Yeah.
You have a lot to talk about within Christianity, right?
Including this.
I have Christians friends. I know what they talk about when they go to church, right? You guys do a lot. They never talk about disproving Islam at church. You're basically doing online church.
Depends on what church you go to, man. There are some churches
fair enough, right? But it's like, from my experience, my Christian friends aren't telling me, yeah, we're sitting in church listening to how to disprove Islam. They're talking about Christian stuff. So it's like,
are we ever gonna?
Yeah. So I'll tell you why. Let me see. Remember again, you're asking why. So the reason why is because, number one, Islam is a polemic against Christianity. It is. When I go, and I do this myself, I go out and I do evangelism or Christian Dawa in different places, okay? Different popular places that's populated. And in these places, there will be Muslim stands or tents, right? Giving Dawa and Islamic material with their tents and a sign saying, Jesus is a Muslim. Or, we love the prophets. Moses was a Muslim. Abraham was a Muslim. Jesus was a Muslim. You become Muslim, you don't lose Jesus. This is their message to Christians. So the reason why I, for example, am addressing this is because Islam is a polemic to Christians who are unaware and uneducated on Islamic matters. So we are here, people like me, Jai, Daughter of Christ, Life, and others, we're here to equip not just Christians, but also Muslims with the truth. Because when lies are being spread, no matter what religion you're in, if lies are being spread, mass-produced, dude, for years, mass-produced, it is incumbent on us as human beings and as Christians, servants of our Lord, to tell the truth. Even to you as a Muslim who you're not a Christian, we especially need to reach you then. Because, from our paradigm, you're not saved, So we got to give you the truth. And this is a huge like anchor to a lot of the Muslim faith, that the Quran is unchanged, untampered with, never corrupted, while the Bible's been changed, corrupted, and tampered with.
I see what you're saying. Basically, what you're trying to do is you're trying to evangelize Muslims by trying to say that, hey, this cornerstone of your belief, that is the preservation of the Quran, we're going to try our best to disprove this so we can try to evangelize you towards Christianity. But again, I think you're thinking of this too much in like the YouTube social media space, that Muslims have a cornerstone of their belief, that they surround their entire belief based on the preservation of the text. It's like, yeah, that is in there, of course, right? But I mean, to be honest, bro, most layman Muslims, if you talk about preservation of the Quran, they're just be like, yeah, and like that's they're not thinking about that.
Have you been watching?
Yeah, they have no idea about
but
this
this is within the YouTube
If you listen to Yasser Qali talk about the topic, listen to how he talks about it. He tells you that the beginner level, they have no idea. They doubt it. They disbelieve you. Then they get a little deeper into it. Then they just start regurgitating what their scholars say. Then you just get deeper to that advanced level. And then you start seeing the problems between the standard way that Islam presents the preservation topic and what Islam actually says. So the scholars that you guys look up to, who told you since you guys were little kids as Muslims, or if you're converting to Islam, they told you when you convert to Islam that there's only one Quran, doesn't change at all from Muhammad till today, anywhere in the world, it's the same. That's what they say. It's a lie.
Lies.
Yes.
That's your claim. What I
No,
see.
look.
We don't need to claim. We got evidence.
Let me play it again.
That's literally what Yasser Qadi said, bro.
Yeah.
Not just him, but the other scholars. Play both of them, Jai.
Let's play this guy. Let's play Haytham Siddiqui because he's got something good to say about this,
Yeah,
and then we'll play Yasser Qadi afterwards.
Never fails. You repeat a Muslim, and then the Muslim just says you said it.
All right, so check this out.
Many people, many Muslims grow up not knowing anything outside of the Hafs tradition. And they don't get exposed to the idea that there are other reading traditions and that there are Quranic variants and that all sort of this whole system framework that I discussed. And it might be surprising to some people, but, and unfortunately, actually, so I have heard some preachers that do say that there's only, one reading or one Quran or something like that. And, if I were to be very generous, I would say that falls under the umbrella of like lies to children, if that makes sense. So lies to children.
All right, that's one.
Who's Haytham?
Haytham Siddiqui. He's a Quranic Islamic scholar.
I don't know.
You know Yasser Qadi, right?
Yeah, from Yaqeen Institute.
I'm not sure if he's associated with Yaqeen. I don't know, but he might be. So listen to what he says.
Every single student of knowledge knows, who studies Ulum al-Quran, that the most difficult topics are Ahruf and Qira'at, and the concept of Ahruf and the reality of Ahruf, and the relationship of the Uthmanic Mus'haf with the Ahruf, and the preservation of the Ahruf. Is it 1? Is it 3? Is it 7? And the relationship of the Qira'at to the Ahruf. This is a topic that when you're the beginning student of knowledge, you're like, what is all of this going on here? When you go a little bit more, you learn to simply memorize what your teachers say and regurgitate it out. And you don't fully comprehend. When you do a deep dive is when things get very, very awkward and difficult. And this isn't new. This is from the time of the Sahaba. In the Sahih or the Hasan Hadith of Ubay bin Ka'b, the Hadith of the Ahruf, that when the Prophet mentioned the issue of Ahruf, and that there are different Ahruf and whatnot, this is in the version of Muslim Imam Ahmad. Ubay bin Ka'b says, authentic Hadith, فَدَخَلَ فِي نَفْسِي شَكٍّ. In my heart, a doubt came that I hadn't had about Islam since the days of Jahiliyyah. This is not a joke, brothers and sisters. The issue of Ahruf and Qira'at caused confusion to somebody whom the Prophet said, if you want to listen to the Quran directly, listen to Ubay. Ubay is not some even average Sahabi. He is the Qari of the Quran. He is the master. He is who he is. And he goes, فَدَخَلْ فِي نَفْسِي شَكٍّ. What is all of this stuff?
All right. Look, we go to the scholars. These people, he went to Medina. You mentioned Medina earlier. He went to Medina. He's been there. He's got the degrees. He's coming back telling us the secrets.
He didn't say anything that was secretive. The pronunciations is really some of the hardest part of memorizing the Quran. When I first started memorizing the Quran, it took me for one full page. I'm not gonna lie, man. It took me 3 weeks.
No, when I
first started.
When he says Ahruf, he doesn't mean the pronunciation. He means the hadith of Sabat Ahruf, the 7 different Ahruf, the variant versions of the Quran.
Look, regardless, you guys pull someone else up here. Muhsin's been talking a lot. I appreciate meeting you both. Jay, it was nice to meet you, man. God Logic, it was nice to meet you. Thank you.
You too, man. You're welcome anytime, bro. You want to talk about Christianity or anything like that? You're
next time with something that I'm more educated on.
Okay.
Next time, but may God guide us all.
Chad, let me ask you a question really quick. Did you just come up here to tell us that we shouldn't be talking about this topic?
Not 100%. That's 50% of it. The other 50% is, well, yeah, bro, 100%. But the other 50% is you guys are Christians. There's a lot to talk about within Christianity. I feel like what you're trying to do is just evangelize Muslims by attacking one specific thing. When it's okay, if you want to do that, that's your prerogative. I can't really say much.
We attack multiple things, man. If you check out my channel, bro, it's a multitude of topics that we attack. It's not just this, but this is a huge one, though.
Okay, look, when I look at the way Muslims evangelize, it's very different. It's very different than the way than you guys are evangelizing.
Yeah, we don't lie. We don't lie.
Good one, Jack.
Again,
I'm curious.
I'm
ad hominem.
For real.
It's
No,
fine.
it's not ad hominem. The Dawa
that's
is
true.
deception. It's been said before me. I didn't make that up. Dawa is deception. It's a fact. Show me one honest guy who does Dawa.
Okay, look, Dawa is very simple. When I see da'is, all they talk about is tawheed. They talk about the prophets. They talk about the history. They talk about how it's going to make your life better. Like they don't talk about the preservation of the text.
Though. And they lie about Islam too. They're the ones who are saying that the Quran, there's only one Quran. They're the ones who are, when Haytham Siddiqui said that these preachers are going around saying there's only one Quran, he's talking about all of these da'is. That's who he's talking about. So the people who are going around saying there's only one Quran, there's only one version, it's been the same.
I feel like, Jay, you have something in your past that hurt you, which I don't want to get into.
Yeah, he had Ibn Kathir in his past.
My God.
You know, way before he was born. Who wrote that it was different.
But regardless, genuinely, you're a smart
was
guy.
in his past as well.
Yeah,
Obey was 1400 years ago in his past.
Yeah.
Chad, do you really think this is a good way to like argue? Come on, Chad.
Good way is
I don't want to argue. I want to
to
go. And I tried leaving, but you asked me this question.
All right, have a good day. All right, have a good day, Chad. We appreciate you for coming, Chad.
Like I said, Chad, I'm live Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So if you're ever free and feel like chopping it up, just come on through. All right.
Bye, bro.
Hey, real quick, we're like 20 away from 2,000 subscribers. So I just put the link in the private chat if you just want to show the people.
Yeah.
Wow, there we go.
One hit 2,000.
So you can live stream right now, huh?
Yeah, you can.
I can live. I think I can, right?
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, we're like 70 away from 2,000. That's crazy. Wow. Really appreciate us.
We gotta get that first video popping too, man.
Yeah, man. We gotta get that.
Oh, you could definitely like take clips of this, you engage and post these like that.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be able to do that. Yeah, guys, they're really close. Well, for me it says 1.94. So 60 subscribers, guys. Who hasn't subscribed yet? Who?
And by the way, for those who don't know, that was Daughter of Christ. So if you like that kind of content, that's what we got.
Yeah, that's the bruh. Man. I shut up on my own stream. When I was like,
she's scared.
I'm sorry, I've been here all along listening to you guys. I've just been holding back, and I was like, I've had this. I've had enough now.
Had enough of the foolishness.
Yeah,
man.
So here it is, guys. I mean, come on, 60 more subscribers.
At 2,000. Look at that.
To get to 2,000. Can we get them up to 2,000, guys?
Oh, it's at 2,000.
Oh wow! Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you, everyone.
We really thought it was the end.
That's crazy. There it is. Let's go.
It's amazing, man, to feel the love from
you back. You back, Jai.
Yeah,
2,000, man.
You gotta start grinding, man.
Man, forget that, man. Let's get this up to 3,000, man. What are we doing in here? There's 2,500 people watching. Let's get it to 3,000.
For this, I gotta sing, right? The song is God.
Is Jai. Is Jai.
All right, so you got time for a few more, Jai?
Yeah, man, we got time. I mean, that's really crazy support. We really appreciate the support, everyone. Thank you all so much. We're gonna be live streaming this week then, because we can live stream now. So that's amazing.
Got time today, cuz.
Got time today. All right, so I said Kadeem will be next.
All right,
so let's go ahead and bring up Kadeem. He got his camera on. What's up, brother? Oh, you muted.
Can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, I can't hear you at all. All right. He said, inshallah, 1 second. Man, Jai, this has been a monster fire stream, man. Seriously.
Yeah, I'm glad I can teach you guys.
Thanks, Life.
You're welcome. Hey, you can have me on whenever, man.
Okay, yeah, for sure. I'm about to block.
Blocked.
No, but yeah, man. It's crazy, guys. Jai had and Daughter of Christ, they helped me, like I said, with the Uthman situation, right? They was able to get the Arabic sources and stuff like that for me, and had exposed him as a liar and got his name Ibn Footnote. And after that, it's just, he kind of abandoned me a little bit. I was, really wanted him to come around, and then you really like,
he had to go get fake stabbed after that.
yeah, fake stabbed. So yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild. It's so good to have you here, man. It's so good to have you here. I really hope that you can do this more often, bro.
Definitely.
Like I said it in the chat, and this is for everybody that's part of the crew. If you guys have something that you guys want to go over, something you want to expose, something you want to expound on, and you guys know who I'm talking to. I told you guys this in the chat. You guys can use my platform to do it, because by the grace and glory of God, we have a pretty good audience here, and so thousands of people are sitting here getting this information and being equipped. So study, Paul, Abu Amir, Black Doctor, podcast, and Albie. You guys want to present something, just let me know, man. I'll set it up so that it's not just a few hundred people that's hearing it. It's going to be thousands of people that see it, because I really want to get it out. All right.
Yeah, really appreciate it, bro. And
course, man.
I mean, man, I didn't know what to expect, but look, we're past 2,000 now, so that's like, man, it's really humbling. Honestly, it's really humbling for the support. It feels like I feel the love.
Yeah.
God bless, man. God bless everybody.
Appreciate it.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Oh, nice. How you doing, guys?
Pretty good. Pretty good. How is you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I actually been watching some of your videos the last few weeks. But I kind of enjoy the discussion, even if I'm Muslim, obviously, but I enjoy listening, hearing different viewpoints and all that stuff. So I'm grateful for the material you put out. I haven't seen any other material, but I'm grateful for that material. Hopefully, we all can increase in understanding and knowledge, and it'll be beneficial for everybody.
Of course, man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Of course, man. Of course. But yeah, I actually just came home and I was like, dang, he's lying. Let me see what he's talking about. And I was listening a little bit. Then I wanted to, initially, I was just more curious about exactly what you guys were talking about. So if you could you bring that up again one more time?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Jai. Break down, what it is that we doing here, man. What we on?
Yeah, man. So basically, what we're doing is we're covering this Muslim claim, the claim that Muslims make that there's only one Quran, there's no variant versions, and that's it. The one that we have today is exactly as Muhammad said it, and there's no differences from then until now. And so we're breaking that down, going into the history, and then we're going into modern day, and we're showing actually you guys have sources that say something different. And even today, you can go to different parts of the Muslim world, and you can find different versions of the Quran that read things differently.
Yeah.
And it gives you different meanings, takes away words, adds words, all that. So
can you give me examples of taking away meaning and adding and deleting words?
Yeah, let's do that one right now. So I actually have it up because I was going to show it to the last guy, but I'll show it to you.
Okay.
So here it is. Actually, God Logic has it too, but it's I can put it up. I can put it up if you want. It's chapter 57, 24. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see both of them. All right. So this last part here is what we're focusing on. So فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ هُوَ الْغَنِيُّ الْحَمِيدُ. And then this one, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ الْغَنِيُّ الْحَمِيدُ, without the huwa. So this is an example between two different readings where you have a word that's completely missing.
Okay. So, my thing is, from what I understand, like I would like to let me say this correctly. I would like to first start off by mentioning some of the things that the previous brothers mentioned about how these topics are definitely, I think, for me at least, far above my pay grade and my ability to say definitively what these things mean as far as pure knowledge is concerned.
Then why'd you come,
So in
man?
these situations, I'm more forced, and I think you as well should be more forced to use logic, because we like I said, I only know so much.
Logic.
You know so much. So logic is probably the most important thing. And for me, how I understand these verses are the Quran itself and how it's transmitted is there are different qira'at as far as how words were pronounced because of the different.
This isn't a pronunciation though. This is
Can I finish? I'm not done.
I just correct things as you make errors.
Please.
Yeah, but once you make an error, you continue on the error. It's like why continue on error?
This is not error.
You said pronunciation.
You're insinuating that I'm not adding on to what I said.
Okay.
By saying thank you. What I'm saying is that there are 7 different recitations for each, I guess you could say, tribe of people for better understanding, from my understanding. So it wouldn't be false to say, and this is definitely true, there are different qira'at for different regions of Arabs for them to better assimilate into the Quran. Let me continue, please.
Well, because it's wrong. It's wrong. Let me just bring up a scholar now, because you made it. You made a statement.
Let me finish.
Yeah, man, this is not a khutbah, man. Like this is so boring.
I came in to talk, and you guys are just interrupting. And when I finish,
but
Kadeem,
all he's trying to do is just let you know that it's pointless to expound on it.
I'm literally saying a few more words.
Yeah, but Kadeem, but you have to understand this in order to continue the fullness of the conversation. I'm pretty sure you're going to be here for about 30, 45 minutes. So what I'm saying is, because you seem decent. So what Jai is literally just trying to tell you is that it's pointless to expound on an incorrect position. You're continuously trying to do that. He's trying to tell you your position is incorrect. So if he allows you to expound on it, it's going to be a waste of time.
So in which way is it incorrect?
Okay. So like at first you talked about how the recitations and it's just for people understanding, it's just pronunciation and stuff like that.
That's not what I said. I said pronunciation, but you assumed the latter. After I said pronunciation, you assume I'm not insinuating that perhaps different words were not used. I said pronunciation, you assume afterwards.
So do you acknowledge that there are different words?
I'm trying to finish my statement. You guys are.
That's just
a straight I'm trying to say what I acknowledge and what I don't acknowledge by what I'm saying, and you guys are interrupting me.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. Let's let him land.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let's let him land.
All I'm getting at you, if you think I said something wrong, note it and tell me, please. From all I'm getting at is this: based on this understanding that there are multiple recitations of the Quran, using my logic, it does not invalidate any other recitation of the Quran by virtue that the Prophet, peace be upon him, could have recited both. In both situations, these things could have passed and been transmitted through time. And it doesn't take away from the one that says innaka, nor does it take from the one that says innaka. By the way, they're both the same word but different grammatical use, which applies.
They're not the same word.
Innaka is the same word.
No, it's not.
Look. And in is what dictates how the word is understood.
He's trying to tell us.
Are you Arab? Are you telling Arabs what it is?
No,
I'm Arab and it's not. I'm Arab and it's not.
I'm saying innaka is used in both verses.
Okay,
no, it's not.
Why don't we settle this?
Innaka is used in both verses.
Hold on. Why don't
bring it back?
Look,
innaka is used in both verses.
Okay,
yeah, but
go back to the verse and show me that.
Why don't we go to a Tabari and we'll see.
No. You just said that
we're gonna go to a Tabari.
Is not used in both.
Okay, look, we're gonna go to a Tabari and we're gonna see what he says. We're gonna see, does he agree with you? Does he agree that Muhammad said it both ways? That's what we're gonna do. So unfortunately,
he doesn't.
It's only in Arabic, but we'll translate it for you.
That's the pay grade you've mentioned, man.
Yeah.
DOC is crazy.
So let's do this.
Okay, shall we read? Shall we read? I mean, I'm gonna read and translate. So,
okay, we'll read it and translate.
Because we know. So, okay. وقد اختلف القراءة في قراءة قوله. So that's basically saying اختلف means differed.
Yeah.
Okay, the قراءة.
The readers differed in this reading.
Okay, so this one, can you highlight?
Okay.
إنك means do you? So it's a question.
Yeah.
إنك, can you see this? Like, I don't know if you can see the yellow.
Can you see it, Kadeem?
Yeah,
it's like one extra letter. So an extra letter added to a word actually changes the word, my friend.
Okay. But that's what I'm getting at. Though.
Okay, hold on. Wait, let's continue translating it. Okay.
فقرأ ذلك عامة قراءة الأمصار أئنك على الاستفهام.
So,
which means that most of them read it أئنك, meaning as a question.
As a question. This is
are
the
you,
or the interrogative. Yeah.
Okay. As a question. أئنك. So if I say to you, are you Yusuf, is different to if I say to you, you are Yusuf.
Now,
I thought you were going to prove to me that the Prophet Muhammad didn't.
We're trying.
We're getting there. Just like you said. You took a lot of time. We gave you the time. Just let us finish with this.
Yeah, I apologize, please.
Okay, that's okay.
So it says here في قراءة أبي بن كعب عند قراءة أبي بن كعب.
This one we don't really need this one because we're not dealing with
this is actually a third one.
A third reading.
أو أنت يوسف.
Yeah, this is a third reading. But we'll skip that one because this is the main one.
Okay, so it says here وروي عن ابن محيصن أنه قرأ إنك لأنت يوسف.
So إنك.
Okay, على الخبر meaning it's confirmation.
Yes.
Meaning you are Yusuf.
And it says not as a question.
لا على الاستفهام.
Okay.
So one is a question and another one is confirmation.
Okay. Now let's see what At-Tabari concludes. Does he conclude Muhammad said it both ways? Does he say Muhammad said it like this and Muhammad said it like that?
No, he doesn't.
What does he say?
قال أبو جعفر is At-Tabari.
Yeah.
He says والصواب من القراءة في ذلك عندنا, and the correct قراءة,
the correct reading
for us is قراءة من قرأه بالاستفهام, meaning
the question,
the قراءة of the question.
Okay, so nowhere in that statement did it defame.
Yes, it did, because it said the correct one. No, it did, because it said the correct one.
He said the correct, what you just said, the correct one for us is the question.
So are you saying that Muhammad...
No.
Well, are you saying wait?
Okay,
brother,
please go.
Are you saying that the other way? You said Muhammad said it another way. So are you saying that the other way is wrong?
That's not,
because you said correct.
That's not what I'm saying.
Correct.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm
so
saying
if you say one is correct, that means the other one is wrong.
I'm using logic. No, that does not mean that. I'm saying that the Prophet Muhammad transmitted the Quran, and it's possible that both ways he transmitted it.
Why didn't At-Tabari say that? Why didn't At-Tabari say that?
Why did you say correct? Why is correct?
I'm just a layman.
He says that the majority.
That's
this
fine.
is upon us because that's what the majority read it.
But that doesn't take away from either. That's what I'm trying to get.
What you're trying to say
is that both cannot be possible, and there's a contradiction. But there's not. Not in the meeting.
Wait.
Okay,
just for the sake of the people listening, so that maybe they can't hear because we're talking over each other. Just to be clear. At-Tabari gives an argument for why this is the correct reading, because he says that this is the consensus. This is the consensus. The majority of readers. Hold on, wait. He says that the majority of readers read it this way. Therefore, this is the correct reading. He doesn't say I have. He doesn't say I have a chain from Muhammad.
That's what I'm getting at. You're trying to say that it
doesn't say I have a chain from Muhammad.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Look, if it did, he would say the other way is wrong.
Yeah, he doesn't say
equal. You say the other way is wrong.
He says the correct way.
No.
Correct way. So
all right, so let's hold on, guys. Everybody pause there. Everybody pause. Everybody pause. So let's get understanding here. So
just so
to
everyone
be clear, Jai, he says that there is a correct way of reading.
Yes.
And he says that the correct way of reading is the one with the question.
The question.
Yes.
And he says that's because the majority reading.
Majority he doesn't say because I have a chain that goes back to Muhammad.
Exactly.
He doesn't say that. He says because that's the majority.
Wait, hold on, Kadeem, one at a time.
Let me finish, because you said you're saying stuff about how things are wrong. I must interject.
Kadeem.
Okay,
I have to continue to do this, bro. I'm gonna have to remove you.
But
calm yourself. Relax. Let's have a dialogue.
Okay.
So,
I love you to understand what's going on here. Okay.
So yeah, finish, please.
Yeah. So he gives. So what I'm saying is, he doesn't say, I have a chain that goes back to Muhammad, and I know for a fact that he said like this. He says, no, this is how the majority read it. Dude, why do you keep interrupting?
Well, the question I'm asking is, if someone says I'm a layman and this is above my pay grade,
no, this is logic that I'm using. I'm sorry, this is logic. This has nothing.
How are you gonna come back?
All right, so my turn, guys. My turn.
Okay, go ahead.
So he says that there's a correct way of reading.
No, he said there's a majority way.
No.
No,
Okay,
he says the correct way.
Stop.
No.
Hey, Jai, do me a favor.
Yep, right
Can you
here.
read the part where it says correct?
Yeah, as-sawab.
Yeah,
the correct.
As-sawab means the correct.
Okay.
Did you not say the correct one for us?
Yes. In other words,
right.
including.
Khalas. The correct one for us. In
yes,
his
meaning
opinion,
for the Muslim.
those who follow him.
No,
That
for the
is
Muslims.
No.
Yes,
the correct way for us. The majority of those.
Who is he talking?
Who
is he talking?
No, listen. What
the
I'm
correct
saying
one
is this:
for the Hindus.
there is possibilities within Islam where
so
there could be a
for
majority
the
opinion and a minority opinion. And he is
so-
saying the majority opinion is that this is the correct way. This is a common Islamic foundational understanding of
Here's my
Hadith.
question, Kadeem.
Go ahead,
If there is a correct way of reading it, that means that the alternative is incorrect, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. It
Yes.
does not mean that. That's the point. That's the point. It does not mean that it's incorrect.
What happened to
It means that
logic? I
both
thought he was using
are
logic.
I thought we was using logic, bub.
This is logic. This is logic. It's possible that two things could be correct.
Oh, okay, hold on.
It's
Time
possible
out.
that two things could be correct.
He said, hold on. If he highlights, excuse me, Kadeem. Kadeem, excuse me, Kadeem.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He doesn't say both are correct. He
That doesn't
says
take away from
there
what I'm
is
saying.
a particular correct reading.
That
for
majority of us.
And the reason
Us.
why it's correct is because the majority agree to this.
Exactly.
So the one
That doesn't take away from the minority.
Kadeem,
I'll say
the
go ahead.
one that the majority is reading, that's the incorrect reading.
No, that does not mean that.
So what does it
does
mean
not.
to be the opposite of correct?
All right, look. This is what I'm gonna give you an example. Say I was in the past and you were trying to record me, or I'm gonna say it like that. Say we're trying to recover something in the past, and there was a group of 3 people that listened to me at individual times. And at one person I said, I have cocoa butter lotions. This is just a random example. And another person at some point I said, I have a cocoa butter lotion. And another person I said, this cocoa butter lotion is mine. I'm just saying that because I have lotion in front of me, so it's kind of a weird example. But what I'm getting at is this. It is possible that all 3 is correct. And at the same time, it is possible that the majority of people heard me say, I have coconut lotion. It doesn't take away, look, it doesn't take away from me saying the other 2 things.
I got you, Joe. I got you.
So the other 3 are the same.
Let me stick with your
They're
example.
both correct.
Kadeem,
No,
I
no,
heard
no.
you. Kadeem, I heard you. Let me stick with your example. No, that's enough.
No, I need to
Let me hear your
clarify before you
example.
continue.
Yeah.
I'm using a very
Okay,
layman.
you're gonna mute up now. Now you're muted. So let's stick with your example, Kadeem. So with your example, Kadeem, you said 3 things. You said the same thing in 3 different ways. No problem. Now let me ask you this: is it the same thing if I said I have a cocoa butter lotion, or then I somebody else reports me saying, do I have a coconut butter lotion? Do I have a coconut butter lotion? Are those 2 the same thing, Kadeem? I have cocoa butter lotion, or versus do I have cocoa butter lotion? Is that the same thing, Kadeem? You can unmute now and talk. Please answer that directly.
Well, it depends on the context. Because if you read that ayah, listen, if you read that ayah,
So the Quran is not word for word, letter for letter. The Quran is talk about a
lotion.
lotion.
That's not even what I'm
Quran is
saying.
talk about a lotion, everyone. It's not word for word, letter for letter. It's all talk about a lotion, man.
Why are you interrupting me?
I want to hear
it's not word for word from Jibreel. Jibreel doesn't know.
Listen, this is not even what I said. You're putting words in my mouth.
Yeah, can you answer? Is it the same as me saying,
now listen,
I have cocoa butter lotion versus do I have cocoa butter lotion? Are those 2 statements the same?
What I'm saying is this, you're trying to connect this to that Quranic
Just
text.
answer. Are they the same?
No,
bro?
listen. I have to. Because this is what we're talking about.
You know what?
Yeah, but answer directly first. You have to answer directly first, man. And then you can expound.
It's not sincere.
It depends on the context. So if
you can't answer the question, but Kadeem, you can't answer Kadeem. Let me just Kadeem, I'm just trying to help you, man. I'm like a moderator here. Look, I'm just trying to help you. Yeah, no, you do, because you're about to get kicked out of here. I'm trying to help you. Well, go ahead, man. Do your thing. Okay, go ahead. Ignore questions and get kicked. Go ahead.
I'm trying to answer the question. You're interrupting.
No, you're not. You're trying to answer the question back.
I got it, Life. Is it the same statement or not, bro?
They're not the same statement.
Thank you. So which one? Good. So they're not the same. Here's the point now.
I already stated that these things are possible.
Watch this.
No. I already stated that this is possible.
Kadeem,
that different
you come here and say, Kadeem, watch this. Watch this and mute up. Watch this. If now you go on and say, because I'm talking to you and I'm talking to Life. I'm talking to you and I'm talking to Life. Right? Now, you say, Avery said that he said, and I quote, you're quoting me verbatim, I have coconut butter lotion. Life says, nah, there was a different saying, like Kadeem says that Avery said this, but the correct way for me is, do I have cocoa butter lotion? Life says one way is correct over yours. Does that mean that, according to what Life is saying, that your statement that you're quoting from me is correct still, or is it wrong based off what Life says? Got on mute.
Firstly, I just want to say I'm sorry if I'm being like very passionate. Like, you know what I mean? It's a natural, distinct characteristic of myself where I kind of get into the discussion. So firstly, I'd like to apologize. As a Muslim, that's all I'm saying. But to get to the question that you're asking, you're asking me if you were to say something, I kind of missed it, but I'm trying to reiterate.
Let me repeat it.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
So we got the two statements. You acknowledge that both were different, right? They're different statements. They're not the same. Okay, cool. Yeah. Now, if Life says one of those statements is correct, is the correct one for him.
Yeah.
Does he hold the opinion that the other one is still correct, or that the other statement is wrong?
He should. If he's being sincere, he should.
But if he says that one statement, when he's quoting what I said, and he heard that there's another rendering of what I said, and he says, no, it's this way. This is the correct way.
And notice he says the correct way. He doesn't say a correct way. He says the correct way.
No. And once you said us, this is different. So please.
The correct way. The correct way.
The correct way for us.
It's not like
he asked me a question. Now you're interjecting with extra stuff. It has nothing to do with the question. Please. Please.
So hold on. One more thing before Kadeem goes. So listen.
How can I go?
Pay attention.
I can't have so much information in my brain at once. I need one question at a time, please.
Look,
you're not being sincere, man.
Yeah, you gotta be honest.
How am I not being sincere? You're not. He asked me a question. I'm attempting to.
You're not being sincere, and it's clear, bro.
Yeah, everybody knows it's different.
All right,
how can Joseph's brothers both say at the same time in the same sense, you are Joseph, we know it's Joseph, and then say, is that really Joseph? How can they say the same thing? You can't have both. That's why you need to choose one.
And that's why he said al-sawab, the correct. He said al. You know, al, everybody knows al is equal to the in Arabic. He said al-sawab, the correct. Okay. There's no way out of it, man. Look, Kadeem.
You can
just quit while you're
ahead. I'm not trying to go out of it.
There's no way out of it. Just say I'm a layman.
And I'm grateful.
Above my pay grade. I don't know.
And now I know to go to those who have knowledge.
Okay.
I'm not going to go to you.
You don't have knowledge.
I'm not going to go to you for these answers.
That's us.
That's us.
Yeah, exactly. You're in the right place.
I know, but I'm simply just interjecting the logic that I have.
There's no logic. Ain't no logic.
Come on now.
You're being
very rude in how you're approaching me.
Just hold on, Daughter of Christ. Just deal with this, please, specifically.
I'm trying to.
How can both be true at the same time? It's not. Let me get it out.
Okay, sorry.
Are you Joseph, or versus he said, or they said, you are Joseph. How can they both be true at the same time? Please break that down.
Well, from my understanding, just the logic that I have, as I read the entire verse, the meaning equals the same thing to me. If you're trying to say something as in you came into an area and you said, hey, you're that guy, or you're that guy. And then I said, yes, I am that guy. It's like the same thing. You get what I'm saying? So I'm listening to it.
You're completely not even dealing with what I asked you. I'll do it again.
I am. Listen, you're saying,
are you Joseph? Are you Joseph? Versus you are Joseph.
But this is what I'm getting at.
Are those the? How can they both be the same thing? Correct.
I'm giving an example of how I understand it.
I don't care about how you understand it. Deal with the text.
No, this is how I understand. I'm dealing with the text, but you're not allowing me to speak.
No, I am allowing you to speak when you're dealing with
let me speak. So say I met you somewhere out at a gas
station. We're doing this right here.
This is
how can they both be correct? Asking.
I'm about to give you because the context matters and how I'm saying it matters in this example. Say you're at a gas station and I said, you're God Logic. Or I said, are you God Logic? And then I go and you went on to say, I am God Logic.
Is that
regardless of which no. Regardless of which one I said, the premise of the ayah is the same. I came into a room. This is what happens in the story.
Did you ask or did you tell me?
This is what happens in the story. The brothers
did you ask or did you tell me? That's the question.
No,
did you ask or did you tell me?
Exactly the same. This is the logic that I'm using.
Yeah. Did you ask or did you tell me?
No, it doesn't matter. The premise is the same. I walked into a building. I see you.
Get out of here.
You see that, bro?
You guys are pathetic.
Look,
you guys are pathetic.
You know one of the escapes that Muslims try to use in these conversations, because when there are conversations in the Quran where you have differences, you have another instance in chapter 17 verse 102 where Moses says to Pharaoh, surely you knew and surely I knew. A lot of times Muslims will acknowledge, yeah, they couldn't have said both of those same things. It can only be one. Sometimes what they just say is, actually, they didn't say any of those things because they didn't actually speak Arabic. They have to make up a whole new narrative and say, like, oh, the Quran's not really presenting a conversation. It's just kind of like being poetic or something. They have to go all this crazy way around.
Yeah, the coping is real.
It's real. It's crazy.
It couldn't have been both. Otherwise, somebody would have said both are correct.
Exactly. Yeah, once they have different, it's crazy how once differences are presented to Muslims, somehow like it's all the same. It's not a difference. They all mean the same thing. You can still get the same understanding. Like they have the most slippery way to try to get out of stuff. It's like there's, I don't know, man.
To me, it wasn't slippery. To me, it was very. Like he was
to them they believe that it's working. That's what I'm saying. Like to the distorted minds of the Muslims, they believe that this is a good argument. It's terrible, but it's a response, and it's a slippery response just by claiming, oh yeah, they are different, but they mean the same thing. Dude, no, they don't. They don't mean the same thing. Affirming something and asking a question is two completely different things. Like anybody knows that. That's basic. Like,
but then they hit you with that doesn't matter.
It's like it's a basic understanding and conversation.
The whole thing that we've been asking, reconcile it. How do they both work? Oh, if that doesn't matter. What matters is that Joseph acknowledged who he was. We're not asking about what Joseph said. Did they or did they not say that he was Joseph, or did they ask that he was Joseph? Which one was it? It's both.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's it.
Both.
They did both.
Yeah.
They told him he was Joseph and then asked him if he was Joseph.
Is that really Joseph? Yeah, that's me. Oh, surely you're Joseph.
They did a retake. You know, like they do a retakes when they do movies. They did another take.
They didn't take two.
When Muhammad said it again, he forgot that he told him it was Joseph.
Which one? Both of them.
Both of them. Both of them with
the F.
That's how Muhammad got out of it, man. Y'all all right.
That's exactly how he got out of it.
Y'all all right, man. None of y'all
that's
wrong.
What Muhammad said, right?
That's exactly what Muhammad said.
Whatever way y'all recited.
They can't. Hey, Muhammad, which one is it, man?
It was reviewed like this. It was reviewed like that.
It was the cocoa butter lotion.
The cocoa
Oh
butter.
no! Wait, no. Y'all remember the meme a minute ago? Hey, Muhammad, which recitation is true? Yes.
Yeah. Hey, it's getting kind of late where we are. We're gonna have to head out, but if maybe we can get one more, a bunch of people to come over, man. We're about to get. It's crazy. We're at like 2,200, almost 2,300.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We got guests here waiting. So you got time for one more?
Yeah, let's do one more. But let's do one more.
All right.
I just want to say again for everyone for the subs. I really appreciate everyone so much, man. God bless you all. We're almost like this. It's crazy how much support we're getting and love.
Yeah, guys, let's try to get them up before the end of this to at least 2,500, guys. Let's get them to 2,500 subs. They're right now at 2.2. All right, so let's get them up to 2.5, guys. That's all we need is a little less than 300 to get them up to 2,500, man, and we'll get them going. All right, so let's bring up DJ Khaled. How you doing, man? Khalid.
Hey, Avery, what's up?
Welcome.
How are you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. Would you mind putting someone who's a little bit more knowledgeable on the topic up?
Sure. Who?
Like Muhsin, Muhsin, or Trevor.
Wait, hold on. Slow down. Who?
Muhsin. He's been in the private check.
Muhsin. Okay, I'll bring up Muhsin.
Someone like that up.
All right. Would you like to stay too and just?
Yeah, I'd love to stay and just listen.
All right, you can stay right there. All right, go ahead. How you doing, Muhsin?
Hi, I'm doing good. How about you?
Pretty good. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, are you of the position when it comes to Quranic preservation that the Quran has been preserved in a sense that every single word, letter for letter, dot for dot, is unchanged? It's the exact same all the way back to Muhammad? Or are you of the position that the Quran is preserved in meaning, although there may be some textual variances here and there?
I believe that the Quran has been preserved like extremely well, but in the 7 ahruf, they have been preserved. It's not just one. Yeah. So the 7 ahruf that were revealed to Muhammad have been preserved. Yes, completely.
Word for word, or
the 7 ahruf, there are differences, but all those differences that were revealed to Muhammad have been preserved.
Okay. So yes, there are differences in the 7.
Just a real quick clarifying question. Do these 7 ahruf exist today?
The 7 ahruf?
Yeah, do they exist today?
Yes.
Okay, where can we find them?
It's well, I don't, how much was it? Like, it's like there are like different books and websites. I don't have a website at hand. That website that you were just showing.
Oh, okay. So you think that the qira'at are the ahruf?
No, that's the qira'at. There's 10 qira'at, 7 ahruf. I know the differences, but it's like some of the things that you're showing are like a part of the ahruf. Like, for example, when words are changed, for example, the verse 95. That's also an example of Surah Yusuf. That's also an example of the ahruf.
Okay.
I'll give you an example.
How do we know what's so? Is there a difference between ahruf and qira'at at all to you?
Yes. Okay. So ahruf, the 7 ahruf have been revealed to Muhammad.
Okay.
And there are various like different reasons. And yes, something that hasn't been said here before. Yes, there are differences in the meaning.
Okay. Thank you.
And
Can
that's
you say that one more time?
Yes, before any other Muslim like comes at me, this was been like stated by Sheikh Uthman al-Khamis, like a very like good sheikh, that there are different meanings. But the difference is there are no contradictions. Although it's different meanings, there's no contradictions.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, I'm from Kuwait. Yeah, I speak Arabic fluently.
Okay, great. I'm very happy to hear that.
Which Quran do you read in Kuwait?
Hafs.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just finish your line of questioning with them real quick. I'm gonna pull up a reference here to show a contradiction between them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just to be clear on your position, you do acknowledge that there are differences that even would have different meanings. However, none of these contradict each other. These meanings don't contradict each other. They can both work for the context.
Yeah, I'll explain like what like deeper. It's not that they don't. It depends on your like definition of contradiction. Because, for example, I'll bring up an ayah right now. It's وَالَّذِينَ قُتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ and وَالَّذِينَ قَاتَلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. The difference between those, for you, God Logic, I don't think you speak Arabic. The difference is that one states
Fight and kill, right?
Yeah. One of the like fought and were killed and died.
Yeah.
Isn't that a contradiction, though, my friend? Isn't that how can you?
Yeah. I was just gonna explain that right now. You may see that as a contradiction, but it's not really a contradiction. It's just a deeper meaning. They can both work because the full ayah is وَالَّذِينَ قُتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ فَلَنْ يُضِلَّ أَعْمَالَهُم. They both get the same reward. The ones that fought for him and died for him, it's the same meaning and the message.
Can I get some clarification really quick? So you're saying Muhammad was revealed that verse, the one way that you read first, and also the second way that you just read it?
Yes.
Oh,
all 7 Ahruf were revealed to Muhammad.
That is pure deception.
I have an example here, and it's not just me saying that this is a contradiction. I mentioned Sheikh Hassan earlier. You know who he is, right? You sound like you know.
Yes, I've heard this argument before, but can you please repeat it?
Okay, what's the argument? What's the argument?
No, I've been like listening, but I'd like you to repeat it.
Okay. So I didn't bring it up yet. So I just want to bring it up now. So if you go to Quran, chapter 12, verse 81. Okay.
11.
Okay.
Sorry, chapter 11. Sorry, chapter 11, verse 81. Okay.
Oh, so, wrong verse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So just gonna read the translation, then we'll get to the Arabic when we need to show the differences in the Arabic. So it's saying, they, the messenger, said, Lot, we are your Lord's messengers. They will not reach you. Leave with your household in the dead of night, and let none of you turn back. Only your wife will suffer the fate that befalls the others. Okay, so focus here is what was Lot's wife commanded to do. Okay, so I want to go right now to different. Are you familiar with this? Are you familiar with this? The readings.
Yes. The different. Yes.
Okay, so you know this one. Okay, can you see the difference between the two?
Yeah, it's a tashkil difference.
See that? and imra'atuka.
Yes.
Very
do you know the difference between? Do you know what that does to the sentence grammatically? Do you know what it does?
I'll read it first.
Yeah, give him.
Yeah, I'll give you. I can give you a commentary. It's no problem. We don't need to.
There's commentary from scholars on this that it does change.
Okay, sure. Yes, sure. Okay.
And it couldn't be both the same at the same time.
Let's just go to Al-Tabari right now. Let's go to Al-Tabari.
So
we'll read the one nasab first. Okay.
So قوله إلا امرأتك بالنصب. Okay, بالنصب إلا امرأتك. عامة القراء من الحجاز والكوفة وبعض أهل البصرة قرأوا بالنصب إلا امرأتك, meaning فأسري بأهلك إلا امرأتك, meaning set out with your family except your wife.
Okay, so just for everyone else who doesn't understand Arabic, so this reading, it commands the wife to set out with your family except your wife.
So you leave your wife behind.
Now the second reading.
وقرأ ذلك بعض البصريين إلا امرأتك with the tuka with a dhamma, meaning ولا يلتفت منكم أحد إلا امرأتك. So here it means
let none of you look back except your wife.
So here it says your wife will not look back, and the first one says your wife will be left behind.
So the question is
which one?
Which one is it? So you on one hand you have them saying that Lot, he brings out his whole family except his wife.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one says Lot is coming to bring out his family, including his wife, but she will look back.
So it becomes a different story then.
Now, before you comment, let's go to Ashankiti, because we're not gonna say it's a contradiction. Let's look at what the scholars say.
Ashankiti will do that.
Okay. Yes.
Is it possible to zoom in a little, or?
Yeah. Let me. I can make it like this.
I'll read it for you as well, so you know.
Can you see this one? Is that better?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, if you go to the second paragraph, أما على قراءة أبي عمرو وابن كثير إلا امرأتك بالرفع. The second one he's saying ففي الآية إشكال متعارض.
Okay.
That
And he
means
says that the reading of Abu Amr and Ibn Kathir, except your wife, when it's going back, it says there's a contradiction.
and إشكال. What does إشكال mean, Mohsen?
إشكال is حركات on the
No,
like the ضم and the
إشكال.
فتحة.
إشكال, yeah. So what does إشكال متعارض mean?
متعارض means that they differ, or
متعارض, no. متعارض means contradiction. It means opposite.
It's like you can
like if I'm متعارض with you, that means I'm opposite you.
Now let's continue reading because he explains the contradiction.
Yeah, مع قوله إلا, so متعارض مع قوله, which means is opposite to the other قول, which is إلا امرأتك, لأن قوله إلا امرأتك بالفتح يدل على أنه لم يسر بها.
Okay.
So it's saying
there's a contradiction when you oppose it, and it says because he's saying except your wife with the fatha indicates that he did not travel with her. So one reading says he did not travel with her,
and the other reading says he traveled with her.
The other reading says he traveled with her.
As you can see here in the Arabic, Mohsen, وعلى قراءة إلا امرأتك يدل على أنه سرى بها.
So one reading says he traveled with her, the other one says he didn't. Ashanqiti, not us, not Christians, a Muslim scholar, says that this is a contradiction.
So how can you say it's both the same story? And
okay, so
meaning?
Okay, may I start?
Go ahead.
Go on.
Okay, thank you. So to begin, I do agree that the 7 ahruf can differ in meaning, and you can view that as a contradiction, although it can also be viewed as a deeper meaning, or to deepen the meaning.
Does Shanqiti say
let's see what
just
Shanqiti says.
Please,
see what he says first.
Just can I finish like the comment, please? Yeah, I understand. I'm gonna get to that. Don't worry about it. Okay. So here, yes, he does say muta'arad, yes, and you can say that means contradiction. I guess it could mean contradiction in that definition, but muta'arad, like it also is just it has a deeper meaning than the word contradiction, since translations cannot be fully, like the meaning does not fully translate
mean?
with
No, Mohsen, please.
So muta'arad can be used as contradiction, but
what else can it mean?
What else can it mean?
But in this context, it
no.
is used
what
as,
else can it mean?
No, bro.
Yeah.
What does muta'arad mean else different other than contradiction? Does it mean agree?
No,
does it mean agree?
It does. No, definitely not. It means contradiction, yes, but it also has a deeper meaning.
Okay, thank you. Don't change
it.
Philosophize,
please. Can I please explain?
Only means
I've been listening to you respectfully, please.
Yeah, but when you start to be dishonest, because you've been good so far, but then you try to change on the definition. The definition only means one thing.
Muta'arad doesn't mean deep. Deep is amiq. Don't come at
that's
me.
not what I meant.
No, same as you.
I know, please. That's not what I meant.
Mean deep, man.
I mean that Arabic words, when translated, the meaning
doesn't translate here he's using it to mean it's a contradiction. That's what it means in Arabic.
Yeah, that's what he means. It doesn't mean deep.
He even tells you one says he went with, and the one says that she went with him, and the other says she didn't go with.
Yeah, and he says لأن كذا كذا. You know, he's even saying because. That's why one is saying he took the woman, and the other one is saying he didn't take her.
So it's a contradiction to Ashanqiti.
It's not deep. It's either one happened or the other. Which one happened in the story? Did he take his wife or did he leave his wife?
You can't have both.
Yeah, and it's not deep. And it's not deep to be opposite and say in one way I took the wife and in the other story I didn't take her. That's not deep. That's just different. That's opposite. don't play games with me. Don't play games with me, man. Muta'arad means one thing in Arabic. It means different.
I intend to be completely honest and respectful.
You're not honest when you say muta'arad means deep. Deep is
no, that's not. Can I please tell you? I know that deep is Amir.
Don't come with deception. I'm looking at you.
That's not what I was saying. I was saying that's not what I meant. You misheard me. I promise. I know what muta'arad means and I know what deep means.
Okay.
I was saying.
It's not deep.
Don't say that has another meaning.
Okay, lots of people are listening to you. We don't want them to be deceived. What does muta'arad mean?
I personally, I don't want to be deceived. So
yeah. It doesn't mean
I don't
deep.
want to deceive.
Mohsen, does muta'arad mean deep in front of all the Arab now?
No, that's not what I said. I was saying that it has a deeper meaning. I didn't say it meant deep. I said deeper meaning.
Okay, well, listen. Does muta'arad mean deep?
No, that's not what I said.
Thank you very much. So don't tell me it means deep.
Okay.
I did.
Don't say that. Don't say contradiction is only one of the meanings. Unless you can provide another meaning in the Arabic.
If you can get me a dictionary showing me muta'arad means deep, I will apologize right now.
If you're no, bro, that's not what I said. I said it had a deeper meaning, not that it meant
Okay.
deep.
Now, but you
Please.
said one of the meanings of the Arabic word
don't
can be deep.
Don't
It
forget it's
doesn't.
recorded.
I said the meaning, the different meaning in
No,
Arabic
we're
could
talking about
be
Shinqiti now. What he
deeper.
said.
Okay,
We're
okay,
talking about
خلاص.
Shinqiti.
Okay,
Did Shinqiti
let's move
say
away from
anything
the
about deep?
dictionary. Let's
Okay,
move away
did
from the dictionary.
let me ask you. Let me ask you. Did Shinqiti say anything about it being deep meaning?
No, but please.
Thank you
Will
very
let me-
much. Thank you.
Can I
So
say
let's
something?
park it there. Let's park it there. He didn't say anything about it being deep. He just said it
Okay.
was the opposite, contradicting message.
Will you let me
Correct?
reply now? Will you let me reply now?
Okay, but don't mislead
Don't
people.
deceive and don't lie.
I had no intent in this in like
It's
misguiding
recorded.
people
We
or
jumped
lying.
in for a
What
reason.
I was
We jumped
saying.
in for a reason.
Okay, if we
Can I
park
clarify
Shinqiti
what
to
I
the
was
side,
saying? Can I
okay,
clarify
can
what
you
I
tell
was
me
saying?
how? Can you explain to me, because I'm a half brain woman, how it is that two opposite stories can be deep?
Okay. What? What do you mean two opposite
How
stories can be deep?
What if one story says to me he took his wife and the other story said he left his wife? How can that be deep?
What's the deeper meaning
Yeah, what's
you're
the
talking
depth?
about?
What's the depth? What is the great wow
Okay.
message miracle in it?
What I was saying, okay, you misheard me or misunderstood me. That's not what I was saying. Can I? Okay, I'll explain now what I was saying. First of all, متعارض does not mean deep. I agree with you. Second of all, what I was saying is when Arabic words are translated into English, the full translation does not actually like come with it because Arabic is a different language.
Arabic with us.
Yeah,
we speak
yeah,
Arabic.
we speak Arabic. Tell me in Arabic then. Tell me in Arabic.
Okay, fine.
need to speak
Fine.
Arabic,
Okay, I'll tell you.
speak
I'll tell you.
Yeah,
Okay.
tell me in Arabic
I'll
how
tell you.
it's so deep that it's two opposite
I'll tell you.
stories.
متعارض. I'll tell
Only
you.
بالعربي.
Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, متعارض. Okay, I'll explain to you. Okay, متعارض. Yes. Okay. No, I'm gonna speak in English for
Okay,
God's
okay,
sake.
good.
don't play around with
Yeah, don't
Arabic.
say translation. If you want Arabic,
Bro,
speak in Arabic and I'll
خلاص,
translate.
we'll move away from that
Look,
topic. Move away
we
from
have
that topic
Arabic,
since
we
we're
have
not getting
English.
anywhere.
You
We're
can't
not
play
getting
games with
anywhere.
us.
It's not a
We're not
translation
getting
problem.
anywhere.
It's Arabic problem. The Shinqiti
We're not
wasn't
getting anywhere. We're not.
Englishman. The Shinqiti was
Okay.
Arab.
With all
And
due
he said it
respect,
was
with all due respect,
problem.
we're not getting anywhere.
Okay.
Right now, okay.
Because
So let's just move away from this topic. This is a completely
No,
different topic.
Whoa, don't run, don't run.
May I say
We'll stay on
something?
the topic of Shanqiti.
No, I want to
Okay, we'll
know.
stay on
I
that
want to.
topic.
I want to. I want to know if he took or left her.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
we wanna know.
What happened
in the story of Lut, we
What
understand the
actually
story of Lut. Okay,
What
in the
happened
story
to
of Lut,
Lot's
we
wife?
understand that the wife went out with them first, then turned back.
Really? Because that's not what it says.
Oh wow.
Wait. What was the command? No. What was the command? No, we're not
Mashed potatoes, man. You
In
mashed
the
it all
Quran,
together.
yes, there is. In the
Wait,
Quran,
we're
it
not,
does
we're
have
not
different.
interested. Listen. We're not interested in what happened. We're interested in what the angels commanded, because there's two contradictory commands.
Yeah, فأسري بأهلك.
Okay.
Yeah, he said فأسري
It's a
بأهلك.
command. فعل أمر.
Okay, yeah.
أمر.
So-
It's a command.
It's a amr.
This is a
It's a
command.
فعل أمر.
Yeah.
What did he
Yes.
command?
So the angels commanded either she stays with them or leave. That's it. There's one or the other. What was Lot commanded?
Okay, so first of all, we don't know completely what he was commanded because it was not told in Arabic. Second of all,
Well,
please let me continue.
Oh wait.
Please let me
Oh,
continue.
now
Please
it's
let
not
me
in
continue.
Arabic.
Please let me continue. Please let me
Do we
continue.
need someone to speak Chinese with you or
Please, I
something?
beg you, let me continue. Please, I beg you, let me continue. Okay.
God logic
So-
had to walk away, man. You made God logic
So
walk
are
away.
you saying that? Are you
Yeah, I'm
saying
sorry,
that
God
the
logic. Please let
ayah?
me
Are you
continue.
saying
Please.
that the
I
ayah
didn't
said
even.
it?
I
But
couldn't
you
even
still
finish
don't
my
know?
sentence. How is this an honest debate?
Guys,
I couldn't
please
even
let
finish my sentence.
Muhsin talk.
Yeah, but listen. He's saying that it wasn't, the conversation wasn't in Arabic, so we can't know what was said.
So the
What
Quran.
your Quran says the
Bro,
command
bro.
in one way, and it
Can
says the
I
command
please
in a complete
continue? Can I
opposite
please
way.
continue? Can I please continue?
No. The command in the Quran is two completely opposite ways. As your scholar says here, it's a contradiction.
Okay,
So
okay.
don't
So
say it's in another language. We're talking about the Quran in Arabic. The Arabic Quran has a contradiction, not the original Hebrew or whatever language was spoken. We're not talking about that. The Quran is what has the mistake.
I have acknowledged in the beginning of this call or the conversation
You said
that
differences. We said
I
contradictions.
bro, how is this? What's going on now? Can I
You said
speak?
Muhsin, you said deep, man. You tried to save it. It's not deep. It's a contradiction.
It's a contradiction.
Which, if there's deep, please tell us what the deep was.
Okay.
I want to
I'll
see the
explain
depth.
to you right now.
Okay.
The meanings can differ and do differ in the different
Contradict.
7
Not
ahrufs.
different. Opposite.
But it does not what I meant by saying contradict is yes, sure the meanings contradict, but it doesn't contradict in different ways.
Say that one more time, please. Say it one more time.
For the people in
It
the
does
back.
not contradict in other ways because
No,
sure it's only the
say it
meaning.
again. Say it again.
The meanings do contradict according to Sheikh Ismail Khamis. They do sometimes correct. Like
Okay.
Okay.
So let's be clear. God logic, you heard that right? Because Muslims ask us this question all the time. Okay, fine, they differ, they add words, they take away words,
Yeah.
but show me a contradiction.
Guys,
Look at
would you guys allow Muhsin to just finish his
Dude,
argument?
he's agreeing with us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
DJ
please,
Khaled
yeah.
is not helping you. Mohsen is not helping you. He tried to
He's agreeing
go
with
with the
us.
deep,
No,
and then he
okay,
took away
but
the deep.
I have a question. I have a question. Okay. So now that we agree that the meanings do sometimes differ, they do differ.
Contradict, not differ. Contradict. Give opposite meanings.
Okay, I'm saying
Muta'arid.
that
Look
they
it up in
differ.
the dictionary. Muta'arid is opposite.
Okay. So the meanings do differ and contradict sometimes, yes, but it's
Thank
contradicting
you.
in a
Thank
different way.
you.
And you're looking at it at a very like 2D perspective. Like, this does not mean
No,
this.
we're being deep. Oh wait,
But
I thought you were being
the
deep.
message of the ayah does not change. The
The
message of the
message
ayah
is
does not. Can you please
contradictory.
bring up?
So
Can you
wait,
please bring up
so
the
what's
ayah
the
again?
message of the? So what's the message of the ayah?
Can you please bring up the ayah again?
Okay.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
Let's go with
So
the
he-
message of the ayah. So the message of the ayah was meant to be what he should do with his wife.
Okay.
And one says take her, and the other one says leave her. So which one? What is the message?
Okay.
Okay, so we understand from
we
the
have
story
it
of
on-
Lut that his wife did come out with him, but then
Okay.
turned
Well, we
back.
don't know
So-
because.
So he did.
You go ahead. No. Listen, we're not talking about what happened. We're
We're
talking
talking
about what
about-
was commanded
Yeah,
by
well,
the angels.
if he didn't know what was commanded, what's the point of taking her out?
And by the way, it's not angels just giving commands; it's Allah giving the command. So Allah contradicts.
Yeah, because in one qira'ah he gives one command, and the other qira'ah gives a different command.
The commands may differ in the Quran, but I'll explain it to you right now. There are different meanings in the different ahruf. Yes,
But
that is
we're
true.
talking. No,
and that
hold on.
could mean.
Listen, the reason why we're interrupting you is because we're not talking differences. You need to say contradictions. There's contradictions in the meanings.
Yeah, it's opposite. It's the opposite meaning, Mohsen.
Because difference, I can say big or I can say many. That's different. But
Like
it's not
different is saying black and white, red and blue, but opposite is fat and thin,
So
out
you're
and
saying that.
inside.
So you're saying
big
that
and
how can
small.
she? Okay, so to understand your question, you're saying that how can she go out with them
Yep.
and at the same time be left behind?
No. What was the
what?
command? We're saying what was the command?
Okay, so how can the command be to bring your wife out with you and to leave her behind? How can the command be?
Exactly. How can the command be to bring your wife and leave your wife at the same time and in the same sense?
Okay, so
because it could only have been one. It could only have been one.
so
message
Lut-
from the angel.
Okay, so
Yep.
first of all, it could have been both. It could have
How?
been both.
Why would they give
because they could have been commanded to bring her out, then commanded to leave her behind when they saw her being like doing wrong.
Do you have any evidence for that?
Because we showed us on Khiti. Can you show us any evidence?
Do you have any evidence for that story you just made up?
This is the story that we've been taught by. What do you mean?
But you added like a different episode to it. Oh, they came back, told her to leave her somewhere else.
Okay, so are you saying that it's impossible that the angel said leave her
I'm
behind?
not saying anything. The Shinqiti said
we quoted
it was muta'arid. The Shinqiti said it was
Can you
opposite.
please bring up the Shanqiti quote, please?
Okay, we quoted your scholars.
DJ Khaled is not helping you, man.
Yeah, DJ Khaled, man.
Can I ask? May I request? I'm sorry. I just wanted to hear his point out, and each time
but
he's
he's not helping you, man.
He's trying to like, be a lawyer to it, but
I understand.
There's no way out of it because it's completely opposite.
Okay, actually, you know what? Why don't we do this? You read it and you translate. Just forget about our translation. We won't say anything.
I'm not a scholar. I have no right to translate that.
Everybody comes on here saying they're not a scholar when they're cooked, man.
No, I can't. I don't have the right to translate. I don't have the right to translate.
We were told you.
Would you guys allow?
DJ Khaled said that you are the best here. And
we take translations very seriously in Islam, so I can't just translate off of my head. I'm not.
Would you guys allow Trevor Lee up?
Wait. Hold on. You can't disregard this guy. You brought him up. Now he's trying to throw him under the bus.
Yeah, you said that don't talk to me because I don't have knowledge. Talk to this guy, Mohsen. He has knowledge. So what happened to that now?
He wants Trevor up now. He wants someone else.
Okay, great. We're gonna be here all night.
We'll be here all. I mean,
I think we're
the time zone that we're in right now. It's very late, but we're willing to stay up for the.
I want to know the end of that story.
It's 12:18 a.m. where I'm at too.
So
it's okay.
So anyway, this is what he says.
I mean,
if you want the link, I can give you the link. I can put it in the private chat.
It's okay.
Or you can screenshot
it. Let me tell you something, Mohsen. If Shinqiti couldn't do it, you're not gonna be able to solve it.
Sorry, man, but that's
like you're not gonna be better than Shinqiti. I'm just helping you.
Okay, I'm acknowledging the fact that the meanings do differ. Yes, they do differ.
No, contradict.
Okay,
not
fine.
Differ.
The meanings I'm gonna use the Arabic word.
No. Can you say it in Can you say it in English for all of us who are listening? The meaning, the wording, what?
There's only like 12 of us who speak Arabic.
Do they defer? Wait, hold on. Do they defer or do they contradict, my friend?
They differ and contradict. Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much. By the way, different is مختلف for the Arabs. متعارض is contradictory. Different as in, you know, black, white, beige.
Yeah.
Contradiction means big and
Opposites.
opposite, big, small, you know, light and dark, that kind of thing.
Okay. But the message of the verse still doesn't like the message. Why was that ayah?
Are you sure?
Like,
Are you sure you want to go with that?
Look, you're just digging it deeper for yourself. Oh, sorry, I didn't know
I said to you, Mohsen,
because
if Shanqiti couldn't do it, you're not going to be able to solve it.
the Shanqiti wasn't trying to do anything. I'll explain.
He says a contradiction.
Shanqiti was actually truthful, and you're not being truthful. Shanqiti was saying there's no ayat.
I'm agreeing with the Shanqiti, and I'm agreeing with you that the meanings do contradict. Yes, but why is that still okay? Is what I'm bringing up. Why is that still okay? You believe that brings up a problem, right?
Khalid is the one who
Yeah, it shouldn't be okay with you because.
Okay, why do you believe that it's not okay? Why do you believe that it's not okay?
Because which story happened? Which was the
which was the
command from Allah? Because the command of Allah is the words of Allah via the angel. It's very serious. You can't say two things happened with your opposite.
Yes. Okay, so when I tell you the answer, you're just gonna call me a liar.
Go ahead, give the answer.
If you tell a lie, we have to be truthful and call it what it is.
So we believe that because we analyze these two ahruf, we believe that they did both happen. Lut's wife went out with him, then turned back. So that's what we believe.
Wait. Do you believe that both commands were given?
You can't.
You can't. It's only one command that could have been given.
Yeah. Let him answer. Do you believe that both commands were given?
They could have been. Yes.
Whoa.
Oh man.
Oh, man.
Yes. I said yes.
1 second, Mohsen. So could have. So you're not sure.
No. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Are you not sure, or are you sure?
They have. Yes.
Oh, they have.
Okay. Let me just get this straight.
Allah.
Okay? So you're saying that because you admitted that both of the commands contradict each other, they're opposite of each other, they contradict, yet both commands were given. Both contradictory commands were given.
Yes. No. The commands. Okay. Can I please? Can I please finish this entire sentence without being
finish that entire sentence?
If you don't lie. If you don't lie.
Yeah. You were getting somewhere now. So both commands were given, and they were both opposites. That's very nice of Allah.
If I lie, tell me after I finish the sentence. Okay.
Okay, so thanks very much for confirming that you do sometimes lie, but go on.
What? Oh, bro.
You said if I lie.
Come on.
So what do you want me to do?
Yes, okay, yes, I have
let's hear him out. Let's hear him out. Go ahead.
Lied to my teacher about missing a. What are you talking
about?
Go
ahead. So you're saying that both contradictory commands were given. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm saying is the verses contradict each other in meaning, but the commands could have been given in different times, maybe after and before. Do you understand what I mean now?
No, okay, so stop. The reason why that doesn't work for you because it's given in the same sense and the same context.
Right.
So it's not no before or after. It's the exact same time, the exact same context, and we have contradictory commands given in the same exact sense.
Yes.
So you would have a point if there wasn't given in the same sense, but it's given in the exact same sense, bro.
The reason for one of the reasons for the ahruf existing is to give us a different, separate meaning. So you can't or a deeper meaning.
I'm sorry. Hold on, DLC. Hold on a second. The reason why we gotten past a deeper meaning type of thinking is because it's contradictory meaning here, not different or deeper. It's same time, same sense, same context, different commands.
It never states the time. It never states the.
But it's word for word, Mohsen. It's word for word. فأسري بأهلك ليلا. Let me put it back up. It says. فأسري بأهلك بقطع من الليل إلا امرأتك in one verse, and in the other one it says again فأسري بأهلك بقطع من الليل again. So it's word for word, the same thing. The only difference
everything else is the same.
Is one tashkil.
Yeah, it's contradifferent. It's contradifferent. All right,
Yeah,
it's contradictory.
Okay, so I'll
You
clarify.
can't say it was different time, different context, Mohsen. You can't. I mean, I'm trying.
Just because the words match doesn't mean it wasn't different time.
Let me just
wait. So
I think we got.
What did you say?
No, but just
because the words match doesn't mean it was the same.
Y'all are
crazy.
This is insane.
I have a question for Mohsen because you're being very honest. Let me just say this to you. What do you think? I mean, now you're being honest with us. You're saying it's contradiction. So, what do you think is more likely? This is just I want to know, like from you. Do you really think that Gabriel came once and he said everything the exact same way, but one time he said imra'ataka, and then the next time everything is the exact same way, imra'atuka? Do you think that that's the most likely explanation, or do you think it's just a scribe? One person put dhamma, one person put fatha. What do you honestly think? Honestly, what do you really think?
Okay, I'll explain to you right now. So we have hadiths that state that Gabriel did tell the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam all the 7 ahrufs.
Yeah,
And
but
that
I'm
one of those
asking you.
hadiths was brought up. Yes, I'm gonna tell you. Okay. So I don't know the exact way that Gabriel conveyed it to the Prophet. I just know that it was conveyed.
Thank you very much.
I just know that it was conveyed.
So up to 1400 years from Muhammad, we still don't know what Jibril said to him. Thank you very much.
That's deep.
He said the Quran. He relayed the Quran to him.
But I really want to know. Don't you? Can you at least see from our perspective that it makes a lot of sense that someone just made a mistake? One person put fatha, the other one put dhamma. Don't you see how that can be a mistake?
To be honest, I don't believe that it's a mistake.
No, but can't you see?
Is it possible?
He's not asking from your. He's not asking from your perspective. From our.
I'm not asking if you believe it. I'm just saying, can you at least see where we're coming from? It's an easy mistake to make, right?
I mean this with complete respect. If you don't have a complete understanding, grasping of Islam, or not a complete, just like an average basic understanding of Islam, then you can.
So you have a complete understanding of Islam?
I'm not a scholar, but I have a pretty good
Okay,
understanding.
do you really think so? What kind of God you follow if he gives an opposite command twice
in the same time,
and saying take your wife this time?
There's
and
no proof that it was the same time. I'm sorry.
Dude, everything else is
so
identical.
are you saying that Lot came out twice?
Where does it say that Lot came out twice?
Okay,
yeah, it says for fasri. Let me get come out. He said where is it?
He said come out twice. Lot came out twice.
Right.
He said
then he said take your wife, and then he said leave your wife.
Mohsen, he said فأسري بأهلك, come out with your family. فأسري بأهلك.
Okay, let's pull up.
Are you saying that he told him to come out twice?
No, of course not. But but that they match.
Because one verse says come out with your wife, and the other one says without.
The beginning matches because that was said once, but the one
so
about leaving his wife and taking his wife with him changes because it's like from the ayah, I guess it was 2 commands from the different ahruf. I can understand that.
Okay, so explain it to me because again I'm a half brain. How many times did Lut come out?
Lut can only come out once. He can't come out twice in the same time.
Right, he came out once. So how come one command say take your wife and the other command say leave your wife?
Because Lut's wife came out with him in the beginning, then she turned back. Then they
he said in the command illa imra'atuka.
Yeah. So which command did Lot obey? Which one did he obey?
Did he obey the first one when he came out only once with his wife, or did he obey the one that said without? Because he only came out once.
So did he come
out at the beginning?
Beginning of what? You only come out once. When you come out of your house, is there a beginning and end?
At the beginning.
You come out of your house once.
he took his wife out with him. He took his wife out with him in the beginning.
Beginning of
then
what?
Turned back.
Oh, did he turn?
Let me throw a little monkey wrench in here. Hey, Mohsen, which command was he given first? Did he say leave her or did he say take her? Or did he say take her or did he say leave her?
Well, we assume that, of course, it was taken first.
Oh, you assume?
Yes,
so you don't even know.
Yeah. So what he's doing is he's making.
That's tough.
There's differences between the scholars of what they understand.
No. Listen. His scholar here is saying he's admitting it's contradiction. His scholar is admitting it's contradiction. He's trying to come up with his own explanation. but yet he's the one who knows
Yeah,
Islam.
he's adding another episode to the series, saying it's happened twice, or I don't know, a beginning and end.
I'm saying
He only came out once.
I'm saying, yes, I'm saying he came out twice. This is literally what I'm saying the whole time.
Okay,
But at
so
the
did he
beginning,
come out once with his wife or without his wife? When he came out at the beginning of whatever, did he come out with her or without her, according to the command he was given?
with her, then she went back. It's like I've been repeating the same thing. and you've been repeating the same
It
question.
lagged. Wait, it lagged. Say it again.
Okay, so with her, he came out with her, then she turned back, so he left her.
Can you show us evidence of that little episode of the story?
Where is that in the verse?
Yeah, are you making it up? Where is that in
I'm
the
not
verse?
making it up. I'm not making it up. This is
Okay,
what
can you
like
show us evidence of that whole story that you told us?
right now, this very second. No, because I didn't know that verse was going to be coming up.
You're
But
making
maybe
it up.
you
Because you're making it up. You're meant to be knowledgeable. DJ Khaled brought you on. You don't know what happened in the story. You can't provide evidence for it.
No, Khaled already threw him under the bus. He wants to bring Trevor up now.
Okay.
Khaled is like, Khaled, I thank you.
Khaled
we thank you.
done with
Khaled,
Hussein, man.
We're not getting anywhere with this.
To the contrary, we've gotten very, very far, man. Honestly,
We've been going through the same like back and forth like this entire time. You've been asking me a question, I've been answering the answer. You might not like the answer, but like
we have to move on. Man, you have been a gem. You have been a gem.
Yeah, man. I can already see the video now. The title: Muslim admits contradiction.
Yeah,
that's crazy, man.
So you follow a God who gives contradictory commands. That's basically what you're saying. If he gives contradictory commands, how can you follow him? How can you follow a God who changes his mind in one command?
I'll explain to you. The different ahruf have different meanings sometimes.
Dude, don't give me philosophical reasons. Your God gave two different commands.
Yeah, and by the way, this whole idea that you keep going back to about Ahruf, this is a minority position of your scholars. The majority position is that Uthman burnt 6 Ahruf and there's only 1 left. So I understand that you're taking a minority view, but just to be clear, the majority Muslim position on this is that there's only 1 harf.
The
and
majority.
6 of them were burnt.
Wait, can you please repeat that? The majority, most scholars believe that
the majority view believe
that Uthman burnt 6 of the ahruf.
6 ahruf, and there's only 1 left. This is the Tabari's view. This is the majority view.
Wow.
Okay, can you prove to me that it's the majority view?
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you.
You
I'll give
want
you.
us to prove to you, but you don't want to prove to us the story that you gave about Lut.
Yeah, I will, but I will though. I have the evidence for it. I have Yasser Qadi.
But you prepared for this debate, I assume.
No, not prepared. I mean, we're here.
Let's go. Well, plus this in the Quran, it should be easy for you to bring up the story, but obviously you can't go to the Quran because it gives different stuff.
Yeah.
No. The Quran is detailed in explanation of everything. It's somewhere.
We have a tafsir.
It should be. It's in there.
It's in there somewhere.
Should
be in one of them details.
We have the tafsir to help us, and we follow the hadith as well.
The Quran is
it's in one of them details, man.
It's detailed in the way that it's unclear.
Okay, so you view this as a so you believe that
detailing how unclear it is.
You believe that these 2 commands cannot be given in separate times.
That's not what Shanqiti said. That's what you made up. You made up the different times thing.
Yep.
Yeah, give me one scholar that said the different time story that you told us.
Yep.
Okay.
Nobody.
I'll explain to you how it's like it doesn't even need a scholar. It's just like
no. You can't say
Islam is not just you.
Yeah, you can't say it doesn't need a scholar and then you're stuck from your brain. We showed you
because
you show us something else.
What's not being understood here is that I agree. I somewhat agree with you, but I want to understand how does the message of the verse change?
The fact that you don't see a problem is itself a problem.
Do you understand the message
the fact
of the
that
verse?
You don't see.
No one's arguing the message of the verse, though. We're arguing your guys' word for word, dot for dot, perfect preservation claim.
Well, it's not. It's deeper than that. This is a theological.
There is a dot for dot perfect preservation.
It's definitely that too.
Hold on. Let me just say this. Let me just jump in here a little bit, squeeze in. Let me get in here.
Yeah.
It's deeper than just proving that the Quran has differences. To show that there's actual contradictions in it is one of the tests that the Quran gives it's a challenge to prove whether it's true or not. So if we find contradictions within the Quran, Allah says in the Quran that this book is not from Allah. So it's bigger than that.
Can you repeat that?
The Quran says if we find contradictions in it, then it's not from Allah.
Yep. ولو كان من عند غير الله لوجدوا فيه اختلافا كثيرا. Do you not know that verse, Mohsen?
Contradiction, brother.
Okay, I'll explain to you how this still isn't a contradiction because.
But you said it was already. You already said it.
Admitted it.
It's not a contradiction in a different sense.
I like you. I like you a lot, man.
Are you listening to yourself? Are you listening to your, I agree it's a contradiction, but it's not a contradiction.
It's a contradiction in the sense of the meaning, but in the sense of it being a verse and the message of the verse does not contradict. For example, a contradiction in the sense of the meaning of the verse would be that Lut's wife like being good and Lut's wife being evil.
Bro,
that would be a contradiction.
You are all over the place now. That is
a contradiction of
the meaning of the verses. The meaning of the two verses are contradictory. Period. You can derive different things from the verse and then say, look, this understanding before the contradiction is not a contradiction. We get that. It doesn't matter. What we're telling you is that these two statements are contradictory. So whether she was evil or good, it doesn't matter.
It's contradetailed and contradifferent. Okay? It's contradetailed and explained, man.
Okay.
Contramentary.
Contrary to each other.
May I please finalize what my complete meaning? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. The Quran, I believe completely in the Quran and will make and will understand the different meanings and take them to be true because I trust the Quran. Why do I trust the Quran? Because of the different because it's a miracle.
There's no way what are the different meanings though, Musin? What are the different meanings? What's the meaning? Because what I got from that is one meaning was he took her and another meaning was he left her. That was the command, right? Leave her or take her.
You can take it as that, but
that's what it is. I can't take it for anything other than what it is, right?
Okay, fine. Okay, let's move away
from
this.
Yeah, so I'm not. Why do you want to move away from it?
I'm not running away. Just I want to look at the bigger picture. Okay, I believe that the Quran is true and that the 7 Ahruf are true because the Quran stated that it will be preserved.
Yeah, but now you're just going into robot mode. We just proved to you that that's not true. So you can't just turn around and state the same standard Dawa statement.
Have the 7 Ahruf.
Hold on one second, Musin. You can't just run your way out of here by stating the same Dawa statement that you tell somebody who doesn't know anything. We've all just proved to you that whatever you just ended with right now, tried to conclude with, is not true. It's not going to hold any bearing on the stage. Yeah, just because you believe the opposite of what we just showed you doesn't make it true. You literally just admitted and you just agreed. Can I ask you a question? So
yes,
when you read the passage in one Quran and then you read the passage in another Quran, you get two different tellings of the story, correct?
Yeah.
But it's the same verse.
Yes.
Okay, chapter 11 verse
meaning.
Chapter 11 verse 1 says chapter 11 verse 1 says that the verses of the Quran are perfect and detailed. Do you agree?
Yes, they are perfect.
Okay, so is the reading where it says he left her perfect?
Excuse me, can you repeat that, please?
Is the reading where the command is to leave her perfect?
Yes.
Okay, and is the reading where the command is to take her perfect?
Of course, it's the Quran.
But these are the same verses happening at the same time.
They're both perfect.
Yeah, but I didn't ask you that. I asked you, these are the same verses that are happening at the same exact time.
There's no proof that they're at the same exact time.
The proof is in the story and the fact that it's the same verse.
The proof is in the pudding, man.
It's the same verse. I can see if we were talking about, and I don't know what chapter this is, but I'm just going to quote something. I can see if it was chapter 2 verses 1, and then we're arguing chapter 2 verses 2, right? You'd still have an issue, but we're talking about chapter 2 verses 1 versus chapter 2 verses 1. It's the
Yes,
same
because the
story
Quran
happening
is
at the same time.
And he acknowledged that
yes.
it's a contradiction, but it's a perfect contradiction.
Is it an
I'll explain to
abrogation?
you. I'll explain to you.
Look,
I'll
wait,
explain
wait,
to you.
Musin, let me
Do
ask
you
you
want me to
this.
explain to you?
Is it an abrogation?
English is not my first language. I don't know what that word is.
Is it okay? How do you say
Excuse me?
abrogation? How do you say that?
Abrogation is like was the verse done away with in some way? Verse comes up.
Like, what do you mean done away with?
Abrogate.
Like it's chapter 2 verse. What is verse chapter 2? It's not that, it's that we cause a verse to be forgotten.
2106. If we ever abrogate a verse or cause it to be forgotten, we replace it with a better or similar one. Do you know that Allah is most capable of everything? So are you referring to this verse as that? Are you referring to this verse as that?
As an abrogation, meaning that it was changed.
I don't think that he's referring to it as
a
an
better meaning.
abrogation.
I'm just asking him, is he referring to it? Because he's kind of struggling with
abrogation would mean that there was a separate verse that came, whether that was later in the revelation. This is
right, which is why I'm asking him. Yeah, I'm just asking him.
Different ahruf, which
right, but Khaled, you brought him up. Let's let him speak for himself. Hussein,
is that what you're basically asking me? You're asking me was the verse changed?
Yeah. No, well, basically, yes.
Replaced
with a better one?
Yeah.
To be honest, I can't give you a complete answer on that. I haven't studied.
You can just be intellectually honest and say you're not sure and let someone else go.
Yeah.
That is aware. Yeah,
that is my
clearly.
Hey, bro, God logic, bro. God, how it started, how it's going.
To finalize. I believe
10 minutes later.
I believe that the Quran is true and I'm fighting for it because the Quran has proven itself. It's a miracle. Why is it a miracle? Because of, excuse me?
Is the all the ayat of the Quran perfect, Mohsen?
I'm saying that the Quran, yes, I'm saying, but it's like to finish. The Quran is a miracle. The Quran is a, please. I believe in the Quran.
Yeah, we don't need your
because
we don't need your
is a miracle.
about how perfect it is. All I heard was how perfect it is. But how can it be perfect when Allah
Do you deny that the
says,
Quran is a miracle and that it's not from
yeah,
God?
I deny it because even Allah Himself said that I'll replace my ayah with better. So how can it be perfect if He has better?
And we can show your scholars saying that there are errors. There are errors in it.
Perfect means perfect. Perfect means it can be improved. And then He says, I'll replace with better ones. Come on, man.
Listen,
how does that work?
I'm saying the Quran is a miracle because there is no explanation but God. Give me another explanation.
Oh man!
How can you explain the Quran?
He in robot.
That's it.
He in robot mode now.
Yeah. Boom! The Quran's a miracle because only God can explain it.
Well,
he's malfunctioning now.
The only explanation for the writing of the Quran is God. That's why I'm fighting for. That's why I'm bringing up these different meanings.
I'm gonna help him out here. The verse is very clear. Chapter 3, verse 7, right, Musin? It says, there are some clear verses, there are some unclear verses, and only Allah knows the meaning of these unclear verses. Only He knows the meaning. So only Allah knows whether it's the command was to leave her behind or whether the command was to bring her with you, but she's going to look back.
Well, then if only He knew, then He should have kept it to Himself.
He should have kept it to Himself.
There's no point giving it to us if only He knows.
But at the same time, the Quran does say that it's detailed explanation of everything, but only Allah knows the meaning of that verse too.
Right.
So,
that's the perfection and the miracle of it.
It's a detailed. Okay, can you point to the verse where it says the detailed explanation? I want to read it in Arabic.
I just want to say.
Detailed
there's a lot of verses. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Do you not know the verse where Quran says في تفصيل كل
I'm not a
شيء?
hafiz, unfortunately. I'm on that path.
Well, I'm telling you.
Yes, please.
That's what your Quran says, that you'll believe in so much you don't even know a lot of it.
Yeah,
it does
chapter
say
12, verse 111, bro. Chapter 12, verse 111, man.
There's a lot of verses I say that.
He says
but as he's reading it and looking it up, I just want to just pause and let the Christians and Muslims both reflect that the miracle of Christianity is the resurrection of the Lord Jesus Christ. That's what Christianity hinges on. The miracle of Islam is that only Allah can understand it.
Boom!
No,
That,
that's not
that's
it.
think
The
about
only
that.
explanation
Think about that.
for the writing of the Quran is Allah.
Wow.
I don't think
Think
that only
about
Allah can
that.
understand it.
Come on, man.
The only explanation for the Quran.
Avery, would you let like Trevor Lee or someone else
Bro,
go
It's a
on?
miracle.
Why?
Better
Hey man,
idea.
your last request fumbled, man. You don't get no
The
more.
Quran, the Quran was a
done.
miracle. That's
I'm
why.
requesting
I
because
I
Muhsin
never
is
say
just
that Allah can
repeating
only.
the same thing over and over.
Oh, now you ain't with him, huh? It'd be your own people, Musin.
I'm doing that because my words are being
Trevor
twisted.
next.
It'd be
You
your
might turn on
own
Trevor.
brother.
right, look,
I mean, you've made your point. You can get off. Like you've made your
Yeah.
point.
Yeah,
Clearly, you don't understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Honestly,
man.
guys, they did. Jai and Daughter of Christ did say that it's getting late for them, so they got to wrap up. We are
wrap
at 4 hours and 30 minutes, so it's going to be a lot. I got to take care of with this, but
Hey,
yeah.
God Logic, before you go, bro, can you put the channel up on the show the people on the screen?
Subscribe to us, please.
We're trying to build up our backup channel because our other one got banned because Muslims give us false copyright strikes
Because of this stuff right here, because
So-
they can't handle it.
If you guys like the content, please subscribe, and we'll definitely we're going to be live streaming this week. Look at that. It's at
2.38.
Wow,
Yeah.
2.38.
Yeah.
So if you guys
Wow,
can get
and you got 3,000 views on that video already?
that 3,000 views on that video. Wow. So
Nice.
thank you all for the support. We love you guys. Thank you so much. And thanks, God Logic, man, for having us on. We're gonna come on again. We gotta do a continuation of this for
Yeah,
sure.
honestly, I would hope that this can be like at least something regularly that we touch
Regular.
on in a month. Like I would like for this because this needs to be repetitive. This needs to be ingrained into our minds. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to hear this type of stuff over and over and over again. All these different examples so that we can, like this will be, man, twice a week maybe. Or, I'm sorry, not twice a week, but twice a month. Or
Yeah, we
something,
can definitely do that.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that.
For sure.
Because just on this topic, we have lots of slides. I have lots of more slides. We can
Yeah,
go
this
through.
is nothing compared to the damage that the other qira'at actually do to the Quran. This is nothing. Even with all the stuff that we show. Sister Atun, we went through all the contradictions. There's over 9,000.
It's crazy.
Contradictions.
There's a lot.
There's loads. But you only need like 1 or 2 or 3 to show Muslims that they've been lied to. Despite the Quran saying that it has details of everything. Surah 12, verse 111, Muhsin. You said you're not Hafiz. I've just found it.
You said Surah 12, 1112?
111.
No, 111. Okay.
Yep. So
hey, Jai, DM me on TikTok so I can, because I don't have Telegram. But if you got WhatsApp, we can connect via WhatsApp.
Yeah, I'll connect on WhatsApp, man. Send me your number on TikTok. I'll definitely will connect on WhatsApp for sure.
All right, cool.
So yeah, thank you, God Logic, man, for having us on.
Thank you for coming, Muhsin. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
man.
thank you, Muhsin.
Thank you for helping us.
Thank you for having me.
No problem at all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, hold on, guys. We can't close out until you guys.
Oh, it's almost 2.5.
It's almost there.
Oh,
it's almost at 220. Guys, let's get them to 2,500. Like we said before the stream ends, 2,500 subscribers before we hit the end button. Man, we can do it. We're literally right there. Literally right there. Yeah. Let's see if come on, man. Less than 10. Less than 10 more. Everybody hit that subscribe button. Man. Come on, man. Come on, everybody hit that subscribe button, man.
Hey, God Logic, man, you need to subscribe, bro. Look at that.
Yeah, Logic, what you doing, man?
God Logic is subscribed. This is my other account.
Impossible, man.
This is my other account.
You ain't even subscribed, man.
Hey, subscribe.
Yeah, turn the bell on. Turn the bell on.
I wanted to be 2.5, you know. I wanted to be 2.5, but
you ain't gonna turn that bell on.
We got it. We got to 2,500, guys. Hey, by the end of the night, by the end of today, let's help get them to at least 3,000, guys. I mean, we got the whole day ahead of us. Man, let's get to 3,000. Because as you guys seen, man, you guys saw firsthand what they do. Y'all, I only bring my popcorn out when 2 Muslims go at it, right? But this, I needed to bring my popcorn out when Daughter of Christ and Jai took over. I just had to lean back and and take my popcorn and just enjoy
right.
the Holy Spirit work through these two warriors, man. God bless both of you guys. I'm so excited. Hey, Daughter of Christ, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel, sis.
Thank you, man. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. You never invited me before, so I just thought I'd crash.
Yeah, she cried.
I was a little scared to invite you before. I'm like, man, that's Daughter of Christ. I don't even know what to say to her.
Give me 60 seconds. I'm not going to argue with him. Muhsin, let me pose a quick little story to you.
It's never 60 seconds with you, dude.
No, it's always short with
you.
You
always be like, hey, man, let me just propose this real quick. And you be going on 6 minutes with the guy.
And then I don't even respond after that. I'd be like, all right,
60 seconds. You got it.
Hey, we're going to head out, though, man. Thank you so much. And God bless you guys.
Yeah,
man.
thank you so much for having us.
Okay. All right, God bless you, Jai and DOC.
Okay.
Muhsin, real quick, because I got to head
I'll
out
answer.
too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll answer your question,
so Lord, thank you guys.
Okay.
God bless.
So somebody, God bless you, Jai. So somebody comes with the Hafs and somebody is reading the Al-Bazi. Yes. And these are two Muslims and they're reminiscing about the story of Lot. And then they say, hey, yeah, man, you remember when, remember when he brought his wife? And then another guy, the one who's reading, the other version that says otherwise, goes, no, he didn't bring his wife. And they're both reading the Quran. What do you do there?
Okay, I'll explain to you. Okay. So if they have an understanding of the different ahruf, then they can understand that, the meanings did differ, but both could have happened. And both probably did happen. Yeah, they did happen because Quran is they did happen, both of them.
All right.
Maybe in different times, maybe in different contexts.
All right.
To be honest,
I was trying to see if I would have got a different response, but it's the same old.
Well, what were you expecting?
Oh no.
Hey, Muhsin, you're welcome back anytime. You were respectful, even in even in an environment where it was pretty aggressive, I would say, and you did keep your composure and respect.
Thank you.
So you're definitely welcome anytime, man, and thank you for being honest with the text and stuff like that. But yeah, so you're welcome anytime, brother.
Thank you.
Hey, Logic, don't forget to turn your oven off.
No. I know. This heat stay on.
Don't leave the oven on, man.
This heat stay on. Yeah. But so this will be, guys, if you missed it, make sure you rewatch it. I'm going to, because it's 4 hours, so I'm definitely going to split this up. Probably going to make Jai's presentation its own video, and then also let these conversations be their thing as well. So but this will still remain, but I'm going to go ahead and probably just chop it up in that way. Tough stuff. But thank you guys for coming. Make sure you guys do not forget to leave a like, hit the like button, subscribe to GL 2.0. That's the channel that Life runs that clips this type of content. He clips the live streams and things of this nature. So you guys like it in shorter form, GL 2.0, God Logic 2.0, ran by Life. If you guys, I'm gonna just go ahead and drop the Muslims here. Thanks you guys for coming. DJ Khaled, come back next time on a different subject so that you can engage. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to learn more.
All right.
Thanks for having me, man. See you.
Absolutely. Take care, guys. Make sure you guys leave a like, subscribe to this channel if you guys like this stuff. Daughter of Christ and Jai will be back. We're gonna, Lord willing, try to make it regular. Try to make it a more often thing that we dive into this and bring out some more of this stuff, man. Look, my lights going out. That's how long we've been live, man. I gotta charge them things. But yeah, I appreciate you guys, man. Pray for us. Pray for the Muslims that came up. Pray for everyone that was involved here in the conversation. May God guide all the ones who are lost and open the hearts of those who are seeking truth. Even the ones who are blind and don't know what they're seeking. God, open their hearts in Jesus' name by the Holy Spirit. And man, hey, also, new video out from yesterday. Muslim came to Christ, accepted Christ live on TikTok. So if you guys want to see that video, I posted it. It's right there on the channel. It's called Another Muslim Accepts Christ Live. All right. So everybody check out that video. I tried to rush and upload it last night, so some of y'all didn't see it, but it's up. All right. So make sure you guys check that out. Okay. With that being said, stay away from Islam. Stay away. There's only one true God, the triune God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Abortion is murder. Don't do it. All right? And Christianity, because of Christ, is the only way. You guys take care.